I traveled across the Dou Qi Continent. I became the powerful 8-star fighting saint of the ancient tribe and the grandson of the Black Annihilation King Ji Yu Lai. At the age of 16, I already become the most outstanding genius of the ancient tribe. After that, the patriarch Ji Yu Yuan recalled Xun'er and betrothed to me. However, after getting married, Xun'er refused to consummate the marriage with me for half a year. Although I was obsessed with Xun'er before, when I discovered that Xun'er was indifferent to me because he cared about Xiaoyan, my heart is completely dead. It turns out that Xun'er said she wasn't ready because she planned to leave her virginity to Xiaoyan. How could I endure this? I decisively chose to divorce Xun'er. Chapter 151. Daddy, don't eat rabbits, okay. The source of the childish voice was naturally Xianxia, who was sleeping with her eyes closed in the little medical fairy's arms. After seeing the alchemy beast, she was instantly attracted by the little guy's cute appearance. 8th grade elixirs that have experienced the baptism of 9-color elixirs can not only transform into animal bodies, but also possess strong spiritual intelligence. At this moment, the little snow-white beast that looked like a rabbit seemed to understand. His big eyes were watery as he looked at Xianxia, regarding her as his only hope of survival. Okay, if Xianxia says you won't eat it, then you won't eat it. After listening to his precious daughter's words, Ji Yufei nodded in agreement almost without hesitation. Although this elixir beast is very precious, it may be upgraded to a 9th grade elixir in the future. But for Ji Yufei, as long as it can make his daughter happy, he can use it to comfort his daughter even if it is a real 9th grade elixir. It would be a pity not to eat such a good thing. Ziyan muttered and looked at Xianxia with her dark eyes. Xianxia also stuck out her tongue at Ziyan at this time. Ziyan can be said to be more doting on this little guy than her biological mother, the little medical fairy, so naturally she won't be angry because of this. Hehe, if you don't want to eat, you won't eat. Come on, I'll keep this little rabbit for Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia sticking out her tongue at her, Ziyan was amused and then volunteered. As Ziyan finished speaking, the pill beast's claws immediately grasped Ji Yufei's clothes tightly. It seemed that it was very resistant to Ziyan, who just said she wanted to eat it. Sister Ziyan, forget it, it won't follow anyone else. Qing Lin snickered from the side. Since Xianxia likes it, why not let it stay with Xianxia? The little fairy doctor's beautiful eyes were staring at the little snow-white beast closely. Looking at this look, it was obvious that she couldn't withstand this little guy's cute offensive. Women always like furry things. Seeing the little medical fairy looking like this, Ji Yufei couldn't help but laugh. At that moment, he quickly handed over the little snow-white beast. After a slight hesitation, the little guy rushed into the arms of the little medical fairy, and then touched his lifesaver, little Xianxia, with its furry head. Haha, so fun. In the arms of the little medical fairy, Xianxia touched the little guy with her hands and smiled very happily. She seemed to like the little guy rubbing against her. Seeing this, little Dan Beast was also very happy. It understood that as long as it could make little Xianxia happy, it would not be eaten. At this moment, around the alchemy palace, more and more powerful people came upon hearing the news. Inside the alchemy hall, shouts and curses often erupted, apparently because they discovered the treasure and began to take action. However, due to the powerful aura of Lord Tianwo, no one dared to offend Ji Yufei and his party. Let's go, there's something else here. Ji Yufei smiled and led everyone to move forward. Soon, a huge ancient hall appeared in everyone's sight. The whole hall is copper yellow in color. Countless years have made this copper yellow color appear deeper, and the ancient atmosphere permeates from under every stone slab. The main hall is extremely wide, and people standing in it look like ants. In the center of the main hall, there are 10 huge light groups. The light group was suspended in midair, and in the dazzling light, something like a scroll could be faintly seen. And in the center of the 10 floating light groups, there is a stone seat. On the stone seat, a jade-white skeleton is sitting cross-legged with hand seals. This should be the skeleton of the owner of the ruins. Those light groups, are they all heaven-level fighting skills? There are so many heaven-level fighting skills, so we are going to show them off. Looking at the scene in front of me, the little medical fairy, Ziyan and the others chatted one by one. How can there be so many heaven-level fighting skills? Hearing this, Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head. He pointed at the skeleton of the fighting saint and explained, the real treasure is only the remains of the owner of the ruins. After saying that, He gave instructions and walked towards the main hall alone. In the main hall, there are more than a dozen people gathered here, but most of them are Dou Zong. There are only 2 Dou Zun, and they are still low-level Dou Zong. When Ji Yufei, a high-level fighting master, appeared, everyone took the initiative to step back and give way to the passage. Entering the main hall, Ji Yufei could see a dozen figures sitting cross-legged around the towering stone seat. These figures were all lime-colored and looked like stone sculptures from a distance. Their eyes were closed, and they had kept this posture for who knows how many years. However, even so, these dozens of stone sculpture-like figures made everyone afraid to set foot within 10 feet of the stone base. Scope. These people who are entering now are waiting for the seal on the light group to disappear. I don't have time to wait. Ji Yufei aimed directly at the skeleton of the fighting saint and quickly approached. His behavior shocked those who had entered this place long ago. Under the gaze of everyone, Ji Yufei directly attacked the seals. Although these were the seals left by the Dou Sheng, as time went by, the power of the seals had become very weak. With the strength of Ji Yufei's high-level Dou Zun, it is not difficult to destroy the seal. The seal is broken, grab the treasure. For a moment, those light balls that seemed to contain heaven-level fighting skills were flying around, attracting everyone to grab them, and the battle situation was very chaotic. However, a few seconds later, the stone puppets around the stone seat were all completely awakened at this moment, and a strong murderous aura filled the air. As soon as these puppets woke up, they killed the nearest people. The strength of these puppets was all at the Dou Zun level. They attacked at the same time, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. In a short moment, the area of 100 meters around the stone seat was stained with blood, and the strong smell of blood filled the air. Get out of the way. Ji Yufei shook off a puppet that was blocking him, and then quickly approached the skeleton. But after approaching, Ji Yufei did not rush to collect it, but directly sacrificed the strange fire. He knew that there was still a trace of the ancient Dou Sheng's thoughts in the skeleton. If it was stained with blood, that trace of thoughts would control the skeleton and kill everyone. Sorry, refine. The strange fire swept out and wrapped the Dou Sheng's skeleton. The scorching temperature caused the color of the skeleton to change. This skeleton is the most precious thing in the whole hall. Although the heaven-level fighting skills are not too precious to Ji Yufei, it is better to have more skills, and the great heavenly creation palm is considered to be a superior one among the heaven-level early-stage fighting skills. As for the bone marrow in the Dou Sheng skeletons, Ji Yufei is not very rare. In his ancient clan, there are many places to improve the pure energy. The baptism of the holy altar alone is far beyond the comparison of those Dou Sheng bone marrow. The main reason why he came here to take the Dou Sheng skeleton is to fight for some cultivation resources for Xianxia, Xun'er and others. Chapter 152. This person is so strong, and he is still very young. I don't know which force he is a genius from. Looking at his appearance, he must have reached the level of a high-level Dou Zun. What kind of strange fire is he releasing? Why have I never heard of it? When Ji Yufei sacrificed the strange fire to refine the remaining thoughts in the bones of the fighting saint, some of the treasure hunters noticed this and were extremely shocked. Although the place became extremely chaotic, no one dared to approach Ji Yufei. After all, we are not fools. We are here to seek treasures, not so blind as to risk our lives. Receive. After a few breaths, Ji Yufei finally destroyed a ray of thought in the Dou Sheng's bones. The skeleton left by the fighting saint was taken into the Naji by him without any hindrance. After taking down the bones, Ji Yufei ignored the other people in the hall and walked out leisurely to join the little medical fairy and others. Brother Ji Yufei, why didn't you take any of those treasures and instead took the corpse? Ziyan had been watching the situation in the hall and asked in surprise. This corpse is a valuable treasure. When it is refined, I will reward you with more. Bah, I don't eat corpses. Sister little medical fairy, look, brother Ji Yufei actually wants me to eat that thing. Ziyan thought that Ji Yufei wanted her to chew the bones, which were the bones of people who had died for many years, so her scalp became numb and she hid. Haha, let's go, there's nothing good to get here. Seeing Ziyan's fear, Ji Yufei smiled and then led everyone away from the ancient ruins. The edge of beast territory. In a cave, Ji Yufei took out the bones he had obtained earlier. This thing did not have the rough feeling of bones at all. Instead, it felt like the most perfect jade, smooth and warm, giving people an extremely wonderful touch. Ah, brother Ji Yufei, you don't really want to. Seeing this scene, Ziyan hid behind the little medical fairy again. Ziyan, little friend Ji Yufei will not let you eat bones. This is a strong fighting saint. Even if there is only a corpse, the energy contained in it is quite extraordinary. Little friend Ji Yufei should refine it. Essence energy. Elder Zuli explained with a smile beside Ziyan. Elder Zuli is right, little medical fairy, please take Chanel away from me. Ji Yufei gave an instruction, and then began to refine the strange fire and cover it on the corpse. In the cave, as Ji Yufei refined the strange fire, the temperature soared, and even the air quickly became dry. The strange fire continued to burn the corpse, and the bones gradually turned into a jade-white color, like a piece of beautiful jade. Later, the jade-white color of the ribs slowly faded and was replaced by a deep dark golden color. Ji Yufei understood that this thing was the most critical step in practicing the heavenly fortune palm. Zitsa. The next moment, Ji Yufei stretched out his fingers and inserted them into the liquid. Accidents suddenly arise. The liquid suddenly began to squirm violently, then wrapped tightly around Ji Yufei's fingers, instantly wrapping his palm. Hiss. The dark golden liquid wrapped the entire right palm, and a feeling of pain came. Under the dark golden liquid, Ji Yufei's palm squirmed strangely, and there was even a faint sound of bones squeezing. Husband. Brother Ji Yufei. Seeing this scene, Kair, Qinglin and others were very panicked, worried that something might happen to Ji Yufei. It's fine. Ji Yufei squeezed out a smile. The strength of his physical body is comparable to the ancient dragon and phoenix in the late 8th level of this world, and no worse than Elder Zuli, who has a semi-sage cultivation level. He can still withstand such tempering intensity. Not long after, the severe pain stopped, and the dark golden liquid, like a tide, poured into his hands and disappeared quickly. And then, Ji Yufei's consciousness entered a strange space. Somewhere in this void space, there was a figure standing with hands behind his back. Ji Yufei knew clearly that this was a memory fragment left by the Saint of Creation in his fighting skills. The Great Heaven's Fortune Palm, a low-level fighting skill at the heaven level, was created by me integrating the fighting skills of hundreds of schools of thought throughout my life. This palm technique pays attention to the meaning of creation, breaking the sky with my palm and crushing all things with my strength. The figure spoke a plain language that sounded like a self-narration. The person who can get the secret hidden in my bones is considered a destined person. Remember, the great heavenly creation palm must be used with a tempered palm before it can be successfully used. Otherwise, it will be counterattacked. As the plain voice slowly sounded, the figure suddenly erupted with a faint fluorescence, and its body actually became transparent, revealing extremely clear meridians within it, and in those meridians, a trace of dark golden energy flew rapidly. Shuttle. This is the meridian route for practicing the heavenly creation palm. Seeing this scene, Ji Yufei quickly concentrated his mind and firmly remembered the movement route of the energy in the figure in his mind. And as those meridians faded away, the light on the figure's body dissipated again, and the dark golden light on his palm suddenly became strong, and then he swung out his palm fiercely, falling heavily on the void. Bang! As soon as the palm fell, a terrifying energy swept out like a storm, and a huge black circle of light took shape again under the palm of the figure. The aperture took shape, and then spread out like lightning, and the surrounding space collapsed like glass that had been forcibly broken. It is worthy of being created by integrating hundreds of fighting skills. This kind of palm technique is top-notch among the beginners of the heaven level. After mastering the Great Fortune Palm, Ji Yufei couldn't help but feel for the ancient fighting saint who created this fighting technique. Some admiration. His consciousness also returned to reality as the figure dissipated. After the scene just now, it seemed that several extremely secret small meridians had been developed in his palm. These meridians are connected to each other like a strange cycle, which is particularly magical. It seems that little friend Ji Yufei has obtained some inheritance from these bones. Congratulations. Elder Zuli saw the secret and congratulated with a smile. At the same time, Elder Zuli also admired Ji Yufei's extensive knowledge. Even he had not been able to discover the secret hidden in the bones before. It's just a basic heaven-level fighting skill, it's just so-so. Ji Yufei was not very excited. After all, he was from an ancient clan, and his heaven-level fighting skills were not too precious to him. Now he just had one more way to fight against the enemy. Next, Ji Yufei led everyone out of the beast realm and began to return to the ancient world. 1 month later, everyone returned to the ancient world again, but this time, there was one more person. Zhu Li, the third elder of Donglong Island, also followed. It's truly worthy of being in the ancient world. On a black warship, Elder Zhu Li couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Because it was his first time in the ancient world, even with his knowledge, he couldn't help but admire it. Brother Ji Yufei, you are finally back. From the mountains outside the warship, an ethereal voice suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, in the sky of the mountains ahead, a graceful figure stepped on the clouds, her skirt fluttering, like a fairy in the clouds, coming with a kind of mistiness, stepping on the clouds, and finally suspended in the warship where Ji Yufei and his party were, outside. At this time, Xun'er seemed to have changed a lot from before. Every frown and smile was filled with confidence and no sense of humility. Chapter 153. In the sky, Xun'er stepped on the clouds, which not only showed her beauty, but also told everyone that she was now a genuine Dozong strongman. Now, her face was full of the confidence and etherealness before she married Ji Yufei. Below, many young people of the ancient clan were attracted by Xun'er's beautiful face and extraordinary temperament. On the black warship, the others were briefly silent because of Xun'er's appearance. Brother Ji Yufei's ex-wife seems to be a little different from before. This woman's cultivation progress is quite fast. She was the same as me before. It's only been a year, and she has reached Dozong. The daughter of the ancient clan, this cultivation talent is really good. No wonder my husband married her before. However, she has that kind of estrangement with my husband. I'm afraid there is no chance to get my husband's love again. Xiao Yixian, Ziyan, Kair and others didn't speak, but they had a lot of psychological activities. The temperament Xun'er showed now did evoke some memories of Ji Yufei. However, that's all. Daddy, are we there yet? Suddenly, a childish voice broke the brief silence. Xian'el, who was sleeping in the arms of the little Dr. Fairy, woke up after hearing Xun'er's voice and rubbed her eyes with her little hands. Xian'el is awake. Come, let Daddy hold you. We are almost home. Ji Yufei took the child from the little Dr. Fairy with a smile. His attention was all attracted by the little Xian'el, and he didn't look at Xun'er again. Great, Rabbit, we are home. Xian'el waved happily, and the furry Dan beast also jumped over very sensibly and rubbed the little guy with his head. Is this his child? It's pretty cute. Xun'er, who was ignored by Ji Yufei, kept her eyes on the little guy. Looking at the cute appearance of the little guy, she subconsciously smiled, but soon, bitterness gradually rose in her heart. If I hadn't separated from brother Ji Yufei, would I have such a cute child now? Xun'er fell into memories. Ji Yufei and his party got off the warship and headed directly towards the small mountain. After a while, Xun'er looked at Ji Yufei's departing back, and the dejection on her face subsided again. As long as I persist, brother Ji Yufei will accept me again one day. At least, I can feel that the look in her eyes when she looked at me just now is not as disgusting as before. On Ji Yufei's small mountain. Sister Ziyan, Rabbit, wait for me. As soon as Ji Yufei and his party returned to the mountain, Xiao Xian'el planned to walk around on her own, and then chased and played with the Dan beast. The strange thing is that Ziyan, who is so old, actually mixed with the two little guys. It's time to extract the Dou Sheng bone marrow. Ji Yufei, on his side, took out the Dou Sheng skeleton again not long after returning. Then, the strange fire was sacrificed and the raging fire tightly covered the corpse. After burning for 2 hours, the corpse gradually turned gray. Ji Yufei reached his palm into the flame and then lightly tapped his finger. Puff. After the finger touched the gray skeleton, there was a puff sound, and the skeleton softened and turned into a piece of gray ashes. After all the ashes fell, 10 drops of milky white gelatinous substances about the size of thumbs floated in front of Ji Yufei's eyes. These 10 gelatinous substances were very small in size, and there was a layer of gelatinous substance on their surface. Through the gelatin, one could faintly see the liquid flowing in it, and a huge amount of energy quietly seeped out. Next, Ji Yufei took out a jade bottle from the ring, put 9 Dou Sheng bone marrow gelatinous particles into it, and then picked up the last one with his fingers and put it into his mouth without hesitation. As soon as the gelatinous particles entered his mouth, they melted almost instantly, and then a pure energy poured down Ji Yufei's throat and flowed to Ji Yufei's limbs and bones. With such a huge amount of energy pouring in, Ji Yufei immediately began to practice the technique to refine it. An hour later, Ji Yufei finally digested the bone marrow energy completely. His cultivation improved a little, and he seemed to be closer to the 9-star Dou Zun. A bone marrow gelatin particle is comparable to an 8th grade elixir that can improve cultivation, and the side effects are much smaller than elixirs. Elder Zuli, go and call Ziyan over. Next, Ji Yufei did not continue to refine Dou Sheng bone marrow. This thing was no longer useful to him, but it was a magical medicine for low-level Dou Zun and below Dou Zun. In the original book, Brother Lucky only took one pill and broke through from 1-star Dou Zun to 2-star. Thank you, little friend Ji Yufei. On the side, Elder Zuli seemed to understand Ji Yufei's purpose and nodded heavily. The only purpose of his coming to the ancient world with Ziyan this time was to let Ziyan absorb the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit safely in this ancient world. But now, Ziyan's cultivation is too low, and the chance of success in refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is very low. The higher the cultivation, the greater the success rate. This thing is really refined from the bones. After a while, Ziyan was called over by Zhu Li. She looked at the bone marrow granules handed by Ji Yufei, and then looked at the ashes scattered on the ground, and seemed a little reluctant. Don't you want to eat? Then forget it. Seeing this, Ji Yufei didn't force it. This kind of good thing, most people want it, but they can't get it even if they beg for it. Ziyan, stop messing around, this is a good thing, eat it quickly. Elder Zhu Li persuaded Ziyan anxiously. Okay. Hearing this, although Ziyan was still a little reluctant, she quickly reached out and snatched the gelatin from Ji Yufei's retracted fingers. I swallowed it. Next, Ziyan closed her eyes and swallowed the Dou Sheng bone marrow like swallowing a whole fruit. The next moment, her face instantly flushed red due to the huge energy in her body. Suddenly, such a terrible energy poured in, causing Ziyan's body temperature to rise rapidly, and even bursts of white smoke rose from her head. Fortunately, Ziyan is the royal blood of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, with a strong body, and can temporarily withstand the baptism of this energy. Sit down and concentrate. Ji Yufei's voice rang in Ziyan's ears, and she did it without hesitation. Soon, she felt a warm palm on her body, and then, the huge energy began to be controlled by another energy and operated in a very orderly manner. At the same time, Ziyan felt that her cultivation level began to rise like drinking water. In just one day, she had risen from the early 6th level to the late 6th level. Moreover, there were signs of breaking through to Dou Zong. At this time, Ji Yufei stopped helping and let Ziyan break through naturally. Chapter 154. Only when one breaks through naturally can one have a solid foundation. Although Ji Yufei's help to Ziyan will make the breakthrough faster, it will leave many hidden dangers for Ziyan's future. Seeing Ziyan enter the state, Ji Yufei set his eyes on Xun'er, Xiaoyi Xian and others. These are for you. You will also have countless benefits after refining them. After Ji Yufei finished speaking, he distributed some of the remaining Dou Sheng bone marrow granules to everyone. The Lion King looked at Ji Yufei with burning eyes, feeling a little nervous and uneasy. Will there be any for me? Everyone hopes that they can get some opportunities that will make their strength advance by leaps and bounds. Especially for those like the Lion King who are not very talented and may stop at the 7th level in this life, they are more eager for opportunities. Are you worried that there will be no share for you? Xun'er's voice suddenly sounded in the Lion King's ears. As a demon beast, Xun'er could see the Lion King's nervousness at a glance. You have followed your husband for a long time. Don't you know what kind of person your husband is? After Xun'er finished speaking, she looked at Ji Yufei with tenderness. At this time, Ji Yufei also came in front of the two of them. One Dou Sheng colloid flew to Xun'er's hand, and another flew to the Lion King. Is it for me? The Lion King was a little unbelievable. Of course, refine it quickly. Ji Yufei smiled. Thank you, master. The feeling of surprise filled the Lion King's heart. After thanking Ji Yufei, he began to refine the Dou Sheng colloid. Not only the Lion King, but also the Sky Fire Venerable. Except for the young Xiao Shanel and Zhu Li who had already reached the level of a half-saint, everyone else present got the Dou Sheng colloid and started to refine it immediately. After a long time, a powerful energy suddenly burst out, and the strong breath swept across the mountain peaks. Some branches of trees were even directly broken by the air wave. Ziyan has broken through. The movement came from Ziyan's breakthrough. In order to prevent it from affecting others, Ji Yufei quickly isolated the air wave. After completing the breakthrough, Ziyan's expanding breath gradually converged, and finally all of it was contained in her body to restore calmness. Ziyan opened her eyes and immediately saw Ji Yufei in front of her. Brother Ji Yufei, do you still have that Dou Sheng bone marrow granule? Don't tell me, it's delicious. Ziyan rushed to Ji Yufei and started to pick it up directly from his body. Ji Yufei pressed her little head and said, "Does that thing taste good? I don't want to expose you." It was obviously the sweetness of a breakthrough in strength that fascinated Ziyan. As for the taste of this thing, sugar pills are countless times better than it. Ziyan smiled. Hee, when she heard it. Just now, she was extremely disgusted with the things refined from the bones of the dead, but now her attitude has changed 180 degrees. I can give you another one. This thing can certainly quickly improve your cultivation, but you can't rely on it too much, otherwise it will make your foundation weak and it will be very difficult to improve your strength in the future. Ji Yufei reminded solemnly. Ziyan also understood, nodded obediently, and stretched out 3 fingers to say that she would never become dependent on it. Ji Yufei then gave Ziyan the second colloid, and Ziyan smiled and walked aside to continue refining. After Ziyan, Xun'er finished refining. Xun'er had a strong body and was strong, so she naturally refined very quickly, and her progress was very obvious. After Xun'er, Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin and others also woke up, and their strengths improved to different levels, among which Qing Lin was the most obvious. Her strength was the weakest among the group, so she naturally gained the most. Now, the little girl who followed Ji Yufei has also reached the Dou Zong level. The power of Dou Sheng is really terrifying. If I could get more of that bone marrow colloid. After waking up, the Lion King couldn't help but sigh, but he was also satisfied. Ji Yufei was able to give him one, which was a great gift from heaven. The sooner you get in touch with the power of Dou Sheng, the better it will be for you. Ji Yufei said to everyone. Next, everyone looked at Ziyan who absorbed the second Dou Sheng bone marrow colloid. With the experience of the first time, Ziyan absorbed it easily this time. After just a few hours, her breath stabilized after breakthroughs. She had previously broken through to the 7th level, and now she has reached the late 7th level. This speed is amazing. Ziyan has saved several years of hard work by getting this opportunity. Zhu Li sighed on the side. He also wanted to step into the real Dou Sheng as soon as possible and feel the power of Dou Sheng. Under the gaze of everyone, Ziyan slowly opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Huh, you have all finished refining, why are you looking at me? Ziyan looked around herself, thinking that there was something strange about her. Everyone thinks you are cute and can't bear to look away. Ji Yufei teased Ziyan, and Ziyan pretended to be shy. Okay, your strength has made a big breakthrough now, and it's time to refine the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Ji Yufei put away his joking attitude and became serious. The Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit will be Ziyan's greatest opportunity in this life, and no one can relax at any time. Ziyan also understood this truth, and she showed an unprecedented solemn expression. Sister Ziyan seems to have changed into a different person. Qing Lin whispered softly beside him. Ziyan is usually carefree, but she is actually sensible. Xun'er said softly. Elder Zhu Li. Ji Yufei looked at Zhu Li. Zhu Li was slightly stunned and hesitated. Is it too early to refine it now? Don't worry, there will be no problem. Seeing Ji Yufei's insistence, Zhu Li didn't say anything more. The situation of the Taishu ancient dragon clan is not optimistic now, and a super strong man is indeed urgently needed. He stretched out his hand, and the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit appeared in his hand. Ziyan, this is related to the rise and fall of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, so be careful. Ziyan nodded vigorously and stretched out her hand to take the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. The moment she just touched the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, the Dragon Emperor Origin Fruit immediately turned into a ball of purple and gold liquid and entered her body. At the same time, a terrifying energy surged in Ziyan's body, constantly impacting her body, bringing Ziyan endless pain while gradually integrating into her flesh and blood. Don't be distracted, calm down, and concentrate your mind. You only need to absorb the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Ji Yufei reminded. Everyone else also held their breath and dared not disturb Ziyan at all. Ziyan tried her best to resist the energy impact. After finally calming down a little, she immediately operated the skills and began to absorb the energy. This power was too terrifying. Ziyan only absorbed a little, and the breath that had just broken through and stabilized immediately began to fluctuate, and even directly impacted the 8th level. Zhu Li was extremely excited when he saw this. The Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan will usher in a new prosperity. Our clan will continue to maintain the title of the most powerful monster race in the Dou Qi Continent. The Taishu Ancient Dragon Clan has been in chaos for many years. Now the royal bloodline has reappeared and absorbed the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. This is their hope. Maybe in the future, Ziyan's achievements will surpass the old Dragon King. Chapter 155. Hope everything is fine. Compared to Zhu Li's optimism, Ji Yufei, who was originally confident, frowned slightly. At this moment, he did not dare to relax at all. He knew that the energy contained in the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit was very terrifying, comparable to the entire fighting energy in a 4-star Do Sheng expert, and it would not be easy for Ziyan to absorb it. What Ziyan has absorbed now is only the top layer. Sure enough, after absorbing some of the energy of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, the overflowing energy not only did not decrease, but actually exploded again. Boom! As a dull sound came out of Ziyan's body, her whole body was wrapped in purple and gold energy. In fact, the energy has turned into liquid and seeped out, shuttling between Ziyan's flesh and blood. Her body could no longer bear so much energy, which caused it to overflow. The overflowing energy is crystallizing. Qing Lin suddenly exclaimed, and she felt that Ziyan's arm had begun to solidify. If the energy cannot be absorbed in time, she will eventually be sealed by the energy, like a bug in amber. Ji Yufei's face was extremely solemn. Ziyan's face changed from gloomy to sunny, and she showed a painful expression with a smile on her face. The energy churning in her body almost exploded his body. Before this, the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit has appeared several times, but in history, it has only been successful twice. Zhu Li frowned, very worried. The absorption success rate of this thing is so low. Hearing this, Kair looked at Zhu Li in surprise, and then looked at Ziyan, her eyes full of worry. The 2 Dragon and Phoenix origin fruits were obtained once by the Demon Phoenix clan. They successfully absorbed the Dragon and Phoenix origin fruit and gave birth to a super strong man. During that time, our Taishu Ancient Dragon clan was suppressed by the Demon Phoenix clan. Fortunately, hundreds of years later, our Ancient Dragon clan also successfully obtained a Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The seniors of our clan successfully absorbed it and regained the disadvantage. Unfortunately, in a bloody battle between the 2 clans, 2 strong men with super bloodline died together. Thinking about the records in the secret history of the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan, Zhu Li began to doubt himself. He looked at Ziyan, who was in great pain in front of him, and regretted that he should not let Ziyan absorb the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit now. It was too early for Ziyan to absorb this kind of treasure now. Ji Yufei saw Zhu Li's worry and comforted him. Elder Zhu Li, there is no need to worry. Since I dare to let Ziyan refine the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit now, I have full confidence. After saying that, Ji Yufei immediately sat cross-legged behind Ziyan, pressed his hands on Ziyan's back, and strange fire appeared, wrapping Ziyan in it. His strange fire is a combination of Qinglian Earth Core Fire, Sea Heart Flame, Fallen Heart Flame, and 3000 Flame Flames. It is very powerful and is enough to refine the Dragon and Phoenix crystals produced by excess energy. With him here, there is no need to worry about Ziyan being wrapped in crystalline energy. There is no need to worry about the excess energy stretching Ziyan to death. He is Ziyan's last line of defense. Ji Yufei's soul power spread, he was very focused, and tried his best to control the temperature of the strange fire. It ensures that the temperature will not harm Ziyan at all, and can also help her refine the original energy of the Dragon and Phoenix that has been solidified into crystal. This requires extreme control over the strange fire, and even Ji Yufei needs to concentrate. With Ji Yufei's help, the overflowing energy will turn into liquid again after solidification, and flow back into Ziyan's body at the appropriate time, reintegrating into her flesh and blood. In the process of helping Ziyan absorb it, the strange fire will naturally refine part of the energy for Ji Yufei's use. Ji Yufei didn't mean to rob Ziyan's opportunity, but there was just too much energy overflowing. If it were all stuffed inside Ziyan's body, it would only cause Ziyan to feel very painful. Ji Yufei's proper absorption of some of it will not affect Ziyan, and it can also share the pressure for Ziyan. Moreover, for him, the energy of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is also a good opportunity. With the help of brother Ji Yufei, Ziyan's face looks much better. Qing Lin was worried about Ziyan. Mother, Sister Ziyan, will she be okay? Xiao Shanel was lying in the arms of the little medical fairy. When she heard the conversation of several people, she was also very worried about Ziyan. Don't worry, Ziyan will be fine. Didn't you realize that Daddy is also helping? With your dad here, any trouble can be solved. The little medical fairy touched Xiao Shanli's head and asked her to relax. At this moment, the terrifying and pure energy of the Dragon King origin fruit was constantly surging on the Ji Yufei mountain peak. The power of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. No, there is even the sky demon phoenix. Deep in the ancient Saint Mountain range, in a palace, Ji Yufei's grandfather, Black Annihilation King Ji Yulai, felt this aura and immediately captured the source of the aura. As a result, he found that it actually appeared on Ji Yufei's mountain peak. He knew that Ji Yufei had a friend from the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Ji Yulai came to the mountain peak with doubts in his heart and saw Ji Yufei helping Ziyan refine the dragon and phoenix origin fruit. Such pure energy. This is a great opportunity. Ji Yulai stared at Ziyan. Even a person like him couldn't help but sigh after feeling the terrifying energy in Ziyan's body, with surprise on his face. Yes, and this is a unique opportunity for the Warcraft clan. Suddenly, a voice sounded next to Ji Yulai, and a floating shadow appeared. It was Ji Yuan. He also sensed the abnormality and landed here immediately. This little girl will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. She has a deep friendship with Ji Yufei, which is also a good thing for our ancient tribe. Ji Yulai smiled and nodded. On Ji Yufei mountain. Even with Ji Yufei's help, the refining time still lasted for a long time. Ji Yufei's ability could not withstand such a terrible consumption. Fortunately, Ji Yufei carried a lot of recovery pills that he had refined in advance. While helping Ziyan refine, he kept taking drugs, which barely supported the strange fire. The whole process lasted for more than a month, and the surging energy in Ziyan's body was a little stable. Ji Yufei's pressure became much less, and he also gained a lot in helping Ziyan refine for more than a month. He felt that he was only one step away from the 9-star Dozun. As long as he wanted, he could even step directly over. Is it done? Zhu Li saw that Ji Yufei's expression was no longer solemn, and Ziyan's breath was much more stable, so he asked. Ziyan still has some time to come out of retreat, but there should be no problem. Ji Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a dizzy feeling came. He was nervous these days, and he consumed not only Dou Qi, but also energy and mental strength. Fighting spirit can be replenished by taking drugs, but energy recovery requires natural rest. At the same time, in the ancient world, the delegation of the Thunder Clan visited. There are 7 people from the Thunder Clan, 2 of whom are elders of the Thunder Clan, and their strength has reached the level of Dou Sheng. The remaining 5 are some young people. Among the young people, the leader is called Lei Dong. Now, he is only 30 years old, but his cultivation has reached the level of half-saint. It can be said that he crushes other young people. The purpose of the Thunder Clan's visit this time is also very simple, that is, to ask for marriage, and want Lei Dong to marry Xun'er, the daughter of the ancient clan leader. Chapter 156. Ancient Tribe, on a beautiful mountain peak. This is the reception place arranged by the ancient tribe. In the pavilion in the center of the mountain peak, several young men in silver shirts attracted a lot of attention. These young men were all wearing silver fur, and they looked very energetic. The silver fur was very dazzling under the sunlight, like the remnants of lightning streaking across the sky, faintly flashing with terrifying thunder energy, and they had a demeanor of calm and self-power. And these young people are all from the Thunder Clan. Thunder attribute fighting spirit is really domineering. Yes, even Brother Qingyong was defeated by that Lei Dong. Has Thunder Clan reached this point now? In the main hall, many young people from the ancient clan were talking a lot, and they were in awe of these young people from the Thunder Clan. Especially to their leader. There was even some admiration in his eyes, which was a natural emotion towards the strong. This person is none other than the number 1 young person in the Thunder Clan, Lei Dong. Brother Lei Dong, This ancient race is known as the strongest ancient race, but the strength of this younger generation is only like this. Someone next to Lei Dong boasted. Yes, looking at the 8 ancient tribes, who can compare with Brother Lei Dong? Even among all the ancient races, Brother Lei Dong is the #1 genius. Any ancient soul clan will be stepped on by Brother Lei Dong in the future. Okay, we are guests in the ancient tribe now. If you tell such truth, it will make us look very rude. The man named Lei Dong said, and it could be heard from his tone that the younger generation of the ancient tribe was not taken seriously by him. When some young people from the ancient tribe heard Lei Dong's words, they immediately turned red with anger. But then they thought, their talents are indeed not as good as theirs, are they going to be humiliated like this? With Lei Dong's support, other Lei clan children treated the ancient clan youth with even more contempt. I heard that the strongest among the ancient tribe is Ji Yufei. He is also Miss Xun'er's ex-husband. I wonder how strong he is. Don't you even think about it. Brother Lei Dong can deal with Ji Yufei with just one finger. Is that one finger too many? Brother Lei Dong is a half-saint, and those who are less than a half-saint can be destroyed with just one thought. The surrounding Lei clan children insulted Ji Yufei, but Lei Dong frowned slightly and looked unhappy. Ji Yufei, he whispered the name softly in his heart, with a bit of teasing and contempt in his eyes, but more of a bit of jealousy. He knew that Ji Yufei was Xun'er's ex-wife, and Ji Yufei was Xun'er's first husband. After all, the two of them are called husband and wife, so it is inevitable in daily life. Thinking of this, Lei Dong's eyes were a bit cold, but they softened in the next second. Fortunately, he already knew that although Xun'er had been married, she was still innocent. Lei Dong once had the opportunity to look at Xun'er. At that time, Xun'er's clear and bright eyes, as well as her beauty that could make the world eclipse, and the feeling of 1,000 years, deeply fascinated Lei Dong. So even if Xun'er has been married once, he doesn't care. As long as he can be with Xun'er, everything is enough. Xun'er, I heard that Lei Dong is crazy about you, you are so lucky. Being a half-saint at such an age and the heir to the Thunder Clan's clan leader, if you marry him, you will become the clan leader's wife in the future. Madam, the leader of the Thunder Clan, what an honor that is. Xun'er also learned about the arrival of the Thunder Clan's envoys and the purpose of their trip, but she never cared about it. I just heard some women in the clan say some words of envy for me, but Xun'er didn't think so. It is true that reaching the semi-saint level at the age of 30 is already a genius. But this talent is nothing in Xun'er's eyes. At least compared to Ji Yufei, Lei Dong is not as good as Ji Yufei. Age is an irreversible gap. No matter how powerful Lei Dong is, he can't change the fact that he is 30 years old. But Ji Yufei is only 22 years old this year, and Lei Dong is 7 or 8 years older than him. The 7 or 8 year age gap only widened the gap. Xun'er felt that with Ji Yufei's talent, his achievements would be higher than those of Lei Dong at the same age. It doesn't even take that long. He was already a 4-star Dou Zong when I was in seclusion. Now that I have stepped into the Dou Zong, he must not be too weak. Xun'er unconsciously clenched her fists, wanting to fight with Ji Yufei. Of course, Lei Dong's proposal of marriage this time always gave Xun'er a sense of superiority. You have excellent people around you to pursue you, and I am not bad either. Thunder Clan people are a little arrogant. What can you do if you are arrogant? You can't let the elders of the clan teach them a lesson just because they are competing with each other, right? We are indeed inferior in skills. Ji Yu Qingyong had a helpless smile on his face, and Ji Yu Yao and Ji Yu Zhen beside him also looked embarrassed. Occasionally, Thunder Clan disciples would pass by, but they were too embarrassed to look at each other. It turns out that when the younger generation of the Lei clan first arrived at the ancient clan, they threatened to compete with the youths of the ancient clan and said that they had no rivals in the ancient clan. The young people of the ancient tribe are also the proud sons of heaven, and this is their home court. There is no reason to swallow their anger when they are humiliated like this. As a result, a large number of young people from the ancient tribe swarmed out to compete with the children of the Lei tribe. Top geniuses such as Ji Yu Yao and Ji Yu Qingyong also came to support them, and they could not let the ancient clan lose face. At the beginning, it was just ordinary children of the family competing against each other. Both sides had their wins and losses, and the confrontation was quite entertaining. The whole scene was filled with fierce confrontation. This situation only lasted until Lei Dong appeared. Lei Dong came as a semi-saint and completely swept the young talents of the ancient clan. After all, the semi-saint has the word, saint, in his name, and a group of Dozun are no match for him. Seeing that none of the family members could resist, Ji Qingyong, as the strongest person on the scene, could only bite the bullet and fight. In the end, there was no suspense. In front of the semi-saint, Ji Qingyong had no chance of winning and was defeated miserably. Even you lost. Who else can be his opponent? Ji Zhen sighed and shook his head. Are our generation of ancient clan youth going to be completely trampled under the feet of the children of the Lei clan? Ji Yao looked at Lei Dong, who was enjoying the cheers with pride, and his heart was full of unwillingness. The expression in Ji Qingyong's eyes kept changing, and after a long time, it suddenly became clearer. Maybe there is someone who can help us save face. Ji Qingyong said. Who? Ji Zhen asked in confusion. Ji Fei. When everyone heard this name, they suddenly showed a look of realization. Ji Fei usually doesn't like to show off, but his strength is obvious to all. He defeated Ji Qingyong to become the 7th commander. Later, he even challenged all the way and directly became the commander of the Black Annihilation Army. Ji Fei is the real number 1 among the young generation of the Ji clan. I wonder if Ji Fei can beat Lei Dong. Ji Qingyong's eyes were full of expectation, hoping that Ji Fei could win back the face for the Ji clan. Chapter 157. 44.7%. But when it comes to this, Ji Fei is only a Dozun, and Ji Qingyong doesn't have much confidence in facing the powerful semi-saint Lei Dong. No matter if he can beat it or not, how will you know if you don't give it a try? Ji Yao said directly, and after saying that, he stood up and prepared to look for Ji Fei. Ever since that leadership competition, Ji Yao had admired Ji Fei very much and regarded Ji Fei as the goal he pursued in his life. In his heart, Ji Fei is the well-deserved number 1 among the younger generation. Anyway, let's try it first. Ji Qingyong followed Ji Yao and galloped towards the mountain peak where Ji Fei was. The mountain peak where Ji Fei is located. Ziyan's absorption of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit has come to an end, and she no longer needs Ji Fei's help. Ji Fei had a day of leisure to replenish a little of the energy he had consumed in the previous month. When Ziyan comes out of seclusion this time, she will look completely different. Ji Fei looked at Ziyan, who was still absorbing energy, and smiled softly as he recalled the mature girl he had briefly met in the Dan world. After completely absorbing the Dragon and Phoenix origin fruit, Ziyan will grow up physically. Someone. Ji Fei looked outside, and he felt several figures rushing towards him quickly. Immediately, he appeared above the mountain peak in a flash. Is it the 2 of them? After Ji Fei saw the identity of the visitor, there was a trace of doubt in his eyes. What are you doing here in such a hurry? Ji Qingyong, Ji Yao, and Ji Zhen heard this and looked at each other with helpless smiles. It's embarrassing to say that the Thunder Clan's envoy came to visit the ancient clan, and their younger generation challenged our youth, but none of us are any match for a person named Lei Dong. His strength has now reached a semi-saint level. Half-saint. Ji Fei's eyes twitched. The strength of the half-saint is absolutely top-notch among the younger generation of the ancient tribe. It is normal for them to lose to the half-saint. So you came here to ask me to take action? Ji Fei asked directly. Yes, after much thought, the only person who can save the face of the ancient clan is you. However, I have no interest in competing for victory. Ji Fei shook his head and declined. He was not the kind of person who liked to show off. He will not challenge anyone unless necessary. Moreover, he might not be able to win against Lei Dong. The gap between the half-saint and the Dozun is like a chasm. Although Ji Fei has a good leapfrog combat ability, Lei Dong is also a genius. The so-called leapfrog combat is just against some ordinary level experts. Moreover, during this period of time, he continued to refine the Dragon and Phoenix crystals for Ziyan. He was quite tired, and in poor condition, his chances of winning were even smaller. Ji Qingyong and Ji Yao stood there with ugly expressions. The original worry that Ji Fei would lose to Lei Dong was obviously unnecessary, because Ji Fei had no intention of taking action at all. Ji Fei, it concerns the face of the younger generation of our ancient tribe. No matter what, we should fight for it. Ji Qingyong wanted to fight for it again. Brother Qingyong, I really have no intention of disappointing you. Ji Yuzhen looked unhappy when he saw Ji Yufei being so decisive and not even giving him a chance. I have long heard that Ji Yufei of the ancient clan is a rare talent. I wonder if I will have a chance to compete today. This voice is very familiar to Ji Yuqingyong and others, but it is unfamiliar to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei looked towards the sky, and a group of people wearing silver shirts appeared. The leader looked down at Ji Yufei and said nothing, but there were countless mouths chattering beside him. I don't dare to challenge. Is it because I'm afraid? The ancient clan's first genius is nothing more than that. Ha 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 ha, he's just a fighting master. Compared with brother Lei Dong, he has no chance of winning. He's just being wise if he doesn't fight. After all, why bother to humiliate himself? According to what you say, I would like to call him a hero, because he who knows the current affairs is a hero. The children of the Lei clan kept taunting Ji Yufei, and some even directly insulted Ji Yufei, hoping to anger Ji Yufei. As long as Ji Yufei chooses to fight, Lei Dong's goal will be achieved. With the arrival of the children of the Thunder clan, the entire mountain peak immediately became lively. Children of the ancient tribe kept coming to watch, and even Xun'er was watching from a distance. They all wanted to see how Ji Yufei would face this predicament. After all, the gap in cultivation was there. If he faced it, Ji Yufei didn't have much chance of winning. But if he didn't face it, Ji Yufei would be in trouble this time. Let's face. This is Lei Dong's conspiracy. Listening to those people irritating Ji Yufei, the little medical fairy and Kair both frowned. They were all worried about Ji Yufei. After all, Ji Yufei was too tired a month ago and he must not be in a good condition now. They want to help Ji Yufei, but their strength is low. How can they help her? Brother Ji Yufei, you better not agree today, wait until you regain your energy. The little medical fairy and Kair stepped forward and held Ji Yufei's hand, hoping that he would not agree. Both women were stunning beauties. After their appearance, they immediately aroused some jealous glances. The people of the Thunder clan did not expect that Ji Yufei could be so beautiful. Don't worry, I'm measured. Ji Yufei smiled at the two women, and then his eyes fell on Lei Dong. Obviously, Lei Dong was the initiator of this incident. Half-saint. A half-saint is not a true saint yet. Ji Yufei looked directly at Lei Dong, not feeling the slightest fear because of Lei Dong's strength. This calmness shocked Lei Dong, and he couldn't help but look up to Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei, do you dare to fight me? Ji Yufei's neither humble nor arrogant aroused Lei Dong's inner fighting spirit, so he no longer suppressed it and directly declared war on Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei was not afraid. Since he had already fought to his doorstep, how could he not fight? Just as he was about to step forward to fight, a cold and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. If you want to challenge brother Ji Yufei, you must first pass this level. As the voice fell, a purple gold light suddenly shot up from the bamboo building. Immediately afterwards, a graceful figure walked out slowly in the purple gold light, and the terrifying pressure approached step by step with the footsteps. The woman who appeared was wearing a purple gold dress. On the dress, dragons and phoenixes danced, as if alive, revealing an unconcealable noble aura. Her body was tall and her long purple hair poured down like a waterfall, spreading over her slender waist, and then hanging down to her perky buttocks. The woman was extremely beautiful. Her purple eyes had turned into purple gold, mysterious and charming. Under the gaze of these purple gold eyes, it seemed as if even the heaven and earth were succumbing to them. Ziyan was no longer the little girl she was before. She had completely changed into a mature girl who was stunningly beautiful. Everyone was distracted by Ziyan's noble aura, and then their eyes suddenly focused on her back. There, a pair of purple gold wings about 10 feet long were gently flapping. As the wings vibrated, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder, shocking people's hearts. Is this Ziyan? Kair felt the familiar aura on the woman and was a little distracted. When Xiao Yixian learned that she was Ziyan, she looked at Ziyan in shock. This woman did have a lot of Ziyan's flavor. In addition to maturity, so fast, I thought I would have to wait a few more days. Although Ji Yufei had expected Ziyan's changes, he couldn't help but be stunned after seeing this huge contrast again. Does it look good? Ziyan looked at Ji Yufei and cast a charming look at her. This girl looks grown up, but she is still the little girl at heart. In the sky, Lei Dong looked at Ziyan who suddenly appeared, and his face was very ugly. Because he could feel that Ziyan's strength was several times stronger than his, and this aura was almost the same as the two elders from the Thunder clan. Could it be that she is a Dou Sheng, and at least reached the 3-star level? Lei Dong's heart was under pressure, and at this moment, Ziyan's eyes swept towards him. Just now, who said he wanted to challenge brother Ji Yufei? He is half my master. If you want to challenge my master, fight with me first. Chapter 158. After Ziyan finished speaking, the tyrannical aura raged again, bringing terrifying pressure to everyone present. Her purpose is to deter those nasty people who dared to come here to cause trouble for Ji Yufei. The wings of the sky phoenix, the body of the giant dragon. This is the bloodline of the ancient dragon and phoenix. My ancient dragon clan is about to rise. Zhu Li Lao burst into tears and was so excited that he even knelt down. The Lion King also knelt down subconsciously because of his Warcraft bloodline. The ancient dragon and phoenix were the absolute supreme beasts. In ancient times, as long as they did not die young, they would definitely become the 9-star fighting saint in the future. Even the ancient heavenly phoenix couldn't bear the pressure of this bloodline and had to bow down. Isn't she the little girl who was with Ji Yufei before? Why did she suddenly become so strong? Xun'er was shocked when she saw Ziyan emerging from the sky in the distance. Xun'er has a particularly deep memory of this lively and cute little girl beside Ji Yufei. She had fought against Ziyan before and was surprised by Ziyan's strength. However, she remembered that before the retreat, Ziyan was just a fighting emperor. How come it has only been more than a year since she became a fighting saint? Looking at her aura, she shouldn't be from the ancient clan. Why is she so strong? I think she is even younger than Ji Yufei, but she is already a fighting saint. The onlookers were all amazed at Ziyan's strength. The newly promoted fighting saint was rippling in the ancient world. Ji Yuan and Ji Yulai sensed this terrifying aura early on and looked towards this place one after another. Although I knew that this little girl would have a great opportunity, I didn't expect that she would be so strong, and she would be promoted to the fighting saint. In the distance, Ji Yufei's grandfather Ji Yulai secretly smacked his lips, marveling at Ziyan's opportunity. I'm afraid even the 9th grade elixir cannot match this effect. Beside him, Ji Yuan smiled helplessly. Although the 9th grade elixir is powerful, there is no way for a Duzong to directly rise to Dou Sheng. Such an opportunity is hard to find in the world. However, they cannot envy this opportunity that only belongs to the Warcraft clan. Boy, is that you? Ziyan's eyes fell on Lei Dong, the leader of the Lei clan's children. Lei Dong was obviously the leader of this group of people. Being stared directly at by Ziyan, Lei Dong felt that the hairs all over his body were standing on end. The power of thunder on the surface of the body was suppressed into the body, and he was too afraid to appear again. Lei Dong had only seen such terrifying power in angry Lei clan elders. Lei Dong's arrogant attitude when he first arrived has all subsided. The next moment, with an apology on his face, Lei Dong bowed to Ziyan and said, "Senior, this junior was originally looking for brother Ji Yufei to discuss matters. I didn't expect to alarm you. Please forgive me." Lei Dong is proud, but not stupid. Now if he dares to provoke Ziyan, Ziyan will give him a beating. Moreover, even if he was beaten, the elders of the clan would not come forward. Brother Ji Yufei is not in the mood to compete with you, so get out of here. After Ziyan finished speaking, she waved her jade hand, and an invisible force swept across them. Lei Dong and others were knocked down into the sky, and they were all in a very embarrassed state. Lei Dong had an ugly expression on his face when he got up, but he didn't say anything more, turned around and hurriedly left with a few children of the Thunder clan. It's a good thing for this kid Lei Dong to suffer a loss. It will make him more motivated. Yes, after being stimulated like this, he will only work harder. As early as when Ziyan came out of seclusion, the elders of the Thunder clan noticed it. They were worried that there was any danger from Lei Dong and rushed to the scene immediately and witnessed with their own eyes what had just happened. Regardless of status, with Ziyan's current cultivation level, these Thunder clan elders must be treated equally, and even some of the elders are not as strong as her. It is not convenient for them to take part in the dispute between the younger generations, so they can only let Lei Dong have a long memory. Seeing that all the people gathered on the mountain had left, Ziyan restrained her fighting spirit, and the visions of heaven and earth immediately restrained, and she flew down in front of Ji Yufei, the little medical fairy and others. The reason why she took a strong move to drive everyone away was because of Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei spent a lot of money refining the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit for her, and he has not fully recovered yet. So she didn't want others to disturb Ji Yufei. Ziyan looked at Ji Yufei in front of her with a proud expression on her face. For this reason, she deliberately released some of her powerful aura and said proudly, "Brother Ji Yufei, now I am stronger than you. Oh, from now on, it will be my turn to protect you." After Ziyan finished speaking, she waved her little fist, showing off her old ladylike demeanor in Canaan College. At this moment, Ziyan has an adult face and an amazing figure. Although her face is similar to the previous face, her temperament has changed greatly. When she heard Ziyan's sincere words, Ji Yufei smiled unconsciously. Okay, Ji Yufei happily agreed, and Ziyan was also very happy. Ziyan's promotion speed is too terrifying. Xun'er, the little medical fairy and others came to Ziyan's side. They thought that Ziyan would improve a lot, but they never thought that Ziyan would directly be promoted to Dou Qi. Even Ji Yufei was far away from that level. It is no exaggeration to say that one can reach the sky in one step. Far away on the mountain peak, Xun'er looked at Ji Yufei's bamboo house with reluctant eyes, feeling very complicated in her heart. In terms of talent, she looked down upon Lei Dong, thinking that Lei Dong was not as good as Ji Yufei. But after all, Lei Dong is a few years older than Ji Yufei and has practiced for a few more years. In terms of current strength, Lei Dong is much stronger than Ji Yufei. She originally hoped that Lei Dong would come and defeat Ji Yufei in public, dampening his spirit, but she didn't expect Ziyan to suddenly appear and even make Ji Yufei stand out. Because, the Dou Qi strongman that everyone feared was like a well-behaved little sister in front of Ji Yufei. Under this strong contrast, the sense of superiority she had previously felt because of the pursuit of a high-quality young man like Lei Dong disappeared. In terms of quality, Ziyan crushed Lei Dong. Not only was she stronger than Lei Dong, but her talent was also much stronger than Lei Dong. After all, Ziyan looked much younger than Ji Yufei. Crack, a crisp sound suddenly came from behind everyone, the door of the bamboo building was opened, and Xianxia came out of the bamboo building. "Daddy, I just felt a strong force, what happened?" Xianxia walked out, and Xun'er lifted the previous ban. The terrifying power of Ziyan Dou Qi, the ban set by Xun'er obviously couldn't block it. Xianxia quickly ran to Ji Yufei, and Ji Yufei picked her up and looked at Ziyan. "It's your sister Ziyan who has made a breakthrough. She is now very powerful, even more powerful than Daddy. From now on, you will need Sister Ziyan to protect you." Sister Ziyan, Xianxia looked at Ziyan suspiciously, and compared her appearance with her memory for a long time before she was sure that it was indeed Ziyan. "Daddy, is this really Sister Ziyan? How come she grows up so fast? I also want to grow up quickly. Can Sister Ziyan teach me?" Xiaoxianli's childish voice sounded. "Why do you want to grow up so much?" Ziyan was amused by Xiaoxianl. "When you grow up, you can protect Daddy like Sister Ziyan." Xiaoxianl looked hopeful. "Daddy doesn't need your protection, I just hope you grow up happily." Chapter 159. Ji Yufei felt warm in his heart. He touched Xiaoxianli's face, looked at Xianxia and Xun'er, and felt very satisfied. The happiest thing in the world is that the family is together happily. Nothing is more important than this. Friend Ji Yufei, you have given me a great opportunity this time. You are a great benefactor of my dragon clan. If I can use it in the future, the dragon clan will definitely support me with all their strength. Zhu Li came over excitedly to thank him. "You are too kind. Ziyan is my friend. I helped her without thinking about any return." Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head. Next, after Xianxia, Xun'er, and Qinglin congratulated Ziyan on her breakthrough to Dou Qi, Ji Yufei continued to rest and recover his energy. After absorbing some energy from the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, Ji Yufei felt that he was only one step away from the 9-star Dou Zun. He originally planned to start the breakthrough after a sleep. Unexpectedly, after sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights in a row, Ji Yufei woke up and found that he had directly broken through to the 9-star Dou Zun. It would be great if I could keep breaking through while sleeping. After waking up, Ji Yufei, who was full of energy, felt the energy in his body and smiled. "I don't know when I can become a saint." Because of Ziyan's breakthrough, Ji Yufei's heart was also ignited with a fire, and he was getting closer and closer to the semi-saint. Ziyan became a Dou Sheng, and Ji Yufei couldn't wait to step into that realm. Then launch the final charge to the realm that no one can come after. Ji Yufei also knows that the gap between the 9-star Dou Zun and the semi-saint or even the Dou Sheng is extremely huge. Because, in order to achieve the semi-saint, you still need to go through the arduous process of 9 turns to become a saint. Compress and condense Dou Qi 9 times. Many people stay at this stage throughout their lives, and finally die of depression. This kind of thing can't be rushed. Ji Yufei restrained his breath, stopped checking his body, stood up and walked outside the main building. Yesterday, Xiao Yixian told him that in order to welcome the arrival of the Thunder Clan delegation, the Ji Yu clan prepared a banquet and invited Ji Yufei to attend. Ji Yufei was reluctant to go, but the invitation letter had been delivered to his doorstep, so it would be bad not to go. After packing up, Ji Yufei ran to the banquet. On the way there, Ji Yufei heard some rumors about the purpose of the banquet, but he didn't care about them, so he didn't listen much. After arriving at the banquet, all the children of the Lei clan had arrived. Lei Dong was sitting in the front row and saw Ji Yufei's arrival. He first looked behind Ji Yufei to make sure that Ziyan hadn't come, and then looked at Ji Yufei with a gloomy look. Ji Yufei glanced at Lei Dong lightly and also noticed his slightly hostile look. But he didn't care, found his seat and sat down. Xun'er's eyes also fell on Ji Yufei, and her eyes were very complicated. There was reluctance, confusion, loss, and some reluctance. Ji Yufei never looked at her from beginning to end, which made Xun'er feel like falling into an abyss. Yes, the women around her are all so outstanding. It seems that I am not missing one. Flowers are fragrant and butterflies come. I must become more outstanding. Xun'er thought silently in her heart, unconsciously clenching her fists. Compared with the complex emotions of the younger generation, the elders of the Thunder Clan who were present looked at Ji Yufei with admiration. Ji Yufei was already a 9-star Dou Zun in his 20s. This talent was even more terrifying than Lei Dong at the beginning, and the people around him were even more terrifying. Shortly after Ji Yufei arrived, Ji Yuan, Ji Yulai and other elders of the ancient clan also entered the venue. Haha, the ancient clan and the Thunder Clan have not communicated for more than 10 years. This time, you must have a good time. After everyone arrived, Ji Yuan welcomed the arrival of the Thunder Clan elders. After both sides praised each other, the banquet officially began. At the beginning of the banquet, the decisive character of the people of the Thunder Clan was fully demonstrated. Just after Ji Yuan finished his polite words, an elder of the Thunder Clan stood up and said, "Chief Ji Yuan, we came here to propose marriage for Lei Dong. This is the gift from our Thunder Clan." After the elder of the Thunder Clan finished speaking, a large number of boxes filled with rare treasures appeared. I wonder who the Thunder Clan wants to propose marriage to this time? Ji Yulai asked. Of course it is Miss Xun'er, the daughter of Chief Ji Yuan. The elder of the Thunder Clan said. As soon as this was said, it immediately caused a booing in the audience. They were not surprised, but their expressions were really like this. This news had actually spread a few days ago. The elders of the Ji Yu clan and Ji Yuan had long known the intention of the Thunder Clan, and many elders felt that with Lei Dong's excellence, it would be a good choice to match Xun'er. Ji Yuan asked just now just to go through the process and prevent accidents. Otherwise, if the other party changed his mind, he, Xun'er and the Thunder Clan would not be able to get off the stage. Xun'er, what do you mean? Ji Yuan naturally would not agree directly. He doted on his daughter very much, so he naturally had to consult her opinion. Xun'er's attention had been on Ji Yufei before. When she heard Ji Yuan's question, she stood up and refused without hesitation. Father, I only like Ji Yufei. In this life, I only want to be Ji Yufei's wife again. In my opinion, Ji Yufei is the best person in the world. Hearing these words, Ji Yufei frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Xun'er would declare her feelings in public like this. The people of the Lei clan had just proposed marriage, and Xun'er's words could be said to be completely disregarding the face of the Lei clan, and even pressed the Lei clan's face to the ground and rubbed it. Lei Dong felt that his face was a little red at this moment, and he was angry in his heart. As soon as Xun'er finished speaking, everyone in the Thunder Clan frowned and looked at her. Ji Yuan did not expect Xun'er to refuse so bluntly. His eyes stayed on Xun'er and then looked at Ji Yufei, frowning. He was not worried about offending the Thunder Clan, but he did not expect Xun'er to be like this now. Ji Yuan remembered that before Xun'er and Ji Yufei got married, the situation was exactly the opposite of now. Now it has completely reversed. Xun'er, we all know that Ji Yufei is very talented, even the best talent in the Ji clan, but there are people who are better than you, and there are always things that are better than you. You don't have to be so sure about anything. There must always be room for maneuver. An elder of the Ji clan stepped forward to smooth things over. Ji Yulai looked a little embarrassed on the side. The matter involved his grandson Ji Yufei, and he really couldn't say anything. Xun'er didn't take the elder's advice seriously and continued, there may not be people who are better than you, and there may not be heavens that are better than you. Ji Yufei's talent is the best of his time, and no one can compare to him. In my heart, he is the best. Xun'er said this again, and Lei Dong finally couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up, and his fighting spirit surged. If he didn't restrain himself, he would go straight to Ji Yufei. HMPH, he is the best person. He is just a coward hiding behind a woman. Lei Dong stood up and said very unconvinced. Obviously, he felt that his semi-saint cultivation was better than Ji Yufei. A few days ago, he could have defeated Ji Yufei in public, but Ziyan who suddenly appeared stole his limelight. If it was just Ji Yufei, how could he let himself leave in disgrace? Ji Yufei looked at Lei Dong indifferently, not wanting to argue with him. But Xun'er didn't intend to give up. Lei Dong, do you think your talent is amazing? Do you think you can be compared with Ji Yufei? Let me ask you, how old are you this year? I'm afraid you are almost 30 years old. You are almost 30 years old, but you have barely reached the level of a half-saint. What was your cultivation level when you were 22 years old? Xun'er asked a series of questions. Chapter 160. Lei Dong, at that time, you must have just entered Duzun for the first time. How do you compare with brother Ji Yufei? Xun'er's question echoed in the hall. As she finished speaking, Lei Dong's face became very ugly as he stood up. The two Thunder Clan elders quickly looked at Lei Dong, worried that the hot-tempered Lei Dong would not be able to control his temper and cause unnecessary trouble. However, what Xun'er said does make sense. After all, when Lei Dong was at Ji Yufei's current age, he had just entered Dozun, while Ji Yufei had already reached 9-star Dozun. Comparing the two, his talent was superior. At this moment, even Ji Yufei couldn't help but look at Xun'er one more time. However, when he remembered some things that had happened before, Ji Yufei's mood gradually returned to calm. He really didn't want to have too much contact with such a capricious woman. Who knows if she will treat herself the same way she treats Lei Dong today. Ji Yuan, Ji Yulai and others were all well aware of Lei Dong and Ji Yufei's talents. But it seemed inappropriate to question him in public. The Lei clan came to the ancient clan to propose marriage this time, and they came with full sincerity, and they always had to take into account the family's face. Haha, Xun'er, everyone has his or her own circumstances. Some people practice slowly at the beginning but then become faster later. Some people practice quickly at the beginning but later slowly. Everything is unknown. Lei Dong's future achievements may not be as good as Ji Yufei's. What's more, this time the Lei clan came to our ancient world as guests. What you are doing now is really not the way our ancient clan treats guests. With a smile on his face, Ji Yuan persuaded Xun'er to stop acting willfully. Oh, Xun'er sat down again and glanced at Ji Yufei's position. Even at this moment, the hall was noisy to the point of almost quarreling. As one of the parties involved, Ji Yufei still sat there drinking like a normal person, and smacked his lips from time to analyze the taste of the wine. All this scene was seen by Lei Dong. Lei Dong had been called a genius since he was born. How could he have ever received such an insult? Even though the person who caused the trouble was Xun'er, he transferred his anger to Ji Yufei. In his opinion, what Ji Yuan just said was not directed at him. He only said that because he was a guest and to take care of the Thunder Clan's face. He was not recognized, which made him even more angry. He looked at Ji Yufei, who had nothing to do with him, and his suppressed emotions burst out instantly. The next moment, he laughed loudly and said, "What Patriarch Ji Yuan said is right, one has to cultivate and mediate with fate. What will happen in the future has not happened yet, so who can tell clearly? However, I am confident that since I am stronger than Ji Yufei now, I will be stronger than him in the future. If he dares to compete with me, I will suppress his cultivation to the peak of Dou Zun today, but I don't know if he dares to accept the challenge. Having said this, Lei Dong faced Ji Yufei directly and said sarcastically, Ji Yufei, don't you want to continue to be a coward? If you know how to hide behind women and elders all your life, you are destined to achieve nothing in your life. No matter how good your talent is, what's the use? It's just an eggshell that will break when you touch it. What Lei Dong said now was pure provocation. No matter how calm Ji Yufei was, he was still frowning at this moment. The other party has already scolded me in public. If I don't respond, I will really not be able to gain a foothold in the ancient clan in the future. Ji Yufei's eyes changed. The previous indifference disappeared and became fierce. He looked at Lei Dong with cold eyes. His aura was no weaker than the angry Lei Dong. Just when Ji Yufei was about to say, if you want to fight, then fight. You don't need to suppress your cultivation. A terrifying coercion swept across the hall. Presumptuous. A dull voice sounded. Although this voice was very plain, no one dared to ignore it. The coercion contained in these two simple words made everyone present change their expressions, and they felt as if there was a weight of 10,000 kilograms on their bodies. Because the person who spoke was none other than the patriarch of the ancient clan, Ji Yuan. In Ji Yuan's heart, he also agreed with Xun'er's words and always regarded Ji Yufei as the future successor of the ancient tribe. How could he allow a foreigner to act like this in his own territory? The Lei clan is a guest, and the purpose of coming here is to propose marriage to Xun'er. Xun'er's stern refusal would be out of etiquette, so Ji Yuan will deal with it to save the Lei clan's face. But Lei Dong actually directly pointed at Ji Yufei and scolded him at the scene. When did the people of his ancient clan get the turn of his Lei clan to reprimand him? What's more, he was sarcastic in provoking the future successor of the ancient clan. He has given ThunderClan face. But Lei Dong's actions did not take his ancient clan seriously at all. Ji Yuan would not get used to treating such a junior who lacked etiquette and was not his own daughter. Ji Yuan's aura, even Ziyan, who burst out with the aura of a 3-star fighting saint 2 days ago, was just like a child in front of him. The two elders of the Lei clan also realized that something was wrong. Lei Dong's behavior at this kind of banquet between the two tribes was completely provoking the ancient tribe. They quickly apologized and reprimanded Lei Dong. Clan Chief Ji Yuan, please don't get angry. Lei Dong doesn't know etiquette. Please forgive me, Chief Ji Yuan. The young man was so angry and competitive that he was confused for a moment and said what he just said. It was just a dispute between the younger generation and he had no intention of being disrespectful to the ancient clan. Please forgive me, Chief Ji Yuan. Lei Dong, why don't you apologize to Patriarch Ji Yuan quickly? If Ji Yuanruo was really angry, the consequences would be unimaginable. The elders of the Lei clan did not dare to test the dragon's power and quickly urged Lei Dong to apologize. Lei Dong turned pale under Ji Yuan's powerful pressure. He felt like a beast with its bloody mouth opened wide was in front of him, and he was in his mouth. As soon as the other party closed his mouth, the fangs would tear him into pieces immediately. Patriarch Ji Yuan, please forgive me. Just now, Lei Dong was reckless. Lei Dong's face was pale and he bowed to apologize. He tried his best to suppress his will to crawl to Ji Yuan so that he could still stand up. Facing Ji Yuan's words, Lei Dong had to hold back even if he was unwilling in his heart. At this time, another party, Ji Yufei, continued to drink because Ji Yuan spoke up. From beginning to end, he did not say a word, but people kept speaking up for him. In the hall, after Lei Dong admitted his mistake, Ji Yuan did not continue to pursue it. After all, he was just a junior, and he only needed to establish his authority. After this turmoil, the banquet immediately became much quieter. The children of the Thunder clan drank in silence. Xun'er's eyes occasionally swept over Ji Yufei, but Ji Yufei never looked at her again. The elders of the Thunder clan knew that the marriage proposal was hopeless, and even angered Ji Yuan, the chief of the ancient clan. So, after staying for a while, they found a reason to say goodbye to Ji Yuan. Chief Ji Yuan, we're leaving. The two elders of the Thunder clan hurriedly ended the banquet and left with the younger generation. However, before leaving, Lei Dong couldn't help but look at Xun'er. It happened that Xun'er's eyes fell on Ji Yufei at this time. Seeing Xun'er's eyes, Lei Dong couldn't help but clench his fists. When I return from the training in the Thunder Pool, I will definitely prove to everyone who is the real #1 prodigy. Before leaving, Lei Dong clenched his fists and his eyes were very firm. Chapter 161. This banquet was originally prepared to welcome the Thunder Clan delegation. Now that everyone in the Thunder Clan has left, the banquet itself has no meaning. Ji Yufei didn't want to waste time here, so he looked at Ji Yulai not far away. "Grandpa, my grandson will go back first." Ji Yufei smiled and saluted Ji Yulai, who also smiled and nodded. Next, Ji Yufei looked at Ji Yuan again, and after saying goodbye to Ji Yuan, he left the hall. Ji Yufei left without hesitation, looking straight in the direction of departure, without giving any extra eyes to other people. This made Xun'er, who had originally expected something, feel extremely lonely. She thought that Ji Yufei would be moved by her performance today, but the expected scene did not appear. Ji Yufei did not change his attitude towards her because she stood up. He still treated her so coldly, like a stranger. Is there really no chance? Xun'er watched Ji Yufei leave the hall, her eyes full of unwillingness. Feeling aggrieved, she almost cried, but in front of everyone in the ancient clan, she held back her tears. Ji Yufei started the conversation, and the rest of the people left. Some people who were close to Xun'er wanted to say hello to her when they left, but found that she was very depressed and lowered her head, and her mood was even a little dark. Everyone didn't dare to ask more, so they could only leave in disappointment. Alas, why are you doing this? In the hall, as everyone left, Ji Yuan looked at his precious daughter's lonely look and felt very distressed, but he could do nothing about it. Xun'er was indeed wrong at the beginning. But she obviously liked Ji Yufei, why did she? Although Ji Yuan felt sorry for his daughter, he felt that Ji Yufei's behavior was justified. What if Ji Yufei accepted her, and she did something capricious in the future, which man could bear it? Xun'er was his precious daughter after all, he would not point fingers at Xun'er. Some things needed Xun'er to figure out by herself, in order to truly solve the problem. You and Ji Yufei have separated, he already has a wife, you are also a very good person, the future is limitless. Father, you won't understand. Xun'er interrupted Ji Yuan without waiting for him to finish. In this life, no matter what, I must get Ji Yufei back. Xun'er left a word and left alone, leaving Ji Yuan alone. Ji Yuan watched the stubborn Xun'er leave, his eyes changing constantly. I hope you can really repent, maybe there are still some opportunities. After leaving the banquet, Ji Yufei flew directly back to the top of the mountain. Daddy is back. Ji Yufei had just landed on the top of the mountain when Xianxia saw him, ran over quickly, and threw herself into Ji Yufei's arms. Ji Yufei also picked up Xianxia and spun her around in the air. Slow down, don't throw Xianxia out. Xianxia came forward and said, you underestimate me too much, after all, I am a Dou Zun. Ji Yufei laughed. Xianxia naturally knew that Ji Yufei would never throw Xianxia out, but as a mother and wife, she was just joking to adjust the atmosphere. Where are Ziyan and the others? Ji Yufei asked. Sister Ziyan said she was going to get some delicious food, and she hasn't come back yet. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, the space next to Ji Yufei suddenly cracked, and a purple figure jumped out of it. Xianxia, do you miss me? Look, what delicious food I brought you. Ziyan walked out of the void, took out a handful of colorful fruits and handed them to Xianxia. Ji Yufei took a look and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. What Ziyan took out were all high-level spiritual medicines, probably stolen from the ancient world medicine garden. Her strength has become stronger, and she can really do anything. Quickly make some sugar pills for me. Ziyan took out a bunch of spiritual medicines and handed them to Ji Yufei. Although she has grown up in appearance, she is still the little Ziyan in her heart. Although refining can remove the dross, with your current strength, you can easily remove the dross. Zhu Li whispered on the side. Ziyan glanced at Zhu Li lightly and muttered, this thing is so bitter, I don't want to eat it raw, I want to eat sweet. Ji Yufei looked at this piece of rare herbs and knew that a piece of medicine field had been plundered by Ziyan. Ziyan broke through the Dou Sheng, and her spatial ability became stronger. This ability was like a god for her to find medicinal materials. With the return of Ziyan and Ji Yufei, the whole mountain immediately entered a state of joy, and some of Ji Yufei's previous troubles also disappeared with laughter. This joy did not last too long, and Zhu Li's face gradually showed some sorrow. After Ji Yufei discovered the change in Zhu Li's state, Zhu Li also told Ji Yufei directly. Ziyan has entered Dou Sheng after absorbing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. The Dragon Clan is now divided into pieces, and the appearance of the Dragon Emperor is urgently needed to help the ancient Dragon Clan unify and revitalize. So, I plan to take Ziyan back to the ancient Dragon Island to inherit the position of the Dragon Emperor. Zhu Li stated his purpose. Obviously, he was very anxious and eager to see the ancient Dragon Clan unified. The longer the ancient Dragon Clan is divided, the greater the internal weakening of the Dragon Clan will be. This is something that the elders of Zhu Li's faction do not want to see. Elder Zhu Li, Ziyan is now in the late stage of 3-star Dusheng, and there is still some residual power of the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Why not wait until she breaks through to the 4-star Dusheng before going back? Zhu Li fell silent after hearing this. Combined with the current situation of the ancient Dragon Clan, he was also tangled in his heart. Ziyan is the hope of the ancient Dragon Clan's unification. She must not have any accidents. You know the situation of the ancient Dragon Clan best. Can Ziyan really solve the problem if she goes back now? Ji Yufei tried to keep her because he knew that the 3 Dragon Kings would most likely attack Ziyan under the instigation of the Northern Dragon King. Even if Ziyan reached the 4-star Dusheng, she would not be able to defeat the 3 Dragon Kings. What's more, in the original work, the Northern Dragon King was so crazy for the position of Dragon King that he did not hesitate to collude with the Dragon Clan's mortal enemy, the Heavenly Demon Phoenix Clan. In the end, he also used the Dragon Transformation Magic Array to harm the ancient Dragon Clan. Huang Tian, the leader of the Sky Demon Phoenix Clan, has reached the level of a 5-star Dou Sheng. The North Dragon King has opened the Dragon Transformation Magic Formation and his level is close to that of a 6-star Dou Sheng. Both of these forces are beyond Ziyan's ability to deal with. If Ziyan goes back without any preparation, it will only put her in danger. And I am only a Dou Zun now. If Ziyan is in danger, I have no ability to help her for the time being. Chapter 162. Although, relying on the power of the ancient clan, Ji Yufei can easily solve those troubles. However, there are clan restrictions between the major ancient clans. Those who have a cultivation level above 4-star Dou Sheng cannot act at will. If the ancient clan makes too much noise, it will inevitably attract the attention of other ancient races. On the surface, the 8 ancient clans behave very harmoniously, but secretly they are suspicious of each other. Once any clan reveals its flaws, it may be attacked by the crowd. The Yan clan, the Lei clan and other races are indeed powerful, but they are not to be feared by the more powerful ancient clans. After all, Ji Yuan, the peak of the 9-star Dou Sheng, is like a magic needle that stabilizes the sea, enough to keep the ancient clan standing. The only one that the ancient clan really fears is the Soul Clan. The patriarch of the Soul Clan is a peak powerhouse of the same level as Ji Yuan, and he also has the help of the 9-star Dou Sheng strength of the void-swallowing flame. Now the plan of the Soul Clan has almost been carried out. Ji Yufei calculated the time in his heart. According to the current timeline, the Soul Clan's plan is almost ready. When the Soul Palace collects enough soul essences for them, the Soul Clan will launch a reckoning against the 8 ancient clans. The Soul Clan, which has been preparing for 1,000 years, is so powerful that even the ancient clan cannot resist it alone. So the ancient clan cannot have any accidents now, and everything must be stable. Moreover, we must try our best to stabilize the situation of the Taishu ancient dragon clan, so that when the war breaks out in the future, the ancient dragon clan will also be a great help. How about this, Elder Zhu Li? You have been out for a while this time, why don't you go back and stabilize the situation on Donghua Island first, but don't explain Ziyan's situation for the time being. Ji Yufei explained to Zhu Li after thinking for a while. Hearing this, Zhu Li frowned slightly, thinking quickly in his heart, as Ji Yufei said, Ziyan's current strength, even if she returns to the clan, it may be difficult to turn the tide. If Ziyan returns to the clan, no matter how much they conceal it, it will inevitably be exposed. After all, there are still a large number of spies sent by the other 3 Dragon Kings on Donghua Island. If the 3 Dragon Kings knew that the royal bloodline had appeared and absorbed the dragon and phoenix origin fruit, they would inevitably covet Ziyan. If the 3 of them chose to take risks, Ziyan might be in danger. What Ji Yufei said was indeed the best way now. Okay, then I'll listen to you. I'm relieved that Ziyan is with you. Zhu Li agreed with Ji Yufei's suggestion. Next, he was ready to leave the ancient world alone and return to Donglong Island. Has Elder Zhu Li left? Not long after Zhu Li left, Ziyan appeared beside Ji Yufei in a flash. Elder Zhu Li has been away for quite a while this time. He must bring back some news to the Taishu ancient dragon clan. You should continue to stay here and improve your strength. Now you are the only hope for the revitalization of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Ji Yufei brought Zhu Li's words before he left to Ziyan. When Ziyan heard this, her eyes, which were originally smiling, became solemn. She understood the mission she was carrying. Now that she has grown up, it is time to take on her own responsibilities. Growing up is a bit troublesome, but as a dragon emperor, you should be the strongest. Ziyan's smile is different from the lively and free-spirited smile in the past. This smile is full of determination. Ziyan, I am really sensible. Ji Yufei looked at Ziyan, who is now tall and slender and has shed her childishness, and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. The time after that returned to peace. Ziyan practiced very hard to refine the remaining energy of the dragon phoenix origin fruit in her body. Ji Yufei accompanied his wife and daughter while striving for cultivation. Next, what stood in front of him was the process of becoming a saint through the 9 transformations. The 9 transformations are actually not complicated. Simply put, they can also be called 9 times of condensation and compression. When a strong man at the peak of Dou Zun has full Dou Qi in his body and can no longer increase it, it is the beginning of the 9 transformations. At this time, he needs to condense and compress all the Dou Qi in his body, and finally make the full body have empty areas that can accommodate new Dou Qi again. And when the Dou Qi is full again, it must continue to condense. Repeat this for 9 times before reaching the great perfection. Soon, a year passed, and Ji Yufei successfully completed the 4th turn. His cultivation level reached the peak of the 4th turn Dou Zun. Such progress in cultivation is simply shocking. At this rate, the 9th turn that ordinary people cannot cross in their lifetime. Ji Yufei can complete it in less than 3 years. And during this year, Ziyan also successfully absorbed all the remaining medicinal power of the dragon phoenix origin fruit and broke through to the 4-star Dou Sheng. Xiao Yixian, Qinglin, Kair and others were not idle either, and their cultivation levels also broke through. What surprised everyone the most was that Kair's belly was getting bigger and bigger. The snake people need to be pregnant for more than 3 years. They will use various natural treasures and their own energy to nourish the fetus in advance. The stronger the energy that the fetus gets, the stronger the talent will be after birth. One day, Kair, who had been pregnant for almost 3 years, finally felt a movement in her abdomen. The baby seems to be coming out. The signs of fetal activity in the abdomen are becoming more and more obvious, indicating that her baby is about to be born. As the birth is approaching, Kair is waiting in the bamboo building, with the midwife in charge, while Ji Yufei and others are anxiously waiting outside the room. Although he has had experience once, Ji Yufei still seems very nervous and is very anxious outside the bamboo building. Sister Kair is finally giving birth. After waiting for so long, I wonder if Sister Kair's baby will be cuter than Xiao Shan'el. Ziyan's eyes widened with anticipation. If it's cuter than Xiao Shan'el, wouldn't you like Xiao Shan'el? Qinglin whispered from the side. Ziyan quickly turned around and covered Qinglin's mouth, making a silent gesture. Shish, don't let Xiao Shan'el hear it, or you won't play with me anymore. After Ziyan said that, she looked around like a little thief. After making sure that Xiao Shan'el was not there, she felt relieved. The fight between Ziyan and Qinglin made Ji Yufei relax a bit. The little medical fairy also stepped forward and held Ji Yufei's hand, asking him to relax. Wow, finally, the anxiety completely subsided with a loud cry. Gave birth. Hearing the noise, Ji Yufei immediately entered the room to check on Kair's condition. Although Kair has now reached Dou Zun cultivation level, the birth of the child still made her extremely weak. Ji Yufei quickly fed her a pill to restore qi and blood. Later, the little medical fairy, Ziyan, Qinglin and others also came in one after another to check on the situation. Born to fight, Lord Skyfire and the Lion King came in last. Naturally, they did not go to Queen Medusa, but looked at the child first. When he saw the child born to Queen Medusa, Lord Skyfire was extremely shocked. This child was born as a Dou Zong. As expected of my young master, my child is still in the late 5th level. The Lion King sighed with emotion. Dou Zong, that is a height that many people cannot reach in their lifetime. But this is the starting point for the little master. Chapter 163. So cute, is it a boy or a girl this time? Ziyan also came to the child. Miss Ziyan, it's a young man. The midwife smiled and replied respectfully. It's a boy, I actually like girls more. Ziyan muttered to herself, her tone seemed a little disappointed, as if she had given birth to a child and was criticizing it. Kair, look at our child, it's a little man. When Kair recovered a little, Ji Yufei wiped the sweat on her face, then took the child from Ziyan and handed it to Kair. My child, the breath of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Kair instantly felt the familiar breath of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python in the child's body. She understood that the reason why the child was born with the power of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python was that he borrowed the power of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python, because the soul of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python had not completely dissipated before, and now it was reborn through the child's body. Have you thought of a name for the little guy? Xianxia suddenly asked at this time. Ji Yufei paused slightly after hearing this, and then he looked at the crying child in his arms and laughed. My child is born a Dou Zong, and he is unparalleled in the world, so I named him Wuxia, Gu Wuxia. How about it? Wuxia. This name is good, it sounds domineering. I hope the little guy will become a man in the future, as good as his father. In the room, everyone called Gu Wuxia affectionately. Wuxia seemed to know that this was his name. After listening to it, he stopped crying and laughed instead. This is the first time I have seen a crying Dou Zong in my life. Ji Yufei looked at Wuxia lovingly. The 2.5-year-old Xianxia was also very happy. Great, I have a younger brother. She ran over with joy, and Xianxia took Xianxia up, so that she could get closer to see Wuxia. On the side, Ziyan saw the happy appearance of Ji Yufei and his family, and her little mouth pouted slightly, muttering in her heart, I also want to give birth to a child for brother Ji Yufei. Soon after Wu Shuang was born, Ji Yufei planned to refine another pill for Wu Shuang. Although Ji Yufei would not do anything to force the growth of seedlings, he could improve the child's physique. And this time, on the day when Ji Yufei's pill was completed, the sky directly fell with 8-color pill thunder. His progress in alchemy is almost the same as his progress in cultivation. While Ji Yufei was refining the pill, Ziyan quietly came to Xianxia. Xianxia, do you want to eat this spiritual fruit? Ziyan tempted Xianxia with something. Yes, Sister Ziyan, give it to me quickly. Looking at the tempting spiritual fruit in Ziyan's hand, Xianxia nodded quickly. Okay, then don't call me sister, call me auntie. Ziyan's smile became even stronger. Sister Ziyan, why do I suddenly call you aunt? Xianxia was puzzled by this title. Don't ask, since you called me, this spiritual fruit is yours. From now on, I will steal one of these spiritual fruits for you every day. Every day, well, I'll call you, Aunt Ziyan. Ziyan smiled slightly. If you want to give Ji Yufei a child, you have to start with a change of generation. Southern region of Zhongzhou, Xingyan Pavilion. Master Xiaoyan and his apprentice have been here for half a year. With the protection and resources provided by Feng Zun, their situation is much better. Although Yao Lao still does not have a body, his soul power has recovered a lot. As a good friend of Feng Zun and the founder of Xingyan Pavilion mobilized all the power of the pavilion to find medicinal materials for Yao Lao to restore his soul power, and to find news about the strange fire for Xiaoyan. Only when Xiaoyan gets the strange fire can he refine the body for Yao Lao. Let Yao Lao be reborn. What are your plans next? One day, Feng Xian, the Wind Venerable, came to the residence of Yao Lao and Xiaoyan, looked at Xiaoyan and asked. In order to reshape the body of the teacher, and for me to gain stronger strength, I will continue to look for the strange fire. I must find the strange fire and let the teacher be reborn. Xiaoyan said in a very firm tone, while clenching his fists, with a lot of unwillingness in his heart. He had clearly obtained information about several kinds of strange fire along the way, but he was always one step behind and was beaten to it by others. He was angry and helpless. Strange fire is something you can only encounter, so relax your mind. Feng Xian patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and said, "In the Dan Tower, there is a strange fire called the 3000 Flames Fire. As long as you can enter the first few of the Dan Conference, you will have the opportunity to refine it. This is also the only strange fire whose trace is known at present." After Yao Lao finished speaking, Feng Xian frowned, opened and closed his lips, as if he had something to hide. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Xian finally said, "The strange fire of Danta was refined by someone a few years ago." "What? The strange fire of Danta is gone? That means there will be no rewards for participating in the Danwei." Xiao Yan, who was standing by, was shocked to learn that the 3000 flames had been taken away, and then he became very depressed. Ancient realm. Ji Yufei calmed down and concentrated his mind, and the strange fire swam in his hands like a swimming dragon with its own intelligence. Ji Yufei had reached a very high level in controlling the flame. He concentrated on urging the strange fire to refine the spiritual medicine one by one. The spiritual medicine gradually turned into a ball of crystal liquid under the burning of the strange fire. There were several balls of such liquid next to the alchemy furnace. "Melt it." Finally, Ji Yufei melted several balls of liquid together and controlled the strange fire to condense them. But as time passed, he suddenly felt a trance, and then the essence of the medicinal materials that had been fused together made a hissing sound and then broke apart. Finally, it was turned into ashes by the strange fire. It still failed. Ji Yufei was a little disappointed and lost when he saw this. This time, he refined a 9th grade pill, but unfortunately, it failed. Soul power is no longer enough to support me to refine higher level pills. Ji Yufei felt that his soul power seemed to limit the progress of refining medicine. Now, his soul realm has already entered the late stage of the spiritual realm. If he wants to make further progress in alchemy, it is best to enter the heavenly realm. And the best way to improve soul power is to find natural treasures, but natural treasures are hard to find and there is no place to find them. There is only that one place. So, Ji Yufei thought of a place, the Soul Palace. This force constantly harvests souls and extracts the soul essence. If the soul essence of one of the 3 main halls can be plundered, Ji Yufei's soul power will usher in a qualitative change. The reason why the people of the Soul Clan collect souls in large quantities is to enhance their soul power and make themselves stronger. Of course, this matter still needs to be cautious, because Ji Yufei knows that there are spies planted by the Soul Clan in the ancient clan. He is now the first of the younger generation of the ancient clan, and his whereabouts may be concerned by the Soul Clan. Maybe he has been targeted by the Soul Clan now, and he may be attacked by the strong men of the ancient clan when he is outside. Even though he already knows the Soul Clan very well, and even knows their details and motives clearly, he still can't help but be afraid of them. This is the horror of this race. He can't act openly. If he asks the elders of the ancient clan to act, he will be exposed. The 3 main halls of the Soul Hall are guarded by strong men. He must find a strong man of the Dusheng level to go with him. So, Ji Yufei thought of Ziyan. With Ziyan's current strength, no one in the Soul Palace should be able to check and balance her unless the Soul Palace Master Hun Misheng takes action personally. Ziyan, this girl, is very useful now. Ji Yufei had a smile on his face. In order to successfully persuade Ziyan, he also specially prepared a lot of sugar pills. Ziyan had no resistance to this stuff at all. After getting ready, Ji Yufei left the room to find Ziyan, and happened to see Ziyan and Xiao Shanel playing together. Ziyan held a tempting fruit in her hand, and Xiao Shanel looked at the fruit with a look of desire, and couldn't wait to eat it. Next, Ziyan asked a question to seduce Xiao Shanel, and this sentence happened to be heard by Ji Yufei who came here. "Be good, call me Aunt again." Ji Yufei. Chapter 164. Aunt, 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 Shanel called 3 times in a row. "Be good, Aunt will give you something delicious." Shanli's childish voice sounded, and Ziyan felt so comfortable. There was a smile in her eyes. "Oh no, I was so happy just now that I didn't notice brother Ji Yufei coming." Suddenly, Ziyan's expression froze, because she sensed Ji Yufei's breath approaching. She didn't turn around, but walked directly towards the bamboo building, pretending that she didn't notice Ji Yufei. Ziyan, however, before she took 2 steps, Ji Yufei's voice sounded beside her ears. "It's brother Ji Yufei. Aren't you in seclusion to refine the 9th grade elixir? How come you came out so soon?" Did you fail? Ziyan turned around, squeezed a smile on her delicate face to cover up her embarrassment, and she pretended to have just discovered Ji Yufei. Daddy, hug me. Chanel threw herself directly into Ji Yufei's arms, and Ji Yufei took the opportunity to pick up her small body. Open black lens bracket. Ziyan feels extremely embarrassed, and her emotional value increases by 100 points. Close black lens bracket. This time, the alchemy was indeed a failure. Ji Yufei has an emotional system, so Ziyan's various emotional changes naturally cannot be hidden from him. However, Ji Yufei did not expose it. What a pity, that must have wasted a lot of spiritual medicine. Ziyan continued to speak with a look of relief. Yes, Daddy, you are so wasteful. In Ji Yufei's arms, Xiao Chanel interjected at the right time, and this childish voice once again reduced Ziyan's embarrassment a lot. Really, then are these also wasted? Listening to Ziyan and the little guy singing the same tune, Ji Yufei smiled, stretched out his hand, and in his palm, there was a handful of sugar pills made of spiritual medicine. Wow, so many sugar pills. Ziyan's eyes lit up, and she shook her head quickly. How can brother Ji Yufei waste it? You can get more of this kind of thing. After saying that, Ziyan immediately reached out and grabbed all the sugar pills in Ji Yufei's palm, and stuffed a few of them into her mouth like swallowing a whole date. Ziyan's behavior is the same as before, but because she has grown up, her temperament is completely different. Before, she was delicate and cute, like a porcelain doll, and her every move could make people laugh unconsciously, but now she shows a kind of playful beauty. I want to eat sugar pills too, Aunt Ziyan, please give me some. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chanel also waved her little hands, and was very greedy. Okay, share with you, share with you. However, as soon as the little guy said this, Ziyan panicked instantly, and she quickly handed the sugar pills in her hand to Xiao Shanli's little hand. However, perhaps because of nervousness, all the sugar pills spilled and fell to the ground. Oh, why did it fall? Ziyan's mind moved, and the sugar pills were suspended in the air and stopped falling. At this time, Ziyan's eyes were dodging, and she didn't dare to look at Ji Yufei's eyes. All of them, Dad refined a lot this time, Ji Yufei said, and took out a dozen jade bottles again, all filled with sugar pills. He just heard Xiao Chanel call me aunt, but he didn't react at all. This is too strange. Ziyan was relieved, but she was a little confused, and looked at Ji Yufei suspiciously. He never took the initiative to give her so many sugar pills, why today? Brother Ji Yufei, you don't want to ask me for help, right? Ziyan smiled at the corner of her mouth, and her bright eyes seemed to see through Ji Yufei's heart. Haha, I can't hide it from you. Ji Yufei nodded calmly. Haha, seeing that you are so sincere, I promise you. Ziyan smiled playfully, and then accepted all the jade bottles handed over by Ji Yufei. As for what Ji Yufei wanted her to do, she didn't care at all, because no matter what Ji Yufei asked her to do, she would not refuse. This matter needs to be kept secret. Ji Yufei smiled slightly, and then told his plan to attack the Soul Palace. If he could break through the human palace and take out the soul essences stored in the human palace, it would be easy for Ji Yufei's soul realm to enter the heaven realm, and by then, his alchemy skills might be able to break through the 9th grade. The improvement of soul power can also allow Ji Yufei to try another great opportunity. Soul Palace, it's the dark force that you often talk about, brother Ji Yufei, that specializes in seducing people's souls. It's not bad to punish this kind of force. After listening to Ji Yufei's plan, Ziyan seemed to be very interested. The two hit it off, but in order to keep it secret, they announced their retreat to the outside world, and even other people in the Ji clan did not intend to reveal it. Because even in the Ji clan, there are people from the Soul clan infiltrating, and they have to be on guard. Xiao Yixian, Kair, Ziyan and I are going out for a while, don't worry. After arranging some things, Ziyan and Ji Yufei quietly left the ancient world. The Soul Palace is very famous in Zhongzhou. They have many branch palaces, among which there are 24 that are of more important level, and the Soul Palace calls them the Earth Demon Palace. And above the Earth Demon Palace, there is the Heavenly Gang Palace, which is the most important of the Soul Palace. The Heavenly Gang Palace is divided into 3 palaces, Heaven, Earth and Man. And the Heavenly Palace is the headquarters of the Soul Palace. Stationed there is the Soul Palace Master Hun Misheng. The Earth Hall is under the jurisdiction of the Vice Hall Master of the Soul Hall, while the last human hall is under the jurisdiction of the Great Heavenly Venerable and the Second Heavenly Venerable of the Soul Hall. Ji Yufei's target this time is the weakest human hall, because only by attacking here can he ensure that there is no risk of error. The Corpse Burial Mountain Range is located at the junction of the southwest region of Zhongzhou. Due to the terrain, the yin energy here is extremely heavy, and in that yin energy, there is a thick corpse gas. This Corpse Burial Mountain Range is also a strange mountain composed of tombs. Generally speaking, it is almost impossible to find people here, and no one would be willing to stay in such a ghostly place. Swish, there were suddenly some breaking wind sounds in the silent sky of the Corpse Burial Mountain Range. The light flashed, and two figures flashed out from a distance. The two of them were Ji Yufei and Ziyan, who came all the way here from the ancient world. We're here. The human palace is in front of us. After arriving here, Ji Yufei and the others looked towards the deepest part of the mountain. The space there was slightly distorted. Ziyan, it's up to you. Don't worry, leave it to me. I guarantee that not even a mosquito will be able to fly out. Ji Yufei looked at Ziyan, who smiled slightly and waved her sleeves. The space of this world began to fluctuate quietly. Finally, it turned into a huge space barrier, wrapping up the entire area. After doing all this, Ji Yufei and Ziyan rushed directly into the depths of the mountain, and both of them put on a wide black robe. Chapter 165. In the slightly twisted space is a huge black land. On the surface of the land, there are occasionally exposed patches of forest white color, and there are some broken bones, which reveal a bit of weirdness and coldness. In the center of this huge area, a huge black palace stood silently, like an ancient ferocious beast crawling on the ground. In the huge black palace, there are countless extremely thick black chains extending out, and the other end is inserted deep into the ground. And above these chains, there is a group of black mist hovering, faintly gathering into the shape of a human figure. On the chains, some light flashes from time to time, and finally sweeps into the black mist, making the black mist more solid. Wow! Suddenly, a dozen black mist stood up from the chain. The black mist shrank and turned into a dozen figures with indifferent expressions. Let's go, it's our turn to carry out the mission. I hope we can bring back enough souls this time. Among these people, a figure who looked like a leader said with a hoarse voice. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, a dozen figures turned into a black mist and swept away outside the space like lightning. Boom! However, just when the black mist was about to break through the space barrier, the space around them suddenly solidified, and then collapsed violently. There were more than a dozen figures, not even a single scream came out, but they were squeezed into nothingness by the terrifying power of space. Laugh! Immediately afterwards, the space barrier cracked open, and two figures walked in slowly. The visitors were none other than Ji Yufei and Ziyan. Woo! As soon as Ji Yufei and the two walked into the space barrier, a shrill whine came from the huge palace. Immediately, from the black mist above the chains, a series of sinister eyes suddenly shot out, watching. Both of them. How dare you break into my soul palace, you are seeking death. One after another, filled with eerie shouts, suddenly broke the silence of this space. Many figures stood up from the chains, and without waiting for any instructions, they turned into black light, bringing up the eerie wind. The overwhelming force rushed towards Ji Yufei and the two of them. A bunch of cannon fodder, they are running happily. Ji Yufei raised his hand and shook it, and the large black shadow that was approaching shattered into nothingness. This time, the black shadow rushing behind was finally scared and stopped. You bastard, you dare to run wild in my soul palace. I'm really tired of living. All heavenly lords, take it down. Above the huge hall, an old man appeared. This old man had a stooped figure, holding a skull crutch in his hand. His eyes were sunken, and there were two faint green lights shining in his eyes, giving people an eerie feeling. After his hoarse voice fell, a dozen figures suddenly flew out of the huge hall like lightning, and finally floated in the sky. These people are all Dou Qi cultivation. Oh, the second heavenly lord of the Soul Palace is quite good at putting on a show. Being besieged by more than a dozen Dou Qi, Ji Yufei let out a sneer. With his current level of cultivation, these people were no match for him. Great fortune palm. Boom. Ji Yufei's palm fell, and the space collapsed almost instantly, and a black light circle that was so dark and chilling spread. Any matter that entered it would disappear completely in an instant. With one palm, 7 or 8 Soul Palace heavenly lords were completely devoured. Court death. Ji Yu's figure disappeared on the spot, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of Ji Yufei and Ziyan. At the same time, a dry palm stretched out and slapped Ji Yufei on the forehead. You are the one seeking death. Ziyan next to Ji Yufei took action, and with a casual palm strike, Ji Yu, a semi-saint strong man, instantly felt the threat of death. To be honest, if this trip didn't require a quick victory, Ji Yufei would really like to have a chance with Ji Yu, a powerful semi-saint, to improve his combat experience. 10,000 souls bone armor. Under the threat of death, countless souls wailed on Guyu's body, converging into a pair of black bone armor, which looked extremely gloomy. However, even such an extraordinary protective method is still vulnerable to the huge gap in cultivation. Guyu's chest quickly collapsed with a palm print. Immediately afterwards, the bone armor completely shattered, and Guyu's physical body inside instantly turned into a blood mist and floated in the air. The second heavenly lord of the Hall of Souls was instantly killed by Ziyan after just one encounter. It seems that I will need the protection of Ziyan for a long time in the future. Ji Yufei couldn't help but clicked his tongue in his heart when he saw Ziyan really take action. Snort. As Ertian Zun Guyu died, a cold hum came from the depths of the huge palace. Immediately, thick black mist surged out from it. In the black mist, an old figure with a body as thin as a skeleton walked slowly out with a sinister aura. The black mist surged, and a rickety figure as dry as a skeleton slowly appeared in the field of vision of Ji Yufei and Ziyan. 2-star fighting saint, it seems that this person is the great heavenly lord of the Soul Palace. Looking at the old figure, Ji Yufei murmured in his heart, if only the great heavenly lord was stationed in the human palace, things would go smoothly today. Who is your excellency? Why do you want to attack my Soul Palace? Is there any dispute between us? The old figure slowly raised his head, and a hoarse voice sounded, questioning Ziyan. In the eyes of this person, Ji Yufei's cultivation was not worth mentioning at all, so he didn't care at all. However, his question did not receive any response from Ziyan. Leave him to you, I'll take care of the rest. Ji Yufei gave instructions, and then directly took action to harvest other Soul Palace experts. A loser dares to take action in front of me. Seeing this, the great heavenly lord of the Soul Palace was furious, and the overwhelming black mist shot out from between his 5 fingers, turning into 5 huge chains, and rushed away in the direction of Ji Yufei. Clang! Just when the black chains were about to approach Ji Yufei, the space around him suddenly rippled violently, and an extremely violent space turbulence erupted. The terrifying tearing force directly broke all the chains. You are the waste, your whole family is waste, the biggest waste among wastes. The great heavenly lord insulted Ji Yufei, which immediately made Ziyan angry and cursed angrily. Who are you? How dare you attack my Soul Palace? At your level, don't you know the power behind my Soul Palace? The deputy master of the Soul Palace looked at Ziyan solemnly. However, under the black robe, he could not clearly see Ziyan's appearance. However, Ziyan's distinct female voice made him suspicious. When did Zhongzhou have such a powerful female fighting saint? Is it great to have a backer? Hearing this, Ziyan curled his lips, looking very dismissive. Once upon a time, when the Taishu ancient dragon clan was powerful, not even the Soul clan was afraid, let alone a subordinate force of the Soul clan, the Soul Palace. Chapter 166. Don't expect anyone alive here today, Ziyan said very seriously. HMPH, so arrogant. Hearing this, the great heavenly lord of Soul Palace shouted coldly with an extremely ugly expression. This is the first time in these years that Soul Palace has been killed like this. However, at this time, although he was furious, his heart was very solemn. He understands that he cannot deal with a top powerhouse like Ziyan. Of course, he couldn't wait to die. The next moment, the overwhelming black mist surged out from his sleeves. In front of me, there is no place for you to take action. Ziyan also sneered, and formed a seal in his jade hand like lightning, and a dark golden luster burst out from his body. In the blink of an eye, a huge golden dragon formed outside its body. The dragon's mouth opened like a whale sucking water. In a few breaths, it swallowed up all the corrosive and extremely rich black mist. Go! Taishu ancient dragon royal family. Seeing the golden dragon summoned by Ziyan, the great heavenly lord of the Soul Palace suddenly screamed in surprise. Although you are very strong, you can't just wash away my soul palace with blood. The great heavenly lord of the soul palace retreated violently. Immediately afterwards, a silver jade slip appeared in his hand and was crushed into pieces. Want to shake someone up? The space of this world has been obscured by my use of space turbulence, and any space fluctuations cannot be transmitted. Xian looked at the great heavenly lord who was getting increasingly ugly expression jokingly, and said with a smile. The great heavenly lord of the soul palace's face trembled slightly, and his heart finally sank completely. Obviously, the other party came prepared. Okay, let's stop talking nonsense with you. Xian had no ink marks and directly launched a thunderous offensive. The Tianhuang wings spread out from behind. That kind of speed was completely unmatched by the great heavenly lord. The huge gap between the 4-star fighting saint and the 2-star fighting saint made the great heavenly lord bid farewell to this world completely without surviving 3 moves. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Ji Yufei will not be merciful towards the people in the Soul Palace, nor will he feel any guilt for killing too many people. After killing all the people in the Soul Palace here, Ji Yufei came to the top of the giant palace. A palm wind swung out from his hand. The huge palace was split open. Revealing the ends of those chains, with countless souls hanging on them. Looking at the thousands of souls, Ji Yufei couldn't help but jump at the corners of his eyes. These bastards from the Soul Clan are completely using their souls as nourishment. Well done, these people are really dark. Ziyan also looked cold. Next, Ji Yufei waved his palm lightly, and the terrifying wind blew past like a violent wind. Those chains burst open in an instant, and the souls in those light groups slowly opened their eyes at this moment. For many years, they have been locked here like prisoners. Sometimes, even death has become a luxury. Let's all go, don't let the Soul Palace catch you again. Ji Yufei looked at these souls who were almost in tears with ecstasy and excitement, and sighed softly. In the sky, countless souls were entrenched, and in the end they all knelt down and saluted Ji Yufei. It's time to go after getting your things. Ji Yufei didn't waste time. The powerful people in the Soul Palace will soon know that the great heavenly lord is dead. Therefore, he landed quickly and started digging under the giant palace. Under Ji Yufei's rapid excavation, a huge pit opened up in the ruins in the blink of an eye, and in the depths of the huge pit, there was a light group about half a foot in size suspended. The light group is transparent in color, and there are countless dark chains connected to the periphery of the light group, and the ends of these chains are connected to the souls that just escaped. What a pure soul source! From the light group, Ji Yufei felt an extremely terrifying soul fluctuation. Moreover, this kind of fluctuation is extremely pure, without any impurities. So many soul origins are at least condensed by millions of souls. Ziyan let out a breath. The Soul Palace's methods were too vicious. For the sake of these soul origins, millions of souls were directly destroyed. At this moment, her hatred for the Soul Palace was extremely intense. These people have resorted to any means to achieve their goals. This extremely cruel thing is almost the same as taking human blood and human flesh from alive. Moreover, he is even more ruthless. One day, we must let this dark force disappear from the world. Ji Yufei said firmly. Brother Ji Yufei, what do these people in the Soul Palace want to do with so many soul sources? Ziyan frowned. Absorbing the origin of the soul can enhance the power of the soul. They should be to allow someone's soul power to break through to an extraordinary realm. Ji Yufei explained. This is also the purpose of his trip. This thing was painstakingly collected by the human palace, and its value is naturally immeasurable. Once this thing is taken out, I don't know how many alchemists in the mainland will go crazy for it. Although these things were condensed by killing, they should not exist in heaven and earth, but since they have appeared, there is no reason to abandon them. As he spoke, Ji Yufei waved his hand and broke all the chains. I will avenge you. Ji Yufei stretched out his hand and gently touched the light group. With a gentle word, the soul light group suddenly released a faint luster. Indistinctly, it seemed as if a lot of information was coming out of it. These were the resentment and emotions left by those whose souls were extracted. It was quite difficult to completely refine them. If you absorb them carelessly, it will affect your mind. But Ji Yufei's words just happened to quietly dissolve these negative emotions. These words were impossible for the Soul Palace to say. Let's go. After accepting the Soul Light Ball, Ji Yufei sighed lightly. At this time, Ziyan also built a space channel, and the two stepped into the crack at the same time. About 2 hours after Ji Yufei and the others left this place, the space above a mountain not far from the ruins fluctuated slightly. Then, a black shadow swept out from it and finally rushed into the ruins of the giant palace. When he saw the excavated ruins, his face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes were full of anger. "Who did it? Come out!" The black shadow roared loudly on the spot. "The souls that the human palace has worked hard to collect for 100 years have all been taken away. If this matter is reported back to the clan, even I will definitely be severely punished." Looking at the empty depths of the soul palace, the black shadow's face gradually turned pale. The human palace is one of the 3 Tiangong palaces and is a very important branch palace in the soul palace. Now these soul origins have been taken away by Ji Yufei, and the imprisoned souls have also been released by Ji Yufei. This huge loss is unbearable even for the soul palace. Chapter 167. Haha, I didn't expect the people of Soul Palace to end up like this. Well done, the people of Soul Palace are used to being arrogant, they should have been taught a lesson long ago. I just don't know which force destroyed the Soul Palace's human palace. Could it be that Donghua did it? Yes, I'm afraid Donghua is the only one who can do this. The news of the destruction of the Soul Palace's human palace was not specifically announced by the Soul Palace. But such shocking news obviously couldn't be concealed. Therefore, in just 1 week after the incident, this matter flew across the entire Zhongzhou like wings, causing a lot of shock. The power of the Soul Palace is most clear to the forces in Zhongzhou. This giant-like existence has always stood above Zhongzhou. Even Donghua has repeatedly been at a disadvantage in several battles with them. Therefore, although many forces have been persecuted by the Soul Palace, they dare not retaliate against it and can only suppress their hatred in their hearts. Now, when they suddenly hear such news, they feel a sense of gratification. However, many forces in Zhongzhou are also curious about who has such great power to destroy a branch of the Soul Palace. This record of destroying the 3 Tiangong palaces has never been achieved by Donghua before. However, it does not affect the Zhongzhou force's suspicion that it was done by Donghua. Shungdan City, the top floor of Donghua. Zan Kongzi, I didn't expect that someone would teach the Soul Palace a lesson this time. It's really gratifying. In the top hall, the dark-skinned Tianlizi seemed very excited. Yes, after so many years, the Soul Palace finally suffered a big setback. At the same time, this result is also telling the world that the Soul Palace is not that scary. Zan Kongzi nodded in agreement. Although this matter is very exciting, it also brings us trouble. It is now spreading in Zhongzhou that the massacre of the Soul Palace and the Human Palace was done by our Donghua people. Perhaps, the Soul Palace will fight to the death with our Donghua because of this matter. Aside, Zan Yi, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up, with some worry in his eyes. It is indeed troublesome, but if the Soul Palace really wants to fight, then we can only respond with all our strength. After fighting for so many years, do we Donghua still fear them? Zan Kongzi's voice became solemn. Of course I am not afraid. I will kill as many as the Soul Palace comes. Tian Lizi, who has a hot temper, immediately expressed his intention to kill them all. However, after saying this, he spread his hands again and said innocently, "But, this matter is obviously not done by our Donghua. No matter whether they are used as guns or not, as long as they are against the Soul Palace, the people behind the scenes are on the same front as our Donghua." Zan Yi expressed his attitude. At this moment, Zan Kongzi frowned slightly. This breath is so familiar. I also sensed it. It can't be that old guy. Tian Lizi looked puzzled. And Zan Yi, who was standing aside, had a wandering look in his eyes, and was very excited. Teacher, I didn't expect that the Soul Palace would suffer such a big loss. The senior who destroyed the Human Palace is really admirable. I wonder which master of Dan Tower it is. Outside Dan Tower, Xiao Yan followed behind Feng Zun through the checkpoints and walked towards the giant tower, communicating with Yao Lao's soul in the ring from time to time. This matter is not that simple, maybe it's not Dan Tower's people. Yao Lao responded. If it's not Dan Tower, who would it be? Zhongzhou is so big, maybe there is a hidden strongman who has a grudge against the Soul Palace. Yao Lao guessed that with his understanding of Dan Tower, if it was really Dan Tower's actions, it should not hide anything, but would be directly disclosed. Old man, I didn't expect it was really you. After a while, Xiao Yan and Feng Zunj arrived at the top floor of Donghua. 3 figures appeared side by side in front of them. After Zan Kongzi finished speaking, Yao Lao's soul also floated out of the ring. The 3 giants of Donghua were very surprised. They thought that Yao Chen had died in the accident that year, but they didn't expect that his soul was still left. Back then, Han Feng, that traitor. Yao Lao slowly recounted what happened that year. I didn't expect it was really Han Feng. Is he a beast? You treated him like your own son, but he turned against you. If you had known, you should have chopped him off with a palm when you interrogated him that year. Hearing this, Zan Kongzi was very angry and wanted to find Han Feng immediately. I also interrogated Han Feng that beast that year, but he deceived me. Feng Zunj gritted his teeth. In Mu Ji Yu, it was he who instigated Han Feng that year. Yao Lao continued to speak. Mu Ji Yu, that bastard, evildoers will be punished, someone has already taken him for you. Mu Ji Yu is dead. How did he die? Listening to Tian Lei Zi's words, Yao Lao was a little surprised. A few years ago, a young man from the ancient clan came to Shungdan City. He took away the 3,000 Yanyan fires. Mu Ji Yu set his sights on that young man, and finally suffered the consequences. That young man has a great background, and the Dou Sheng strongmen in the clan are all protecting him. Listening to the characteristics described by Zan Kongzi and others, Yao Lao pondered and said, could it be him? Only he would collect so many strange fires. Do you know that person? Zan Kongzi was quite surprised. Yao Lao nodded. That young man has been to the northwest continent. I have met him several times. I guess he has already mastered 2 strange fires. If Mu Ji Yu tries to steal his strange fire, he is really looking for death. By the way, when I came here, I heard that the Human Palace, one of the 3 Tiangong palaces in the Soul Palace, was massacred. Was it your Dan Pagoda that did this? Yao Lao suddenly changed the subject. Why do everyone in the world think that my Dan Pagoda did this? Zan Kongzi couldn't help but cry out in pain. The teacher's guess was really accurate before. On the side, Xiao Yan was greatly surprised. He couldn't understand what other force could be so cruel to His Highness Hun. Ignore it, the more I explain now, the more unclear the explanation becomes. By the way, old guy, you only have your soul left now. Is there any way to solve this trouble? Tianlizi mentioned a very crucial thing. There is a way, but it requires someone with a variety of strange fires to help me refine my body. Yao Lao sighed. Multiple kinds of strange fires. Zan Kongzi suddenly thought of something and analyzed. Then Mr. Ji Yufei, doesn't he have several kinds of strange fire at the same time? If we can get his help, things will be simple. Yes, why didn't I think of that before? Xiao Yan's eyes also had a strange look. That kind of genius, if you want to ask him for help, I'm afraid you will have to pay a high price. Feng Xian spoke solemnly. With the strength of my Xingyan pavilion, the other party may not even look at what I bring out. That person loves the strange fire so much. At worst, when that day comes, I will give away the bone spirit cold fire in exchange for the chance to help him. Chapter 168. Ancient World. Deep in the ancient sacred mountains. Ji Yu Yuan, the patriarch of the ancient tribe, and Ji Yu Lai, the king of black annihilation, appeared in a simple hall at the same time. Haha, it seems that the sensational incident reported in Zhongzhou this time is most likely related to that boy Ji Yufei. It's just a soul palace, there's no need for Ji Yufei to be so secretive. Do the people from the Soul Clan still dare to come to the ancient world to cause trouble for my ancient clan? The 2 people in the main hall obviously knew that Ji Yufei and Ziyan had left the ancient world, and they guessed that Ji Yufei had destroyed the human hall. However, the 2 of them just treated this matter as a joke. And no attention was paid to it. Since the decline of the ancient Shao clan, the ancient clan has been known as the strongest ancient race. Therefore, they have been quite proud over the years and have a disdainful attitude towards many things. As everyone knows, it is precisely because of their pride that the strength of the ancient clan and the Soul Clan are getting bigger and bigger, allowing the Soul Clan's strongest worker Hun Misheng to create infinite value. While people in Zhongzhou were still talking about the massacre of the human palace in the Soul Palace, the 2 instigators, Ji Yufei and Ziyan, had already arrived in the beast realm and escaped into the void space. The void space is a place where even the strongest Dou Zun dare not wander in at will. It was dark and silent inside, and terrifying space storms would appear from time to time. When encountering a space storm, ordinary Dou Zun cannot survive it safely. Therefore, basically no one comes in this place. At this moment, the ancient flying disc is sitting somewhere in the void space. In front of it, a light group about half a foot in size is gently suspended, and a soft and pure luster is constantly spreading out from it. Ji Yufei stared at the soul light group, let out a breath, and then stretched out his palm to touch the light group. Along with this contact, Ji Yufei could clearly feel the vast soul source power permeating the soul light group. That feeling made the soul between his brows feel extremely warm. Puff! The next moment, Ji Yufei opened his mouth, and the fused strange fire was spit out. The flame emerged, quickly floated to the bottom of the soul light group, and immediately turned into a raging fire, completely surrounding the soul light group. Although the origin of the soul is quite pure, it is something obtained from the soul palace after all, so it is always better to be cautious. As the high temperature gradually penetrated, the soul light group began to boil slightly, and faintly, traces of very light black air emerged from it, and then it turned into nothingness. Seeing this black energy, Ji Yufei, who was sitting cross-legged, raised his eyebrows slightly, and he felt an extremely weak thought from it. Obviously, this is injected into it by the powerful soul palace. If it is absorbed into the soul, it will cause quite a hidden danger. These guys in the soul palace are really vicious in their actions. Ji Yufei waved his sleeves and the flames surged again, refining all the black energy hidden deep in the soul's light group. And as the black energy dissipated, the soul light group became more and more transparent and crystal clear, looking like an illusion. This refining process lasted for half an hour, and Ji Yufei slowly dissipated the flames. Looking at the crystal-like soul light group floating in front of him, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Ziyan, I may have to stay in seclusion for a few months. Do you want to go back first? Ji Yufei looked at Ziyan and asked. No, I'll guard you right here. Hearing this, Ziyan shook her head without hesitation. After receiving Ziyan's answer, Ji Yufei nodded with a smile, and then moved his handprints, and the soul power from between his eyebrows surged out. These soul powers turned into a humanoid figure with the same appearance as Ji Yufei, sitting cross-legged in front of the soul light group, with his mouth slightly open. A huge suction force surged out, and with the emergence of this suction force, the soul light group also trembled slightly. An unusually pure soul power spread out, and finally wrapped around Ji Yufei's soul, blending in continuously along the pores of his body. As more and more soul origins were absorbed, a layer of strange crystal-like crystals gradually appeared on the surface of Ji Yufei's soul. Whoosh! The soul light group fluctuated slowly, making clear sounds like water splashes, and streams of extremely pure original soul power were continuously injected into Ji Yufei's soul. And under such infusion, a faint hint of intoxication appeared on the face of the body transformed by Ji Yufei's soul. Layers of faint strange crystals quietly emerged on the surface of the soul. Looking faintly, it looks like a physical figure, which is extremely magical. Within the soul light group, there is extremely terrifying soul source power. These original powers were condensed after millions of souls were extracted from the human palace. In front of such a vast soul source, even someone as powerful as Ji Yufei felt a subtle feeling of insignificance. Crash! As more and more soul origins were absorbed by Ji Yufei, circles of invisible fluctuations slowly spread with Ji Yufei as the center. The invisible fluctuations spread extremely far. If Ji Yufei hadn't been here at this moment, the void space will probably attract the attention of countless people. What a terrifying soul power! Ziyan's eyes stayed on Ji Yufei, and she got closer, feeling the strongest. Fortunately, her soul power is weak, but her cultivation is much better than Ji Yufei's, so she can still withstand it. In Ziyan's sight, Ji Yufei's body is now covered by a layer of strange crystal-like human figures. Time is also passing by quickly. The crystal figure was motionless like a sculpture. After an unknown period of time, its tightly closed mouth suddenly opened. A suction force suddenly surged out, and the soul light ball suddenly swept out, turning into a stream of light and drilling into the crystal, Ji Yufei, mouth. Boom! When the soul light ball drilled into the mouth of crystal Ji Yufei, the latter's body suddenly shook, and a dazzling strong light surged out of his body. An invisible wave that seemed like the world, like a storm, swept out from his body and covered the sky and earth. After more than 4 months, brother Ji Yufei finally absorbed that thing. This soul power is probably enough to deal with a 2-star Dou Sheng directly. Ziyan, who was guarding Ji Yufei on the side, also showed some surprise in his eyes. The Taishu ancient dragon's body was extremely strong, but at the same time, it was also weak in soul power. Therefore, even someone as strong as her was shocked by this kind of soul fluctuation. Is this the soul of the heavenly realm great perfection? Ji Yufei opened his eyes at this moment. He could clearly feel the gap between himself now and before. Even in the dark void space, 1,000 miles around, he could sense it. Chapter 169. If I meet someone with the level of a semi-saint like Lei Dong again, I should be able to easily suppress him with my soul power alone. Ji Yufei murmured in his heart, then slowly stood up and looked at Ziyan. Ji Yufei was very grateful to Ziyan. Because, in the past 6 months, Ziyan has been guarding her every step of the way. Change the restless habit of the past. Brother Ji Yufei, if you wait a little longer, I really won't be able to bear it anymore. At this moment, a hint of resentment finally appeared on Ziyan's pretty face, and she began to complain. Such a long wait was indeed difficult for her. Haha, I know that you have worked hard during this period. When I return to the ancient world this time, I will definitely reward you well. Ji Yufei comforted Ziyan. No, I want the reward now. After hearing Ji Yufei's words, Ziyan curled her lips and said. Good, tell me, what reward do you want? As long as I can do it, I will satisfy you. Ji Yufei said with a smile. Any reward will work. Upon hearing Ji Yufei's assurance, Ziyan's eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Ji Yufei carefully. Could this girl want to? Ji Yufei's heart tightened, and then, the emotional value income prompted by the system made Ji Yufei confirm what Ziyan was thinking. Open black lens bracket. Ziyan develops admiration and possessive emotions, and her emotional value increases by 100 close black lens bracket. Possessive emotions. Is her emotion so intense? Upon hearing the prompt, Ji Yufei was stunned for a moment. In fact, Ji Yufei has always known about Ziyan's thoughts, but no one on either side took the initiative to break through this layer of paper. The most transcendent thing Ziyan did was to ask Xianxia to call her aunt. Forget it, I haven't thought about it yet. Let's wait until I think about it. Remember, you owe me a reward. After meeting Ji Yufei's eyes, Ziyan backed down and did not say anything. Then let's go back to the ancient world first. We have been out long enough this time. Ji Yufei also breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the two of them returned to the ancient world as quietly as when they came out. Dad, you are finally out of isolation. On the mountain peak, Xianxia was extremely excited after seeing Ji Yufei come back, and quickly ran to Ji Yufei, hug. Ji Yufei picked up Xianxia. Behind Xianxia, little medical fairy and Kair stood side by side. Both women's eyebrows were filled with joy. Beside Kair, there was also a little toddler, carved in pink and jade. Wushuang, he is your father. Kair moved lightly, holding Wushuang's hand and slowly walked to Ji Yufei. Wushuang raised his head and looked at Ji Yufei curiously with his bright black eyes. Although Wushuang was young and had just begun to remember things at this time, because of the feeling of blood connection with Ji Yufei, he smiled unconsciously and his childish voice sounded. Hey, daddy, haha, Wushuang can speak. Listening to the child's tender voice, Ji Yufei's heart melted. He reached out and hugged Wushuang. Holding a baby in one hand, with his beloved wife by his side, it can be said that he is enjoying the happiness of a family. Aunt Ziyan, you are finally out of isolation. I miss you so much during this time. Xianxia leaned her head on Ji Yufei's shoulder, noticed Ziyan coming from behind, and quickly reached out to say hello to Ziyan. Hearing Xianxia call Ziyan, Xiao Medical Fairy and Kair were not surprised at all. Because during this period, in addition to looking for his father, Xianxia also often said that he wanted to find his aunt. The little medical fairy and Kair also understood Ziyan's thoughts about Ji Yufei. At this moment, when they saw Ziyan's blushing face, they didn't reveal it. With the return of Ji Yufei and Ziyan, the mountain peak became lively again. While Ji Yufei accompanied his family, he continued to try to refine the 9th grade elixir. After consuming a large amount of emotional value, Ji Yufei's medicine refining level has risen to the level where he can refine 9th grade treasure pills. But this time, his soul power has entered the great perfection of heaven, and the conditions have been fulfilled. Under these preconditions, his probability of refining a 9th grade treasure pill increased significantly. The time for refining medicine is boring and long. Ji Yufei didn't completely sink into it. Occasionally, he would take time to take care of his children and fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Soon, more than a year passed. Wuxia, who was still a toddler before, is now 2 years old, and the power in his body can already be controlled spontaneously. Wuxia, you are so amazing. As an elder sister, Xianxia was so happy that she clapped her hands when she saw that her younger brother Wu Shuang was already able to stand in the air at such a young age. Haha, sister, let me take you to fly together. Wu Shuang stretched out his little hand and pulled Xiao Shanel into the air. Although he had reached the Duzong level, his mind was still like a child's. How old are they? They can actually fly, and they don't have Dou Qi wings. At this moment, in the sky opposite the mountain where Ji Yufei was, a green figure showed a look of surprise on his pretty face. The visitor was none other than Xun'er. In the past 2 years, every time she finished practicing, she would come here and take a look at the peak where Ji Yufei was from a distance. But this time, I happened to see 2 cute babies flying and playing in the sky. For a time, many emotions arose in Xun'er's heart, causing her to fall into memories. Suddenly, a strange wave emanated from the top of the mountain where Ji Yufei was. I feel out of control. No, I'm going to fall. Under the strange wave, Wuxia, who was only 2 years old, suddenly couldn't control the power in his body, and fell to the ground with his sister Shanel. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Xun'er's heart tightened, and she subconsciously wanted to go over to save people. However, Xiao Yixian and Kair appeared faster. Shanel, Wuxia, stop playing. The 2 girls each took the child, and then looked at the place where Ji Yufei was in seclusion. The strange wave just now came from the place where Ji Yufei was in seclusion. What happened? Ziyan and Qing Lin also appeared beside Kair and the others, looking very surprised. Could it be that brother Ji Yufei is finally going to succeed? Ziyan seemed to have thought of something. The next moment, the world seemed to be dark all of a sudden. In the sky, clouds quickly gathered from all directions. The clouds gathered this time. They were not black, but an extremely deep dark color. The dark clouds filled the sky, and there was no sound of thunder, but when people looked at the dark clouds that were so deep that even their sight could be sucked in, it seemed that even their souls were trembling slightly at this moment. It's so dark. The sky darkened, and the 2 little guys, Shanel and Wuxia, did not dare to look up at the sky. Chapter 170. Black Magic Thunder. I haven't seen it for many years. Ji Yufei is really a monster. At such a young age, he can actually refine 9th grade elixirs. If the guys from the medicine clan knew about it, they would probably doubt their lives. Haha, with such a genius, our clan should continue to prosper for thousands of years. As expected, Ji Yufei's elixir refining once again alarmed many elders of the ancient clan. At this moment, outside Ji Yufei's mountain, more than a dozen Dou Sheng masters were hiding in the void and watching. Before, they thought that Ji Yufei might be able to climb to the 9th grade master one day. But they never thought it would be so fast. Ji Yuan, who was dressed in a plain robe, also raised his head at this moment, looking at the strange black clouds in the sky, and murmured, my ancient clan really has successors. If there are 2 9-star Dou Sheng peaks in the world, which clan would not accept it? Is this the legendary Black Devil Thunder Tribulation? The classics say that the appearance of the Black Devil Thunder Tribulation means that the 9th grade treasure pill is about to be born. Xun'er is one of the first young people of the ancient clan to arrive here. At this moment, her beautiful eyes are full of surprise. She has only seen this kind of thunder tribulation in the classics and has never seen its true appearance. Oh my god, what on earth is that? Just looking at the thundercloud makes me uneasy. If the thunderstorm descends, I'm afraid I will turn into ashes in an instant. Brother Ji Yufei is really worthy of being the first among the younger generation of my ancient clan. He can refine the 9th grade precious pill now. Maybe he can be promoted to the Xuanden Grand Master in the future. The Xuanden Grand Master has not appeared for hundreds of years. Soon, the younger generation of the ancient clan also came here one after another. When they thought of the black magic thunder recorded in the ancient books, they all admired Ji Yufei in their hearts. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, Ji Yufei, who was sitting cross-legged beside the alchemy cauldron, also looked at the constantly wriggling black cloud with a serious look. From it, he felt an extremely strong destructive power. This kind of power is many times stronger than the 9-color and 8-color pill thunder. In the distant sky, the black clouds kept wriggling, and the whole world was silent, without the sound of thunder. However, it was this dead silence that made people feel terrible. As the black clouds kept wriggling, about 10 minutes later, a circular hole suddenly cracked in the center of the cloud. The hole was still pitch black, like the deepest black hole. This thunder tribulation is so terrifying. Can my husband handle it? Feeling the horror of the black hole, the little doctor holding the child on the mountain was a little worried. Don't worry, Ziyan is now a 4-star Dou Sheng, she should be able to deal with this thunder tribulation, and there are so many elders in the ancient clan watching. My husband will not be in any danger. Yes, no matter how strong the thunder tribulation is, Ziyan and many elders of the ancient clan will stop it. Listening to Kair's words, the tension on the little doctor's face disappeared, and a smile appeared. Swish! A moment later, a strange sound finally came from the black hole in the sky, and then a black lightning as thick as an arm shot out from it, and then silently rushed towards Ji Yufei's medicine cauldron below. Let's get out of the way, don't let the aftermath hurt the child. Seeing this scene, Kair and Xianxia hurriedly took the child away from the mountain. The Lion King and Qinglin also felt the pressure and stepped back a little. Only Ziyan and Tianwo Zunzun remained in place to watch. Elders, Ji Yufei wants to feel the power of this black magic thunder in person. Ji Yufei's figure flashed to the sky and appeared right below the black lightning. At the same time, a voice sounded from Ji Yufei's mouth. After hearing this, the Dusheng elders of the ancient clan who had originally planned to help Ji Yufei block the thunder tribulation all stopped. Emperor Seal, Deluo Heaven Palm, 5-wheel Lihuo formation. Ji Yufei's whole body of Dou Qi was released, and various heaven-level Dou skills were continuously released. In the past 2 years, although Ji Yufei has practiced less, refining medicine is also a practice process that consumes a huge amount of Dou Qi. It was in this process that Ji Yufei completed the last few turns of the Dou Zun Peak and broke through to the level of the 9-turn Dou Zun Peak. At this moment, the first few heaven-level Dou skills were immediately defeated when they just came into contact with the Black Thunder, and there was a constant roar in the sky. Black magic thunder, even for a half-saint, has to go all out to block it. Ji Yufei's several obstructions did not make the black magic thunder dissipate, and it still rushed down. It seems that Ji Yufei can't stop the black magic thunder, why doesn't he avoid it? Seeing this scene, several Dou Sheng cultivation elders of the Ji Yu clan were worried about Ji Yufei. Don't worry, with the clan leader and the Black Annihilation King here, how can Ji Yufei be injured? Several elders of the ancient clan who were very clear about life were not worried that Ji Yufei would get hurt. Break it for me. In midair, facing the approaching black magic thunder, Ji Yufei still did not choose to avoid it. The terrifying energy quickly gathered on his fist, and a piece of crystal was shining with dazzling luster. Then, in the eyes of many shocked people, Ji Yufei punched hard on the black thunder. Boom! The two collided, and the terrible storm of destruction suddenly swept across the sky with one person and one thunder as the center. The space of the world was like broken glass, crackling and exploding. In the shattered space, the black magic thunder had not yet dissipated, and the black arcs of lightning directly raged on Ji Yufei's flesh and blood. There was a crackling sound. Husband, although they knew that there were many powerful people here, Xianxia and Kair couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw this scene. That was the black magic thunder. The thunder that could shatter the semi-saint strongman. It raged on the flesh and blood. Just think how dangerous it would be. If ordinary people were infected, they would be instantly smashed into ashes and die. I didn't expect that Ji Yufei's flesh and blood would be so strong. Staring at the figure surrounded by the black lightning arcs, several elders of the ancient clan were amazed and their eyes were full of admiration. Under their gaze, the black lightning arc that was so terrifying that it could destroy all life not only failed to destroy Ji Yufei's body. Instead, it was gradually refined by the strange fire on Ji Yufei's body, turned into pure energy, and fed back into Ji Yufei's flesh and blood. Even though the power of this black magic thunder had been greatly weakened by the previous few fighting skills, Ji Yufei's move was still shocking. Even a true Dou Sheng would not dare to withstand such thunder with his body, and Ji Yufei was not even a half-saint now, but only at the peak of Dou Zun. Chapter 171. 48.7%. In the distant sky, the raging energy storm finally dissipated slowly after lasting for more than 10 minutes. As the storm dissipated, the collapsed space gradually repaired itself, and the warm sunlight once again poured down from the sky and shone on the top of the mountain. As the storm dissipated, eyes turned to the sky in an instant. There, a young figure stood in the air, and the previous terrifying energy storm did not hurt him at all. Daddy is so powerful. Xiao Shanel looked at the figure in the sky that attracted everyone's attention and clapped her hands happily. Seeing that her sister Shanel was so happy, Wuxia also laughed with her, and her chubby little face was very lovable. Wuxia, your father just refined the 9th grade treasure pill. Let's go and congratulate him. Mother, what is the 9th grade treasure pill? Is it delicious? Of course it's delicious, but you can't eat it now, it will upset your stomach. Xun'er and Xianxia showed joy on their faces. After a few words, they flew towards the mountain with their children in their arms. Xun'er looked at this warm scene and felt extremely lonely. She also wanted to go up to congratulate him in such a scene, but what kind of identity should she go there with? No, if I can't even take this step, how can I have the opportunity to reconcile with brother Gu Fei in the future? After struggling for a while, Xun'er finally mustered up the courage and walked forward. Even though she knew that she would probably be ignored and become the object of ridicule if she went there. Is this the power of the black magic thunder? In the sky, Gu Fei sensed the dispersing storm, and his tense body slowly relaxed. He clenched his fist slightly, and a numb feeling spread from his fist. The overwhelming power of the black magic thunder was also somewhat beyond his expectations. If it weren't for his overbearing physique, comparable to some 9th-level magic beasts, even the remaining thunder that was intercepted several times by the fighting skills would have severely injured him. If there were more, he would have no choice but to flee with his current strength. After all, he didn't have the ability to swallow thunder directly, and just now he just used the strong body to refine it with the difficult fire. If Gu Fei's fire could have the swallowing power like the void-devouring flame, then he could try to go to the void thunder pool. There were countless black magic thunders there, comparable to the thunder pools circulated in the Thunder Clan. Still want to run? In the alchemy cauldron below, the lid of the cauldron was lifted up, and a stream of light swept towards the distance. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei flashed, appeared in front of the stream of light like a ghost, and reached out to grab it. Roar! Facing Gu Fei's grab, the stream of light expanded rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a huge and ferocious beast. The beast transformed by the pill, with its huge claws making a sharp sound of breaking the wind, slapped Gu Fei with a slap. Bang! The fists and palms collided, and the ferocious beast screamed and flew backwards. Seeing the beast flying backwards, Gu Fei smiled and chased after it again. Seeing Gu Fei chasing after him again, a strong light burst out from the beast's body again. And its body shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a human figure. When the light dissipated, Gu Fei was a little stunned, because there was another, Gu Fei, standing in the sky. Interesting, this is the 9th grade treasure pill, and it can actually turn into a human form. Seeing the other party transformed into his own appearance, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Roar! The 9th grade treasure pill that transformed into the appearance of Gu Fei, obviously did not understand human language. Therefore, at this moment, it could only make some incomprehensible roars at Gu Fei. The 9th grade pill is so magical. It can actually transform into a human form, isn't it a spirit? Such changes in the sky also attracted many strange looks. The 9th grade treasure pill is extremely rare even for the people of the ancient clan present, so when they saw that this pill could actually transform into a human form, they were all a little surprised. Hey, mother, how can there be two in the sky? Wuxia, that's fake. Little Wuxia looked at the 9th grade treasure pill that transformed into the appearance of Gu Fei in the sky and spoke in surprise. However, before he finished speaking, Xun'er blocked his mouth with her hand. If the little guy was allowed to finish speaking, the 9th grade treasure pill might take advantage of him. And in the sky, Gu Fei did not entangle with the 9th grade treasure pill too much. He found an opportunity, grabbed it with his palm, and blocked it, then flew up quickly, and pointed his finger at the latter's forehead. Under the attack, the body of the 9th grade treasure pill also trembled rapidly, and then the body shrank rapidly, turning into a round pill that was all emerald green and about the size of a longan. The pill was suspended above Ji Yufei's palm. Layers of pill mist spread from the inside of this round pill and rippled around it, looking particularly magical. Ji Yufei, congratulations, congratulations. You can refine the 9th grade treasure pill at such a young age. In the future, your name will definitely spread in the mainland's medicine refining world. After Ji Yufei put away the pill, an elder of the ancient clan appeared here and congratulated him. After him, several more people appeared and congratulated Ji Yufei. Without exception, all of these people were elders of the ancient clan who had reached the level of Dou Sheng. Before, Ji Yufei might have been valued only because of his status as a genius. But now, with the ability to refine medicine as a 9th grade treasure pill master, he has the strong capital to make these Dou Sheng strongmen take him seriously. Because, even Dou Sheng strongmen, there are times when they need to ask Ji Yufei, the treasure pill master. If Ji Yufei becomes a Xuanden Grand Master, except for Ji Yuan and Ji Yulai, the rest of the clan will probably compete to curry favor with Ji Yufei. My elders, I am just lucky. Facing the congratulations of everyone, Ji Yufei was humble and not arrogant at all. Husband, congratulations. Brother Ji Yufei, you are so awesome, can you refine a 9th grade treasure pill for me next time? Don't worry, I will provide the herbs myself, and I won't let you suffer any loss. Next, Kai Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, Ziyan and others also came to congratulate. Brother Ji Yufei, Xun'er also congratulates you, your medicine refining skills have reached a new level. A clear voice sounded in the crowd, and many people turned their attention to the person who spoke. The person who spoke was Xun'er, Ji Yufei's ex-wife. Her appearance here undoubtedly made the atmosphere a little awkward. Everyone in the Ji Yu clan knew that after Ji Yufei and Xun'er got married, they were not actually husband and wife. In addition, it was said that during the marriage, Xun'er paid special attention to and took care of another man, which led to their final separation. Chapter 172. Why is this woman here again? She is really mentally strong. Seeing Xun'er arrive, Ziyan murmured in her heart. Her impression of Xun'er still stayed at the first time they met. That time, Xun'er came here unexpectedly, being arrogant to everyone, which made Ziyan have a bad impression of her. Of course, the main reason is Ji Yufei's attitude towards Xun'er. As long as Ji Yufei hates and dislikes people, Ziyan will also dislike them, and vice versa. On the side, the little medical fairy and Kai each held their children and remained silent without speaking. Both of them knew that Ji Yufei really liked the beautiful and mundane woman in front of him. However, they were also very sure that after what happened, with Ji Yufei's character, he would never go back and accept Xun'er again. Sure enough, when Xun'er's words sounded, Ji Yufei just glanced at them briefly, then turned his eyes away, and continued talking and laughing with the elders of the ancient tribe, not paying attention at all. Brother Ji Yufei, seeing Ji Yufei's reaction, Xun'er felt very disappointed, but still had a smile on her face. With so many people here at the moment, she couldn't get into trouble first of all. Besides, she had been mentally prepared for this situation before she came. No matter what, at least she came today, which is much better than not coming to congratulate her. Brother Ji Yufei, if you can treat me like a normal person, maybe I will understand that you have really let go. And the way you react now is because I still hold a huge weight in your heart. It's so big that you can't forget it and treat me like you treat others. After calming down, Xun'er had a lot on her mind. At this time, she was very sensible and knew not to be arrogant and to leave at the right time. What does she mean? On Ji Yufei's side, because of his emotional value system, even if he didn't look at Xun'er, he still had an insight into Xun'er's emotional changes just now. Several reminders about Xun'er's emotional value made Ji Yufei frown. This woman was acting so affectionate now, why did she hurt others before? Forget it, leave him alone. Ji Yufei shook his head, and then continued to deal with a large number of elders of the ancient clan in front of him. The 9th grade elixir in his hand is the second protagonist besides him today. Almost everyone's conversations revolved around him and this 9th grade treasure pill. One or two elders of the ancient tribe have already started to reserve a 9th grade treasure pill. Once they gather the medicinal materials, they will probably ask Ji Yufei for help. They were all Ji Yufei's elders, and many of them were very kind to Ji Yufei. Therefore, it was not easy for Ji Yufei to refuse their requests. You old guys, do you have the nerve to squeeze young people here? Ji Yufei also needs to practice. With so many of you coming to ask for pills, how can he be so busy? Suddenly, an old voice sounded from the sky outside the mountain peak, and a figure descended. This person was wearing a green robe, with white hair and a childish face. He always had a warm smile on his fair face, and he looked like he had a fairy-like air. The ancient elder is here. I've met the ancient elders. Seeing the old man in green robe arriving, many people, even the elders of the ancient clan, greeted him with their hands in hand, showing great respect. Not to mention the younger generation of the ancient tribe around them, all of them bowed and saluted. The identity of this green-robed old man is the ancient path known as the three immortals of the ancient clan. A powerful 7-star fighting saint. Among the ancient clan, apart from Ji Yuan and Ji Yulai, he had the highest cultivation level. Elder of the ancient path. Ji Yufei also bowed his hands in greeting to the elder of the ancient path. I have to say that what Ji Yudao said just now solved a big trouble for him. If Ji Yufei really accedes to the requests of those elders, I'm afraid he will be reduced to a medicine refining robot for a long time. Ji Yufei, you are very good. Gudao has been in seclusion for the past few years. Now that he has just come out of seclusion, he is extremely happy to hear that the younger members of the clan have achieved such dazzling achievements. According to Ji Yufei's promotion speed, he will definitely be able to carry the backbone of the ancient clan in the future. Next, no one asked Ji Yufei to help refine the elixir. After everyone left, Ji Yufei teased the child for a while, and then his thoughts turned to the 9th grade treasure pill again. Ji Yufei did have some luck in refining the 9th grade elixir this time. He was not 100% sure of refining the 9th grade elixir. The elixir arrived at the 9th level, and the energy in it was astonishingly huge. Ji Yufei's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the 9th rank Duzun for several months. He was wondering if he could rely on this elixir to smoothly advance to the next level. To the semi-saint level. Xun'er, little medical fairy. I need to go into seclusion for a while. During this time, Xun'er was very transparent. Before Ji Yufei finished speaking, she knew Ji Yufei's next sentence and immediately replied very considerately, "Don't worry, husband, cultivation matters are important. The little medical fairy and I will take care of the children. I will also help you take care of the children." Ziyan said subconsciously. "Yes, Daddy, Aunt Ziyan is so kind to me." Xianxia said seriously as she ate the sugar pill Ziyan gave her. Upon hearing this title, Xun'er and the little medical fairy looked at each other and smiled knowingly. After explaining some things, Ji Yufei came to the retreat place again. Although swallowing the 9th grade treasure pill is not as troublesome as the 9th grade mysterious pill, it is still necessary to do more preparation. Ji Yufei took out the medicine cauldron again and refined some pills that neutralized the medicinal properties. When everything was ready, these pills were mixed with the 9th grade treasure pill and swallowed by Ji Yufei. The energy contained in the 9th grade treasure pill has exceeded the total energy in the body of Ji Yufei, a 9-star Dou Qi peak powerhouse. As soon as the pill was swallowed, a huge energy burst out, which seemed to have the sign of bursting Ji Yufei's belly. Fortunately, Ji Yufei was well prepared, and those neutralizing pills began to play their role. In addition, Ji Yufei had the help of the strange fire, and stabilized the situation in time. "Refine it for me." Ji Yufei was infused with his whole body, controlling the strange fire to refine the huge medicinal power in his body. Countless pure energy began to merge into his limbs and bones. Ji Yufei's body, the peak of the 9th turn Dou Qi, seemed to have reached a saturated state. If he could not break through the semi-saint, then even if there was more energy, he could not absorb it. The word, half-saint, is also known as the abyss of despair for all Dou Qi peak powerhouses. In the world, most of the powerhouses who have reached the peak of Dou Qi have stopped at the edge of the half-saint, but no matter how hard they practice, they still cannot really step into the so-called half-saint level in the end. Only by stepping into the half-saint level can you be qualified to step into the Dou Saint level. It can even be said that the half-saint is the most important cornerstone before stepping into the Dou Saint level. If you can't step into the half-saint level, then you will never think of becoming a real Dou Saint. When Dou Di gradually became a legendary memory existing in history. The simple word, saint, represents the peak of this world. Chapter 173. Cultivation takes no time. This time, after Ji Yufei swallowed a 9th grade treasure pill, he went into seclusion for the longest time. He did not come out once for more than a year. And this is a common occurrence for other people at this level of cultivation. Why hasn't Dad come out yet? One day, Xiao Shan'el ran outside the cave where Ji Yufei was retreating and complained. Wuxia, who has turned 3 years old, is still following Shan'el like a follower. Sister, Mother said that Daddy is going to break through a big level of cultivation this time, so we should understand him better and be better. Wuxia listened to his sister's words and repeated his mother's words very seriously. Ah, you little guy, now you dare to directly say that your sister is not good, right? Hearing this, Xianxia turned around, stretched out his hand and grabbed Wuxia's little ear. No, no, sister, you are very well behaved. Sister, please stop grabbing me first, I was wrong. Wuxia was very frightened when her sister grabbed her ear, and she shook her head in denial. Boom, at this moment, the huge stone door in front of the two little guys suddenly opened. Hearing the sound, the two little guys looked back and found that the father they missed was already standing at the door of the cave. Dad, you are finally out of isolation. Seeing Ji Yufei, Xianxia let go of Wuxia's ears and ran over happily. Shan'el, Wuxia, you have grown so tall. Seeing the changes in the children, Ji Yufei's face was full of smiles. As before, he was walking with the two little guys in one hand. Brother Ji Yufei, you figured it out. After a while, Ziyan appeared in front of Ji Yufei. Ziyan had already sensed it as early as when Ji Yufei came out of seclusion. Immediately afterwards, the little medical fairy, Xun'er, Qinglin and others also came here. The three of them have made obvious progress in the past few years. Xun'er has entered the 4-star Dou Zun category half a year ago, and both Little Medical Fairy and Qinglin have also become 1-star Dou Zun experts. It seems that everyone has made great progress. Seeing the current state of everyone, Ji Yufei was very happy. In this world where the strong are respected, people around him have the ability to protect themselves, which is naturally what he wants to see. In this time in retreat, after he completely digested the energy of the 9th grade treasure pill, he was naturally promoted to the semi-saint level. And he surpassed the elementary and intermediate levels at one time and reached the advanced semi-saint level. And now he is not yet 25 years old. This growth rate, looking at the entire 8 ancient tribes, no one can surpass it. Currently, the only younger generation who can truly suppress Ji Yufei in terms of cultivation is Lei Dong from the Lei clan. Even Hunfeng, who is known as the number 1 young person in the Hun clan, is 7 or 8 years older than Ji Yufei, and has already been equaled by Ji Yufei. For 3 years, Lei Dong has been training in Ecchi. It is estimated that after he comes out, he will directly become a Dou Sage, and even reach the 2-star Dou Sage. Lei Dong, I hope you won't show too much surprise when we meet next time. Thinking of Lei Dong's eyes when he left last time, a smile appeared on the corner of Ji Yufei's mouth. After leaving quarantine, Ji Yufei has been accompanying his family. Wuxiang is still very young, and it often takes a long time to see Ji Yufei. Under normal circumstances, they are not very close. However, Queen Medusa taught her very well, and Wuxiang, who was only 3 years old, was very sensible. He understood that his father was practicing in seclusion so that he could better protect everyone in the future. Brother Ji Yufei, after a while, I want to go back to Dragon Island to have a look. Half a month after Ji Yufei came out of seclusion, Ziyan suddenly found him and talked about leaving. Ji Yufei also understood her. After all, it had been a long time since she left Dragon Island this time, and her cultivation level had improved. She was eager to unify the Dragon Clan and did not want the Dragon Clan to continue to be divided. Now that your 4-star Dou Sheng cultivation has been very stable, you do have the strength to go back and deal with things. However, let's wait a little longer. I have a way to let you break through to the late 4-star Dou Sheng stage in a short time. Quote, Brother Ji Yufei, are you planning to refine a 9th grade elixir for me? Upon hearing Ji Yufei's words, Ziyan's eyes suddenly lit up. No, Ji Yufei shook his head gently. If it's not a 9th grade elixir, what is it? Ziyan was confused. With her current strength, no matter how many 8th grade elixirs she takes, there won't be any big improvement. I'll tell you when I get there. Ji Yufei gave up. The opportunity he wanted to find this time was the Wangquan stone tablet of the Python clan in Juyu land. Inside, there was a wisp of the remnant soul of the demon saint and a few drops of the demon saint's essence blood. The demon saint of Wangquan once half-stepped into the Dou Emperor level in ancient times. The essence and blood left by those who have reached that level are undoubtedly very attractive to those who are strong in fighting saints. Only a small portion of it would allow Ji Yufei to successfully break through to the true fighting saint level. Moreover, in the Wangquan stone tablet, there is an extremely powerful soul attack fighting skill, Wangquan Tianwu. The underworld refers to life and death. The underworld is so angry that it breaks people's souls. Huang Quan Tian Wrath, to be precise, is a sonic fighting skill. Moreover, it is also a heaven-level advanced sonic fighting skill. It is recorded in ancient books that in ancient times, even some powerful warriors at the fighting saint level changed their minds upon hearing the wrath of Huang Quan. Among the 10 peak powerhouses who fell in the hands of the demon saint of underworld, at least 9 died in the end because of the demon saint's soul-shattering power of the underworld's wrath of heaven. And Ji Yufei's current soul realm has reached the requirements for cultivating Wangquan Tianwu. Having mastered that kind of soul attack method, even if Ji Yufei only has advanced semi-saint cultivation at this time, he can still pose a threat to the strong men below the 2-star Dou Sage. The location is still in the Beast Realm, and it is related to the Netherworld Python clan. Seeing that Ziyan still looked puzzled, Ji Yufei continued to add something to satisfy her curiosity. It's related to those ugly legless creatures again, Ziyan subconsciously complained. However, before she finished speaking, she suddenly realized something. Not far behind her, Kair was walking towards this side with Wu Shuang. I hope Sister Kair didn't hear. Ziyan was like a child who had done something wrong and did not dare to turn around and look at Kair. Kair, you came just in time. Ji Yufei smiled and waved, signaling Kair to come over. Husband, what's wrong? Kair asked curiously, and while speaking, she glared at Ziyan fiercely. Kair, Ziyan and I are planning to go to the Beast Realm. You should also go with me. There is an opportunity for you there. Ji Yufei explained with a smile. As a 7-colored sky-swallowing python, Kair can reach the semi-saint level as quickly as possible as long as she has enough energy. As for the Beast Realm, there is exactly such a place where Kair can be promoted quickly. Chapter 174. Going to the Beast Realm. Is this an opportunity that suits me? Could it be that, husband, you are planning to take me to the 9 Netherworld underworld this time? Kair, who had learned a lot about the continent's secrets during this period of time, asked. Yes, it's Juyu Wangquan. Ji Yufei smiled and nodded. Juyu Wangquan is located deep in the earth. It is usually the territory of Juyu underworld python, and they also regard it as a holy land. Under normal circumstances, if there is a member of the Juyu underworld python tribe who wants to advance, they will go to the Juyu Yellow Spring and soak in it, which can make the breakthrough much smoother. Although the spring water in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is extremely dark and cold, for the snake-shaped monsters that tend to be cold, it is one of the best places for body training in the world. Husband, the Juyu Wangquan is the place where the Juyu underworld python clan, the 3 major families in the Beast Realm, when do you plan to go there? Kair continued to ask. Leave now. With Ji Yufei's current confidence, although the world is big, there are not many places he cannot go. Of course, this confidence mainly comes from Ziyan, a 4-star fighting saint. As long as Ziyan goes with them, the people of the Nether Python clan in Juyu land will not be able to threaten them at all. Without further delay, let's set off quickly. Ziyan was a little excited. The last time she went to the Beast Realm, that opportunity made her soar to the Dou Sheng like a rocket. I don't know what the opportunity will be this time. Next, the 3 of them explained themselves and left in a low-key manner just like last time, allowing the little medical fairy, Qinglin and others to declare that they were in seclusion. The real base camp of the Juyu Daiming Python clan is deep underground. Of course, on the ground, they also have many branches. The number of this race is considered to be the largest among the 3 major warcraft families in the beast domain. But the large number naturally leads to the impureness of their bloodline. According to the estimates of the elders of the Juyu Earth Python clan, if this situation continues, the ancient bloodline possessed by the Juyu Earth Python clan may be exhausted in 100 years. And by that time, the 9 Netherworld Python clan will also be reduced to a situation similar to ordinary monsters. Because of this kind of thing, there are quite a lot of quarrels and differences among the Juyu Earth Nether Python clan. However, if there is no supplement from the ancient bloodline, and according to their crazy reproduction speed, that day will come sooner or later. Juyu Diwan, which is a main passage into the underground world, is also occupied by the Juyu Daiming Python clan and is heavily defended. Ahead is the 9 Netherworld Abyss. Ziyan, it's up to you. More than 10 days later, Ji Yufei, Ziyan, and Queen Medusa arrived outside the abyss. Don't worry, they won't be able to detect our entry. Ziyan waved her sleeves lightly, and a force of space enveloped Ji Yufei and Kair and disappeared, entering the underground world quietly. The terrain of the underground world is extremely complex, but Ji Yufei had already made thorough preparations when he came out this time and had a detailed map. In just a few minutes, the three of them arrived deep underground, and passed through numerous snake tribes along the way. About half an hour later, we finally arrived at the base camp of the Nether Python clan in the 9 Netherlands. The Underworld Snake Ley Line, the Dark Snake Earth Line, is the headquarters of the Dark Python clan in the 9 Netherlands. It is also a sacred place in the hearts of many snake tribes. As a holy land, the defenses of the underworld snake's veins are naturally extremely tight. Even snake people will not be able to enter if their status level is not high enough. Husband, the 9 Netherland Dark Python clan is indeed one of the 3 major Warcraft families. Although it is at the bottom of the 3 major Warcraft families, there are still quite a lot of strong people. After a while, the 3 people appeared on the top of a mountain again. Queen Medusa couldn't help but sigh. This scale is many times more powerful than my snake tribe. Sister Kair, this is nothing. When you get to my Gulong Island, you will find that the Nether Python clan of Juyu Earth is just trying to make up for it. Our dragon clan has many people with this kind of Dou Zun cultivation. Okay, then you, the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, will entertain me well. Ziyan seemed quite proud when she introduced her race, and Queen Medusa also echoed her words. In terms of overall strength, the Juyu Earth Nether Python clan is indeed far behind the Taishu Ancient Dragon clan. Oh, I'm not the Dragon King yet. Ziyan became a little nervous. Alright, let's go to Juyu Wangquan first. Listening to the conversation between the two, Ji Yufei smiled and then gave instructions. After the words fell, Ziyan once again used the power of space to wrap the 3 people tightly. As soon as the space swayed, the figures of the 3 people disappeared strangely. With Ziyan's control of the power of space, even the 5-star fighting saint could not detect them even from a slightly farther distance. In the very depths of the underworld snake's veins, there is a huge dark gorge. This deep gorge is 100 feet wide and bottomless. An astonishing cold air, like a strong wind, kept whistling upward. Just standing here, an ordinary person would feel the blood in his body and even his fighting spirit feel frozen. And at the bottom of this deep gorge is the holy pool that hides the Netherworld Python clan. 9 Netherworld. This place is also one of the destinations for Ji Yufei and the others. There were no snakemen defending the deep ravine, because everyone knew that the cold wind that kept whistling out of the dark deep ravine was the most natural guard. Facing these winds, even Dou Zong masters dared not go deep easily. Once they encountered an accident, they would sleep here forever. Swish! When the cold wind kept blowing, the space here suddenly twisted slightly. Immediately, 3 figures slowly emerged, naturally Ji Yufei, Ziyan, and Kair. Looking at the dark abyss below, Ji Yufei smiled slightly and did not stop. They broke through the cold wind and rushed into the bottom of the dark abyss. The ravine was very deep, and the speed of ordinary Dou Zun masters would probably take an hour. However, with the speed of Ji Yufei and the other 2, they saw the ground of the deep ravine in a few minutes. When approaching the ground, an extremely large lake appeared in the sight of the 3. The cold breath that was enough to freeze the fighting spirit in a person's body was diffused from the huge lake. The lake was extremely huge, and the water inside the lake was dark yellow. A stream of light yellow mixed with blood continued to seep out, and finally rose up and rushed to the sky with a roar. Here is the legendary 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Ji Yufei slowly approached the huge lake. The closer he got to the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, Ji Yufei could feel a hidden cold force constantly drilling into his body. Chapter 175. His footsteps stopped beside the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Ji Yufei squatted down, and his palm touched the lake water. At this moment, a deep yellow ice crystal quickly climbed up along his arm. Fortunately, Ji Yufei had a strange fire by his side, and instantly melted the condensed ice crystals. Kyre, Ziyan, it's very cold here. I'm afraid that even the people of the 9 Nether Earth Python can't stand it for a long time. Therefore, except for special circumstances, generally no one will come here. You two wait here for me first, I'll go to the bottom of the 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Husband, be careful. Plop. Ji Yufei gave the two a few instructions, and then moved his body and crashed directly into the 9 Nether Yellow Spring, rushing to the bottom like lightning. The cold power in the 9 Nether Yellow Spring is very terrifying. Ji Yufei only descended a little for a while, and felt that this kind of cold air could threaten some low-level Dou Qi cultivators. However, with his current cultivation level of a high-level semi-saint, it would be a bit ridiculous if he still couldn't enter such a place. Hiss. After a while, a subtle strange sound suddenly came into his ears, and at that moment, Ji Yufei realized that the water flow behind him suddenly became faster. In Ji Yufei's vision, deep in the yellow spring, a dark fog quickly spread towards him. Those were not the so-called black fog, but countless small snakes with black bodies covered with strange scales. And the harsh and hissing sound around was also made by these strange snakes. Chi. When these strange snakes were still a long distance away from Ji Yufei, they opened their ferocious mouths, and countless dark black water arrows were ejected from their mouths. The humming sound of breaking water shook the surrounding lake water to make a low explosion sound. Get out! Ji Yufei took action and shot out several hot energies to repel some of the strange snakes. But there were too many of them, so Ji Yufei didn't get too entangled. He sped down. Not long after, a little light appeared at the end. At this depth, the strange snake seemed a little afraid and didn't continue to follow. Is this the bottom of the 9 Netherworld? Soon, a huge sandy ground appeared in front of Ji Yufei. Save me! Suddenly, a subtle groaning sound came into Ji Yufei's ears through the water. Walala! Ji Yufei grabbed his palm downward, and a palm print was immediately left on the sandy ground. A huge iron chain buried under the sand and stones, which was 100 feet long, was exposed to Ji Yufei's sight. Ji Yufei grabbed it in the air, and the iron chain was slowly pulled out. As the iron chain was pulled out, the rest of the ground suddenly shook, and 3 huge iron chains rose from the mud. In the center of the iron chain, there was a large mass of dark mud, and as the mud dissipated, the things in it gradually appeared. It was a man with a dry body, like a skeleton. It's really a torture to be locked in this dark underworld for so many years. Looking at the skeleton-like figure, Ji Yufei sighed in his heart. This inhuman torture lasted for so many years, I don't know how he survived. Save me, save me, if you save me, I will let the entire 9 Nether Earth Python clan serve you as their master. When Ji Yufei looked at the dry figure, the latter's deep eyes suddenly opened, and he looked at Ji Yufei with some joy. Serve me as their master. Hearing the promise made by the skeleton-like man, Ji Yufei hesitated for a moment. As a prodigy of the ancient clan, he might inherit the position of the patriarch of the ancient clan in the future. He looked down on ordinary people who wanted to follow him. However, people like Yao Ming do have some merits. He was originally the patriarch of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, and his cultivation reached the 2-star Dou Sheng, which is considered a good strong man. Even if they were as powerful as the ancient clan, they would not be so arrogant as to refuse the loyalty of a Dou Sheng. The previous struggle and shouting seemed to have consumed a lot of the skeleton's strength, and even his breathing was a little rapid. In the 4 huge chains, extremely cold energy continued to be transmitted, consuming the Dou Qi produced in the former's body. The skeleton was always in an extremely weak state. But at the same time, this consumption would not directly harm his life. In this way, he could only survive in this permanent consumption, which was even more painful than killing him. My friend, I am the patriarch of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, Yao Ming. As long as you can save me, I will definitely fulfill my promise just now and serve you as my master. When Ji Yufei hesitated, the skeleton-like figure spoke again. Now you are not the patriarch of the 9 Nether Earth Python clan, that Yao Xiao genius is. Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head. That bastard Yao Xiaoshan was the one who used a vicious trick to seize my position and sealed me in the bottom of the 9 Netherworld. This beast made me suffer from the cold power for hundreds of years. If I am lucky enough to see the light of day again in this life, I, Yao Ming, will make my life worse than death. When the 3 words Yao Shaoshan came to his ears, the man who called himself Yao Ming's eyes instantly turned blood red. Ji Yufei was naturally very clear about the grudge between the two. Yao Ming was strong and was the most orthodox candidate for the leader of the 9 Netherworld Python clan. Yao Shaoshan also understood this in his heart. He usually behaved respectfully to Yao Ming, but secretly, he was plotting a vicious plan. I have to say, Yao Ming was sealed here for hundreds of years, and this end was indeed quite tragic. I will help you out, but the battle for the clan leader depends on you. Ji Yufei sighed lightly and agreed to Yao Ming's request. I have the 9 Netherworld staff, which is the token of the clan leader of my 9 Netherworld Python clan. As long as I can get out of the bottom of the Yellow Spring and get rid of Yao Shaoshan, I will be the new clan leader. Hearing this, Yao Ming also quickly showed his value to Ji Yufei. My friend, you just need to help me smash the Yellow Spring Yin Stone, and I can get out. Yes, Ji Yufei nodded lightly. Then he found the other end of the 4 chains, a Yellow Spring Yin Stone containing a powerful yin and cold power. Bang! After multiple attacks, the Yellow Spring Yin Stone finally broke apart. At this moment, Yao Ming exerted his strength and the chains were broken. Just as Yao Ming broke the seal, a magnificent palace deep in the nether snake vein was extremely lively. On the throne in the hall, sat a man in black. The black-clothed man's eyes slightly opened and closed, and his brilliance flashed, like a poisonous snake that could kill people in an instant. Beside the man, 2 women with enchanting figures carefully kneaded his body, and his big hands kept moving on the soft bodies of the 2 women. Suddenly, the black-clothed man's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened, with a touch of shock in his eyes. The seal is broken. Chapter 176. 50.1%. Clan leader, what happened? Not far below the man's seat, an old man with a red snake coiled on his shoulder frowned slightly and said, "Damn it, the seal that suppressed Yao Ming suddenly broke." The man in black stood up with a cold expression on his face, and a subtle voice reached the old man's ears. "The monster has broken the seal. How is this possible?" Hearing this, the old man's expression suddenly changed dramatically. "Clan leader, hurry up and get there. I'll stabilize the situation here first, and then rush over there to support you. Don't worry, I will never let him turn around again." The man in black smiled sinisterly, and with a movement of his body, he disappeared from the throne. Haha, an elder has come to report the matter. The clan leader will go and meet him first. Let's continue. Seeing the man in black disappear, the old man also stood up and smiled to comfort the many strong snake men in the hall. The bottom of the underworld. Haha, I didn't expect that I, Yao Ming, could really survive until this day. After getting out of trouble, Yao Ming was very excited. However, his voice clearly sounded weak. At this moment, it is estimated that an ordinary Dou Zun strongman could easily kill him if he appeared here. Let's go, your good brother may be anxious to come here to take your life. Ji Yufei remembered that as soon as the seal here is broken, Yao Shaoshan can immediately sense it. Yao Shaoshan, there was hatred in Yao Ming's eyes, and he chanted Yao Shaoshan's name angrily. Next, during the rapid ascent, Ji Yufei and Yao Ming once again encountered those strange black snakes born in the cold water of the underworld. Yao Ming seemed to have a way to control them. After making some weird noises, he made these strange snakes stay away from each other. In the shallow area of Juyu Wangquan, Queen Medusa is trying to practice here. And further above, a figure in black appeared quickly, and then looked viciously at the cold Juyu Wangquan below. Who are you? Suddenly, the man in black noticed Ziyan staying next to the 9 Netherworld. Who am I and it's none of your business? Ziyan glanced at the man in black. His snake-like eyes made her very uncomfortable, and her tone was bad. Little girl, Juyu Wangquan is the holy land of the Nether Python clan in Juyu Land, and I am the current clan leader. Do you think it is none of my business? Yao Meng sneered at Ziyan. Ziyan, what happened? At this moment, Kair noticed the movement and flew out from the shallow area of the lake. She and Ziyan were both one of 8 kind beauties. When they appeared at the same time, the man in black immediately had evil thoughts in his heart. Trespassing on our clan's holy land will generally result in the punishment of being devoured by thousands of snakes. However, if you two are willing to serve me, I can be generous and spare your lives. Bah, you disgusting guy. How dare you ask me and Sister Kyre to serve you? You are simply seeking death. The man in black's words were undoubtedly an act of seeking death, and Ziyan was angered. Her whole body burst with momentum, and she immediately slapped the man in black. This momentum, the moment he felt Ziyan's aura, the man in black's expression changed. He didn't expect that a beautiful girl who looked so young and harmless could actually have such terrifying cultivation. Facing Ziyan's terrifying palm, he subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but he felt that the surrounding space was locked. Pung! Ziyan casually slapped it, and a huge force of wind fell on the man in black, instantly knocking him to the ground and creating a big crater. Ziyan took action. Ji Yufei, on his side, noticed the fluctuations above and sped up to catch up. Yao Meng followed closely behind. After Ji Yufei gave him the healing elixir, his fighting spirit was rapidly recovering. Soon, Ji Yufei and Yao Meng rushed out of the lake and reached the sky. When Yao Chan saw Ziyan, his heart beat hard. He could feel the aura of a strong person exuding from Ziyan. Soon, the evil gaze turned to the big hole on the ground again. From there, he sensed a very familiar aura. Brother Ji Yufei, there was a guy who spoke rudely to me and Sister Kyre just now, and I slapped him to the ground. Ziyan then told Ji Yufei what had just happened. Is he dead? Ji Yufei asked. Maybe he's not completely dead yet, Ziyanhun said nonchalantly. What kind of terrifying existence is this woman? Listening to the conversation between Ji Yufei and Ziyan, Yao Chan couldn't help but become nervous. As the smoke slowly dissipated, everyone could see clearly that there was a bloody figure in the deep pit. Yao Shaoshan, you, this bastard, will live today. Yao Chan recognized the bloody figure in the pit and shouted angrily. Brother, please let me go. I was just confused back then, and I was instigated by that insidious villain, the Great Elder. At this time, Yao Shaoshan, who was extremely weak, slowly raised his eyes to Yao Men and begged for mercy. Originally, he planned to seal Yao Chan again, but he didn't expect Yao Chan to be able to recruit such a powerful helper. Let you go. Hearing Yao Shaoshan's words below, Yao Ming couldn't help but sneer, and endless hatred gathered in his heart. Who should I go to for revenge for the suffering I have endured for so many years? This time, I will definitely cut you into pieces and throw you into the 10,000 snakes cave. Yao Ming's eyes were red, and anyone else would not calm down at this time. I really know I was wrong. I am willing to compensate you for the suffering you have endured over the years. Please, big brother, let me go, we are brothers. Yao Shaoshan was like a dog wagging his tail and begging for mercy, putting down any dignity. Do you know that I am your big brother now? All the suffering I have endured in the past hundreds of years is due to you. Yao Ming's tone was grim. He came to the deep pit, slowly squatted down, and stroked Yao Shaoshan's head with his palm. A moment of softness suddenly appeared on his face. Who dares to come to my 9 Netherworld Python clan to make trouble? At this moment, roars suddenly came from the sky. Immediately, countless sounds of breaking wind were heard throughout the mountain range. Obviously, Ziyan's previous move had alarmed the strong men of the entire 9 Netherworld Python clan. The leader was an old man with a red poisonous snake coiled on his shoulder. That's Chief Shaoshan. Who are you? Let Chief Shaoshan go. You dared to come to my clan and injure the chief. None of you can escape today. The 9 Netherworld Python clan is one of the 3 major clans in the world of Warcraft. Not only was someone sneaking in, but their chief was also severely injured. No one could tolerate it. Chapter 177. 50.4%. Everyone, do you still recognize me? Just when the group of powerful men from the 9 Netherland Nether Python clan were about to take action, Yao Chan raised his head, and his whole body was full of momentum at this moment. Looking at Yao Ming's face that was somewhat similar to Yao Tianxiao's, all the members of the Juyu Earth Python clan present were stunned. After a while, some elders screamed in disbelief, Chief Yao Ming. How is this possible? Back then, didn't you go crazy in your cultivation and fall? Clan leader Yao Ming, he seems to be the biological eldest brother of the Tianxiao clan leader, the previous clan leader. But the leader of the Shaoshan clan said that he went crazy while practicing martial arts and became possessed and died. He has disappeared for hundreds of years. How can he reappear now? Hearing the many whispers that echoed throughout the sky, Yao Shaoshan's face became even paler. At this moment, he was injured by Ziyan, and his injuries were extremely serious. If he tried to defend himself, he would probably be killed by the angry monster immediately. In the sky, the old man with the red snake coiled on his shoulder shouted coldly, "Be quiet, don't be deceived by this guy. Maybe these people deliberately pretend to be the former clan leader and want to cause unrest in our clan. Elders, if you don't move the formation, kill him and save the leader of the Shaoshan clan." Hearing this, the snake elders were also startled, and all of them hesitated. "Elder Xian, Elder Ming, Elder Lu, you were the closest people to me back then. Could it be that you can't even recognize me?" Hearing Yao Ming's laughter, the three pale-haired elders glanced at Yao Ming, with a little excitement on their faces. He is truly the leader of the Yao Ming clan. The three of us are quite familiar with his aura. Ming Chong, the three of you can't disturb the clan's heart here. Today, the clan leader of the Juyu Earth Ming Python clan is Yao Shaoshan. Do you want to rebel against the clan by acting like this? Hearing this, the old man with a red poisonous snake coiled on his shoulder looked at the three snake elders with sinister eyes and shouted coldly. "Oh, great elder, back then you and Yao Shaoshan poisoned me, teamed up to deal with me, and finally trapped me at the bottom of the underworld for hundreds of years. If I didn't get the help of this little friend, I might never get ahead. Now, you want to kill people and silence me." Yao Chan stood up, his two-star fighting saint power completely released, and then he spit out a scepter from his mouth. The scepter is completely black, with two poisonous snakes wrapped around the top. Between the two snakes, there is a black bead the size of a fist. "Elders, do you still recognize this thing? 9 Netherworld staff, it's actually the 9 Netherworld staff that has been lost for hundreds of years. This is the clan leader's token." Looking at the black scepter, the expressions of all the elders in the sky changed, and immediately there was a surge of enthusiasm in their eyes. According to legend, among the snake beads of the Juyu scepter, there is the purest blood of the Juyu royal family. If you have these bloodlines, it will undoubtedly greatly extend the speed of blood thinning. "Don't take down rebellion yet," Yao Meng directly commanded the elders. Now that there is the Juyu Ming Zhang, most of the elders are on the side of Yao Meng, and those confidants trained by Yao Shaoshan, seeing Yao Shaoshan trampled under the feet of Yao Meng and dying, do not dare to go. Resist. "Damn it, you fake, let me expose your true colors." The great elder was obviously unwilling to give up. At this moment, he just wanted to kill Yao Men. Once Yao Men died, even if the matter was made public, no one would stand up for the dead man. "HMPH, you want to kill me, you think too highly of yourself." Yao Chan looked disdainful. Although he was tortured at the bottom of the underworld, he never retreated but advanced in cultivation. Now he is a 2-star fighting saint with overwhelming strength. Ji Yufei, on the other hand, watched quietly. This kind of thing was an internal matter of the Juyu Daiming Python clan. Interference by outsiders would cause resentment. Fortunately, Ziyan's previous attack was not seen by anyone. They all thought that it was Yao Meng who severely injured Yao Shaoshan. Soon, Yao Meng and the great elder of the Netherworld Python clan were fighting together, and the roar continued. "Everyone, that man is really a fake, why don't we take him down quickly?" Yao Shaoshan looked at the battlefield over there with cold eyes. He knew that Yao Men would never let him go, and he could only survive if he killed Yao Men. But now, the great elder is no longer a monstrous opponent. He is frequently injured. Once the great elder is defeated, he will never have a chance to stand up again. Court death. Hearing this, Yao Ming's eyes turned cold during the battle. He immediately gave up on the great elder and went straight to Yao Shaoshan. This time, his palm was like the sharpest blade and he inserted it into Yao Shaoshan's head without hesitation. Middle. At this moment, all the blood and brain matter shot out. Boom. The palm of his hand was inserted into Yao Tianxiao's head. Yao Ming's face was expressionless, and then he slowly retracted his palm. In his palm, there was a black ball the size of a fist. The bead body was extremely smooth, and faintly, black mist flowed within it, converging into a screaming face, which was clearly that of Yao Shaoshan. Seeing this situation, the great elder who had been severely injured by the monster fled directly. Seal the snake earth line and find the traitor. Yao Meng did not rush to chase, but quickly took over the power of the clan leader to stabilize the situation. This time, I really want to thank you, little friend Ji Yufei. Without you, I would still be tortured at the bottom of the underworld. After settling some things, Yao Kuang came to Ji Yufei to express his gratitude. Haha, this is also related to your own efforts. If you had not made a breakthrough in cultivation, how would you be able to regain the position of clan leader today? Ji Yufei chuckled and spoke with approval. Yao Ming's character and talent are satisfactory. If he is cultivated, he will definitely be able to play a role in the future. By the way, I came to Juyu Wangquan this time to find the Wangquan blood crystal. You have been there for many years, so you should have that thing. Ji Yufei directly stated his purpose. Wangquan blood crystal, this thing takes nearly 1,000 years to condense into a piece. In these hundreds of years, I have swallowed a lot of it. Hearing this, Yao Ming almost did not hesitate, and suddenly opened his mouth, and a blood-colored light flashed out, and finally floated in front of Ji Yufei. That thing was a blood-colored crystal block about the size of a fist. In that crystal block, it seemed as if there was endless blood flowing, which looked extremely strange. Is this the Wangquan blood crystal? Looking at this piece of blood crystal with a hint of weirdness, Ji Yufei also murmured in a low voice. He reached out to take the blood-colored crystal floating in front of him. As soon as the crystal was in his hand, a terrifying cold power spread along his palm. This thing contains a powerful cold power that can restrain flames. It will be of great help to Ji Yufei when he swallows stronger strange fires later. There is another thing. I heard that your 9 Nether Earth Python clan has a stone tablet left by the Yellow Spring Demon Saint. Can you take me to see it? After accepting the Yellow Spring blood crystal, Ji Yufei continued to talk about his second purpose of coming here. Yellow Spring Stone Tablet. Hearing this, Yao Ming frowned. This thing is the biggest secret of their 9 Nether Earth Python clan. The things inside are of vital importance to their clan. My clan does have this thing. Friend Ji Yufei, please follow me. Yao Ming hesitated for a moment. After he glanced at Ziyan standing next to Ji Yufei, he nodded and agreed. Because he understood that since Ji Yufei had the ability to help him regain light from the bottom of the underworld, he also had the ability to make him fall into the abyss again. Chapter 178, 50.7%. Haha, brother Ji Yufei, you seem to know a lot about our 9 Netherland Nether Python clan. On the way, Yao Chan still couldn't help his curiosity and asked Ji Yufei. I understand a little bit. As far as I know, your tribe's Wangquan stone tablet is engraved with 3 fighting skills, Wangquan finger and Wangquan palm. The former is a low-level heaven-level fighting skill, while the latter is an intermediate heaven-level fighting skill with powerful power. Extraordinary. Ji Yufei had nothing to hide. After all, he himself took the initiative to expose his purpose. As for the last one, it is a soul attack fighting skill. It is the skill that made the great sage Huang Quantian wrath. Ji Yufei continued. Brother Ji Yufei seems to have an extraordinary background. These are all secrets of our clan. Not many people in the world know this. Hearing this, Yao Chan was shocked and did not forget to compliment Ji Yufei. Although Ji Yufei was only a semi-saint in cultivation, he was able to make that little witch Ziyan listen to him so much that Yao Men had to take it seriously. Brother Ji Yufei, to tell you the truth, in the depths of the Underworld Stone Monument, in addition to the fighting skills left behind by the Underworld Demon Saint, there is actually still a portion of the essence and blood of the Underworld Demon Saint. Yao Meng continued to add. He knew that Ji Yufei would go to the Wangquan stone tablet. Regardless of whether Ji Yufei can succeed or not, his move can be regarded as retreat in order to advance. If Ji Yufei can't get out the 2 treasures inside, then he can give Ji Yufei a favor by telling him in advance this time. It would be better if Ji Yufei was strong and could really take out the treasure inside. At least, with Ji Yufei's way of doing things, he would be given some of that kind of opportunity. Oh, there are also such treasures. Ji Yufei glanced at the sensible Yao Men and replied with fake surprise. It seems that this is the ultimate goal of brother Ji Yufei's trip. Listening to the conversation between Ji Yufei and Yao Men, Ziyan felt a little excited. She naturally knew how powerful the essence and blood of a strong man who had been close to the Dou Emperor must be. Chatting along the way, not long after, Ji Yufei, Ziyan, and Kair followed Yao Ming and landed on an ancient altar. This altar is extremely majestic and is entirely made of blue boulders. Standing on the top of the altar, you can overlook some of the surrounding peaks. Ji Yufei and his party slowly landed on the top of the altar. In the center of the altar, a huge pale yellow stone tablet, about 100 feet tall, stood lonely here. An ancient atmosphere filled the air, as if it existed forever. Is this the legendary Wangquan stone tablet? Ji Yufei looked up at the huge stone tablet. On the stone tablet, there was a huge finger and a palm print carved on it. Thinking about it, this should be the so-called underworld finger and underworld palm cultivation method. Brother Ji Yufei, this is the underworld stone tablet of R9 Netherworld Nether Python clan, and the underworld wrath and the blood of the demon saint are hidden in it, but as for whether we can get it, we have to rely on it. Brother Ji Yufei is in trouble. Yao Chan said very solemnly. To this day, no one has been able to decipher the Wangquan stone stele, which naturally shows how difficult it is. Ji Yufei nodded silently and looked at the stone tablet solemnly. On this, he felt an extremely powerful soul pressure. As expected of the underworld demon saint, Ji Yufei's eyes were solemn, and then he moved and appeared on a stone pier directly in front of the stone monument, and slowly sat down cross-legged. Ziyan, please don't let anyone disturb me during this period. Don't worry, brother Ji Yufei, I won't let anyone disturb you. Ji Yufei told him. His body suddenly trembled slightly, and then a somewhat illusory figure stepped out from between his eyebrows. Brother Ji Yufei dares to try to collect the treasures from the Wangquan stone tablet, he really has some strength. Seeing Ji Yufei's soul actually condensed into a human form that was the same as his body, Yao Ming secretly praised him. The soul power of most powerful people can only be said to be at a normal level. It is simply impossible to condense the nihilistic soul into a substantial form like Ji Yufei. Under the gazes of Yao Meng, Ziyan, and Kair, Ji Yufei's soul stepped forward and hit the stone monument directly. Laugh. In an instant, the surface of the ancient stone tablet fluctuated like a liquid, and Ji Yufei's soul disappeared strangely in front of the stone tablet as if it had been swallowed. Boom. In the space of the stone monument, above the sky filled with ancient aura, thunder roared like a furious dragon, and the loud sound made the whole world tremble violently. The demon saint of Wangquan is indeed extraordinary. Ji Yufei was suspended in midair, looking at this strange space with a flash of surprise in his eyes. Boom! As Ji Yufei went deep into this place, a fingerprint and a huge palm print were formed one after another in this space of heaven and earth, attacking him. However, these methods were easily resolved by Ji Yufei. Demon saint of underworld, show up. These methods can't defeat me yet. When the giant yellow palm exploded, Ji Yufei raised his head and looked into the distance. The faint sound was like thunder, spreading throughout the space. Boom! After Ji Yufei finished speaking, a mountain peak suddenly broke through the ground and rose up. On the top of the mountain, there was a huge throne. On the throne, a figure in a yellow fur robe sat upright. A breath that made even the heaven and earth tremble slowly spread. Yes, a soul of the great perfection of heaven realm. A faint voice with praise, containing a kind of pressure from the soul, slowly came into Ji Yufei's ears. This junior's trip is for the cultivation method of Wangquan Tianu and the blood of the demon saint. Ji Yufei did not hesitate and directly stated his intention. He knew that the remnant soul of Wangquan demon saint had his own mission. When the mission was completed, he would hand over everything. Although you are very good, if you want Wangquan Tianu and blood, you need to defeat me first. Wangquan demon saint said slowly. Then I will not be polite. After speaking, Ji Yufei stepped forward fiercely, and his body, at this moment, suddenly expanded hundreds of feet, like a giant standing between heaven and earth. The giant looked down at Wangquan demon saint from a high place, clenched his giant palm, and slammed towards the latter fiercely. Well, let me see how much weight you, a young man, have. The yellow spring demon saint suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily. Countless huge palms broke out of the ground, like a rainstorm, fiercely bombarding the body of the soul giant that Ji Yufei had transformed into. Destroy! The fierce attack caused Ji Yufei's soul body to emit violent fluctuations. At the moment, even he did not dare to neglect it, and hurriedly wrapped the soul power with strange fire. Yes, your soul actually contains the power of strange fire. The yellow spring demon saint once again made a sound of praise, but soon, his face changed slightly, and his hands formed a strange hand seal like lightning, and then put the hand seal to his mouth. Suddenly, an extremely terrible wave rippled up, and under this wave, this space was instantly broken up, and it looked like the end of the world. Is it the wrath of the yellow spring? Sensing the kind of wave that even he felt a little frightened, Ji Yufei's face also became extremely solemn. The Yellow Spring's Heaven's Wrath is able to make many fighting saints change color upon hearing of it, and it is not just a false rumor. Chapter 179. 51%. There is a commotion between heaven and earth. Strange ripples suddenly appeared around the remnant soul of the underworld demon saint. These ripples faintly merged into an invisible figure that was thousands of feet tall. As expected of the demon saint of underworld, Ji Yufei's expression was extremely solemn. The next moment, the invisible demon saint's true form transformed by the sound wave slowly lowered his head, and his indifferent eyes were fixed on Ji Yufei in the distance. Its mouth slowly opened, and a syllable with an ancient aura, like a thunder dragon shuttled out from the layers of thunderclouds, suddenly revealed its majestic appearance. Mu. With one word blurted out, the space collapsed inch by inch under the spread of the sound wave, and an almost destructive sound wave impact surged in at a speed faster than light. At this terrifying speed, Ji Yufei had no time to form any defense. Bang bang bang, the destructive sound wave instantly descended on Ji Yufei's huge soul giant body. The latter's huge body, which was several hundred feet long, shrank and became illusory at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a complete and devastating destruction. It seemed that everything was going to turn into nothingness under the impact of the sound wave. On that mountain peak, the underworld demon saint also sat back on his throne, and his already illusory body became much more transparent. Obviously, the previous attack consumed too much of his strength. It is indeed the skill that made the demon saint of underworld famous. It can be performed with just one residual soul, and it has such power. This junior admires it. Under such a fierce attack, Ji Yufei was not annihilated and walked out bathed in the flames. In these years, you are the first person who can withstand the wrath of the underworld. The remnant soul of the underworld demon saint looked at Ji Yufei, with a relieved smile on his face, and his body slowly leaned against the throne. At this moment, Demon Saint Wangquan said with a somewhat sad tone, "After waiting for countless years, this day has finally come." After the words fell, he flicked his fingers, and a wave of soul flashed out, finally floating in front of Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei grasped the wave in his hand, and immediately, streams of information quickly poured into his mind. It is the cultivation method of Wangquan Tianwu and the other two fighting skills Wangquan Finger and Palm. Thank you, Senior Huang Quan, for the gift. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Ji Yufei quickly cupped his hands towards the demon saint of underworld and said, "My mission is to wait for someone to defeat me and pass on what I have learned. Your soul power has reached the conditions for cultivating the wrath of the underworld." The demon saint of underworld smiled slightly. Then, slowly open your palms. A faint golden stream suddenly appeared on its illusory body, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a ball of golden liquid. I have been practicing for thousands of years, and my soul has advanced to the legendary imperial realm, but I still cannot take that last step. There was endless melancholy and unwillingness in the voice of the demon saint of Wangquan. Senior's meritorious deeds are just due to sudden changes. In this world, it is already difficult to obtain the necessary things to be promoted to Dou Emperor. It's a pity. You also know this. Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Huang Quan Demon Saint was slightly surprised. Even someone like him, who was close to Dou Emperor, could only make vague guesses about that kind of thing and could not be sure. I know a little bit. Without that kind of necessary thing, it will be difficult to break through to the realm of Dou Emperor. Just like 1,000 years ago, the Shao clan leader used the strength of the entire clan to sacrifice his blood, but in the end he still stopped at the half-emperor level. The realm. Ji Yufei said slowly. An ancient great clan cannot succeed even with all its strength. Hearing these words, Demon Saint Wangquan felt a little relieved and could only lament that his fate was like this. Junior, you are able to come here because of fate. Being able to withstand the wrath of the underworld is due to ability. The unique skills of the underworld are not taught to mediocre people. You are not mediocre. The golden blood was thrown out by the underworld demon saint and slowly fell into Ji Yufei's palm. Thank you, Senior Huang Quan. Ji Yufei bowed his hands and thanked him. At this time, the body of the demon saint Wangquan sitting on the throne was becoming more and more unreal. I hope that my unique skills will not lose its light and prestige with my death. Good go, Senior. The reason why this remnant soul has been able to exist for so many years is probably due to the blood of the demon saint. Now that the essence and blood have left the body, the remaining soul has finally dried up and dissipated between heaven and earth. Well, Ji Yufei also sighed. The illusory body slowly disappeared into this space. My husband has been gone for a while, he won't be in any danger. On the altar, Kair looked at Ji Yufei's body sitting motionless on the stone pier. Her eyebrows slightly frowned, because, according to Yao Meng, most people would come out within half an hour after entering the Wangquan stone monument. Don't worry, Sister Kair, brother Ji Yufei never does anything he's not sure about. Ziyan was very relieved about Ji Yufei. Suddenly, the stone tablet burst out with a burst of intense light, and a soul figure quickly flew out of it. Finally, under Kair's surprised gaze, it entered the body of the figure sitting on the stone pier. Husband, are you okay? Kair asked with concern. Fine. Ji Yufei smiled and shook his head. Boom. At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the stone tablet. Immediately, everyone saw that a mouth shape slowly appeared above the original finger and palm prints, and a strange wave emanated from the mouth. The wrath of the underworld. Looking at that mouth shape, Yao Ming was startled for a moment, and then his face showed a look of ecstasy. He hurriedly let the soul power spread out. However, before he could receive the message, a powerful soul impact hit his soul hard. PFF'd. This fierce impact caused Yao Ming to spurt out a mouthful of blood. If your soul power doesn't reach the heavenly realm, you won't be able to access this kind of soul attack fighting skills. Seeing Yao Chan's embarrassment, Ji Yufei did not laugh. He stretched out his hand, and a small drop of golden blood appeared in his palm. This is part of the blood of the demon saint. As the leader of the clan who protects this monument, you deserve it. Haha, with this drop of demon saint essence blood, I am confident that I can challenge the 3-star fighting saint within 3 years. Yao Ming happily collected the blood of the demon saint and said happily. Next, Ji Yufei informed Yao Men that Kair was going to practice in Juyu Wangquan. Chief Yao Ming clan, during this period of time, we will stay in the Nether Python clan in the Juyu land. Maybe we need to use your clan's Juyu Wangquan. Next, Ji Yufei glanced at Kair, obviously wanting to use the power of Juyu Wangquan to complete the body tempering step for Kair. Haha, it's a small matter, but the energy of the Juyu Wangquan is extremely cold. Brother Ji Yufei, you have to be more careful. Yao Ming smiled and immediately reminded. Chapter 180. Kair. The cold and yin power contained in the 9 nether yellow spring is enough to be fatal to ordinary people. But the 7-colored sky-swallowing python is already very cold and yin, and you should be able to absorb the energy from it unscrupulously this time. Beside the 9 nether yellow spring, Ji Yufei looked at the 9 nether yellow spring filled with cold air, tilted his head and smiled at Kair. This kind of cold and yin power is really nothing to me. Kair smiled faintly, and her words seemed quite proud. As the only 7-colored sky-swallowing python in the world today, she has the qualifications to look down on all snake-like monsters. While absorbing the cold and yin power, supplemented with elixirs, cultivation will be faster. Next, Ji Yufei handed a few jade bottles to Kair. Kair stretched out her jade hand and took the jade bottle with a warm and cool air. Husband, you are so good. Kair suddenly raised her narrow eyes with a charming breath, and gently pressed her red lips. Feeling the sudden softness, Ji Yufei's arm reflexively embraced Kair's soft and slender waist. I'm still here, you too, you don't treat me as an outsider. Seeing Ji Yufei and Kair showing off their love in front of her, Ziyan rolled her eyes and stamped her feet to express her dissatisfaction. Husband, then I'll go into practice. Kair smiled slightly, not feeling embarrassed at all. She shook her body and turned into the huge and unusual 7-colored swallowing sky python and entered the underworld. Bululu. After Kair entered the 9 nether yellow spring, the lake water immediately seemed to boil, and countless bubbles emerged. Ji Yufei could clearly feel that it seemed that the energy in the entire 9 nether yellow spring was alarmed at this moment. Ziyan, this is for you. Ji Yufei took out half of the remaining blood of the yellow spring demon saint and handed it to Ziyan. Brother Ji Yufei, you are so nice. I like you so much. Seeing this golden blood, Ziyan smiled. With her current strength, if she absorbs all the energy of the demon saint's blood, she may have a chance to climb to the late stage of the 4-star Do Sheng. At that time, the chances of winning against the 3 dragon kings will be more than doubled. Okay, take it and refine it. Ji Yufei waved his hand. Okay. Ziyan nodded, then set up a seal around her, and sat down with peace of mind. Ji Yufei also calmed down. This time, I came to the 9 Netherworld Python clan, and the harvest was not bad. The 3 Wangquan skills, such as Wangquan Finger, Wangquan Palm, and Wangquan Sky Wrath, have all been injected into his soul by the remnant soul of the Demon Saint. Among them, there are all kinds of insights of the Demon Saint on the 3 fighting skills. This kind of gift is far from comparable to those obtained from practicing on the stone tablet. Next, Ji Yufei took out the remaining Wangquan Demon Saint's blood and swallowed it. Boom! The golden blood was like a body, and the robe on Ji Yufei's body instantly burst into powder. A terrible energy wave spread out from his body, shaking the nearby rocks and causing cracks. After the drop of blood entered his body, it ran wildly around in his body. The destruction was caused by a trace of energy overflow. The energy in the blood was so violent that it was beyond Ji Yufei's expectation. This violent energy was enough to instantly shock a strong man with the strength of a 5-star Dou Qi to death. But fortunately, Ji Yufei has already far surpassed that level. In addition, Ji Yufei's current physical strength is not inferior to that of a 9th-level demon beast. Although the changes in his body caught him off guard, he soon stabilized his mind. After a while, the violent energy like a wild horse began to return to his control one by one. Then, under Ji Yufei's use of the strange fire, it slowly softened, and finally, it was integrated into every part of Ji Yufei's body. Time passed by. Soon, a year passed. Ancient world. Today, the ancient world, in silence, became lively again. After the visit of the Yan clan and the Lei clan delegations, the Yao clan, which had not had any contact with the ancient clan for more than 10 years, also sent a delegation to visit. At this moment, the hall that entertained the Yao clan delegation was filled with the aroma of medicine from time to time. Elder Nane, I haven't seen you for a long time. You are still as energetic as you were back then. Elder Wangui, you are the same, your heroic spirit is still as good as before. At the banquet, Ji Nane and an old man wearing a pharmacist's robe flattered each other. The old man called Elder Wangui is an elder with a very high qualification in the Yao clan. He is in charge of the punishment of the Yao clan. He is in a high position and can judge the life and death of the clan members with a word. Moreover, Yao Wangui's cultivation is also good. He is now a 4-star Dusheng. Next to Yao Wangui, there was a man and a woman sitting. The man was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, with a handsome face and even a hint of femininity. His lips were a little thin, revealing a bit of coldness and meanness. The woman had long blue hair and delicate cheeks, but she was as cold as ice, giving off a feeling of an iceberg beauty. The young man was named Yao Tian, the most outstanding person among the younger generation of the Yao clan. At a young age, his soul power had reached the early stage of the heaven realm. It was no problem for him to refine some high-level elixir of the 8th grade with 7-color pill thunder. And his cultivation was comparable to that of Jiyu Qingyong and Jiyu Yao among the younger generation of the Jiyu clan, reaching the level of a 7-star Dou Qi. That young woman is his younger sister, Yao Ling. Although her cultivation is not fast, her soul is different. She is called the person in the Yao clan who is most likely to cultivate to the soul of the emperor. A delegation from the medicine clan is visiting. At this moment, on a mountain peak in the ancient world, Xun'er, who had just come out of seclusion, also learned about the Yao clan's visit from the people around him. People from the medicine clan, in the name of refining medicine. This is something everyone knows. After thinking for a moment, Xun'er suddenly thought of Ji Yufei. Because Ji Yufei successfully refined the 9th grade treasure pill more than a year ago. That kind of skill in refining medicine should be unsurpassed by the younger generation in this world. Coupled with the previous 2 visits from the Yan clan and the Thunder clan, Xun'er immediately frowned. These people from the medicine clan, are they here to propose marriage again? To be honest, Xun'er is very tired of this kind of thing now. Every time, she will get nervous because of it, because these incidents are related to her and Ji Yufei. People from the medicine clan, did you explain the reason for this visit? Xun'er asked a girl next to her. I don't know about this. It seems that 2 younger generations have arrived, a boy and a girl. The girl said vaguely. That man is quite handsome and has good cultivation. It is said that he is on par with brother Qingyong, but his eyes are a bit mean. Another ancient woman added, what about the woman? Xun'er didn't care what the man looked like. Not even Lei Dong could change her thoughts at all, let alone Yaoshan. Chapter 181. That woman from the medicine clan. I heard from people that she always has a cold face and looks like she should not be approached by strangers. Yeah, she doesn't look very good, but she still has to look like an iceberg beauty. The progress of your cultivation is not very good either. Compared to Xun'er, you are far behind. These girls from the ancient tribe naturally knew what Xun'er was thinking at this time, so they all derogated the woman from the medicine tribe in their words. Is that so? Although Xun'er heard the compliments in several people's words, she was still happy in her heart. I'll go over and take a look. However, Xun'er was still a little curious. The exchanges between several ancient races are not very close. The sudden visit of the Yao clan envoy must have some purpose. Haha, I heard that Ji Yufei, the grandson of the Black Annihilation King, once refined a 9th grade treasure elixir. I wonder which talent in the palace he is. In the main hall, Yao Wangui was chatting with the elders of the ancient tribe. He glanced at several young powerful men of the ancient tribe in the main hall and asked immediately. Ji Yufei didn't come here, he has been in seclusion for a year. Ji Yunane shook his head and said, "Oh, you practice so hard, you deserve to be the most talented person in the world." Yao Wangui seemed a little disappointed when he learned that Ji Yufei had not come here for retreat. When he said that Ji Yufei was the most talented person in the world, Yaoshan next to him had a cold look in his eyes. As a genius, he naturally didn't want to admit that he was inferior to others. What's more, many of Ji Yufei's deeds were just rumors. He had never seen Ji Yufei practice the 9th grade treasure elixir with his own eyes. The people of the medicine clan have always been proud of the process of refining medicine and feel that no one can surpass it. Even the so-called alchemy gathering held at Zhongzhou Dan Pagoda was, in their eyes, nothing more than children's play and not worth mentioning. Ji Yufei was able to achieve such results at such a young age. I wonder which medicine refining master he studied under. Yao Wangui continued to ask. I've never heard of this. Ji Yufei may be self-taught. My ancient clan has countless classics, and even the art of refining medicine is profound. It is normal for Ji Yufei to learn the art of refining medicine by himself. Although the elders of the ancient clan were also a little confused, they didn't care because many of them had seen Ji Yufei making pills with their own eyes. Self-study, you can learn the 9th grade elixir by reading the classics. What a joke. If this is really the case, then wouldn't the power of my medicine clan's bloodline just be a decoration? Hearing the answers from the elders of the ancient clan, Yaoshan had a trace of ridicule on his lips, followed by some anger. As a member of the medicine clan, he knew very well that if a person did not have a good teacher to guide him and teach him the experience of refining medicine, he would never be able to achieve such achievements through self-study through the classics of medicine refining. To the people of the Yao clan, the ancient clan's words seemed like they were deliberately showing off in front of them, telling them that the power of the medicine emperor's bloodline inherited by the Yao clan seemed to be of no use. Everyone is joking. In my opinion, little friend Ji Yufei must have had some kind of fate. He met a hermit master who taught him how to refine medicine. However, it is inconvenient for that master to reveal his identity. Yao Wangui also felt that the ancient clan was mocking the uselessness of their Yao clan bloodline, but as a punishment elder of the Yao clan, he represented the Yao clan in every word and deed. Even so, it was impossible for him to say something too fierce. Maybe so. The elders of the ancient clan didn't discuss it too much, nodded and continued talking about other things. Junior Yaoshan, I heard that Ji Yufei once successfully refined a 9th grade treasure pill. I wonder if there is a chance to ask Ji Yufei for advice. At a certain moment, Yaoshan, who was sitting and drinking, finally couldn't hold back anymore and made a request to several elders at the banquet. After sitting there for so long, the people from the Yao clan finally revealed their purpose of coming. In recent times, it has been rumored among all the ancient races that Ji Yufei will be the strongest alchemist in the mainland, and even people from the medicine clan will be overshadowed by Ji Yufei's brilliance. Therefore, the people from the Yao clan planned to come to the Ji Yu clan to explore the truth and see if Ji Yufei was really as defiant as the rumors said. You still want to ask brother Ji Yufei for advice on refining medicine? I advise you not to humiliate yourself. At this moment, a cold voice came from the door of the hall. Everyone looked towards the entrance of the hall, where a woman in green appeared. The speaker was Xun'er, who came here. She heard the doubts about Ji Yufei in Yaoshen's words, so she spoke sarcastically. In the main hall, a group of ancient clan elders frowned because of Yaoshen's words. Now, each of them frowned even more. Although the Yao clan's move was slightly provocative, it was just asking for advice. It was not a big deal based on emotions and reasons. It was just a matter of competition among the juniors. But Xun'er's words were an unabashed insult to Yaoshen. This will put a strain on the relationship between the two parties. Whether you are humiliating yourself or not, you will know if you try it. Yaoshen's eyes turned red and he shouted angrily. Brother Ji Yufei doesn't have that much free time. He is currently in retreat. Before that, I won't allow anyone to disturb him. Xun'er didn't care at all about Yaoshen's red eyes and said something to herself. Ji Yufei is worried that he will be exposed by our Yao clan, so he avoids it. I think the so-called 9th grade master theory is completely false. Yao Tian, this is the ancient world. Your words and deeds represent our Yao clan. Don't go too far. Yao Tian's words became more and more intense. Fortunately, Yao Wangui stopped him in time, so he calmed down. If that's the case, then I'll wait for him in the ancient world. He will come out one day. Yao Tian calmed down and said coldly. Hee, everyone, my Yao clan has no intention of questioning. This time, just treat it as an exchange between their young people. It's okay. Yao Wangui added in time, trying to ease the atmosphere in the hall. Since Yao Tian is interested, stay a little longer. Although many elders of the ancient clan were unhappy with the Yao clan's move, if they refused at this time, they might make the other party feel guilty. Since you insist on humiliating yourself, don't regret it when the time comes. Xun'er glanced at Yao Tian coldly, and then left directly. 9 Nether Yellow Spring. Ji Yufei, one of the parties involved in the incident, was unaware of what happened in the ancient clan hall. At this time, he was sitting cross-legged beside the yellow spring, and time seemed to have stopped. The energy of the surrounding heaven and earth continuously gathered towards him. Why is it so slow? Not far from Ji Yufei, Ziyan held her chin with her hand in a daze. She had digested the blood of the demon saint long ago and had already climbed to the late 4-star level. Chapter 182. 51.9%. Next to Wangquan, the energy of heaven and earth roars. Although Ziyan felt bored, Ji Yufei was practicing and she never left. During this period, Queen Medusa also came up from the lake twice. After seeing that Ji Yufei was still practicing, she also continued to go deep into the underworld. Just like that, another year passed. For a year, Ji Yufei had been sitting there without any movement. It was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Around it, terrifying and pure energy rippled like clouds. If you grab it, it will become as sticky as water. One day, the energy of the surrounding world began to violently riot, affecting a radius of hundreds of miles. Even many strong people in the Juyu Earth Python clan sensed the abnormality. The energy between heaven and earth seems to be being pulled at this moment. An overwhelming surge came. Finally, a huge energy storm gathered above Ji Yufei's head. The end of the storm was just above Ji Yufei's Tianling cap. Ji Yufei's closed eyes suddenly opened, and immediately, he opened his mouth and sucked hard. Boom! As he inhaled, the huge energy storm, which was hundreds of feet high, surged down directly, followed his throat, and penetrated into Ji Yufei's body. Finally succeeded. Seeing the movement, Ziyan quickly stood up and looked at Ji Yufei's position. Ji Yufei's body finally started to move for the first time in 2 years. He stretched. Click, click. There was a sound of loose joints. I didn't expect that 2 years have passed since this retreat. Ji Yufei sighed to himself. Calculating the time, it took him more than 5 years to go from the peak of Do Zun to becoming a saint and a half saint after 9 turns, and now to become a true 1-star Do saint. Although this time sounds long, it will make countless people jealous. There are many strong people who are unable to reach the semi-saint level throughout their lives and are always stuck at the peak of Do Zun with no progress. There are also many people who have cultivated to the semi-saint level and stayed there for decades. Even on the day of death, they are unable to break through. Brother Ji Yufei, you are finally better. During this period, I have been bored to death. Ziyan rushed over happily. Perhaps because there were only 2 of them present at the moment, Ziyan became bolder and directly opened her hands to hug Ji Yufei. With the warm fragrant soft jade in his arms, Ji Yufei's heartbeat unexpectedly accelerated at this moment. This girl, after growing up, has matured a lot, and she does have a temptation. Puff! At this moment, a splash of water appeared in the 9 nether yellow spring, and Xun'er flew out from it. Seeing this, Ziyan, who was originally looking forward to looking into Ji Yufei's eyes, quickly got off Ji Yufei. A little face was flushed. Husband, congratulations on your breakthrough to fighting saint. Xun'er came over with a smile to congratulate her. She actually saw Ziyan throwing herself on Ji Yufei, but seeing the embarrassed look on Ziyan's face, she didn't point it out. She has always been aware of Ziyan's feelings for Ji Yufei, and she even expected the two of them to reach that point. Xun'er, your progress is also very good, you have reached the 8-star Dou Zun. Ji Yufei said with a smile, then stretched out his hand to hug Xun'er into his arms. Seeing this scene, Ziyan didn't complain about them being bully like last time, but was glad that Xun'er didn't see what she did just now. During this period, the little medical fairy sister and the children will definitely miss you very much. After a moment of tenderness, Xun'er's soft voice reached Ji Yufei's ears. This retreat is a bit longer. Hearing this, Ji Yufei nodded. He has been in seclusion for so long, and his 2 children must have grown a lot. Counting the time, my ancient tribe's coming-of-age ceremony is about to begin. After saying this, Ji Yufei looked at Ziyan, who was looking down at the side. Ziyan, are you sure you want to go back to Dragon Island now, and don't you plan to accompany me to attend the coming-of-age ceremony in the clan? It's going to be a coming-of-age ceremony so soon. Ziyan couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Ji Yufei's words. After staying in the ancient clan for so long, she also knows a lot about the ancient clan. The coming-of-age ceremony, which takes place every 20 years, is a major event for the ancient clan. Those who are eligible to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony are all outstanding young people from the ancient tribe. Originally, Ziyan calculated that she would have nearly 3 years to go before the ancient tribe's coming-of-age ceremony. She would go back to Long Island by herself and arrive there smoothly. But now, because Ji Yufei went into seclusion once and guarded it for 2 years, if he returns to Long Island at this time, he will definitely not be able to accompany Ji Yufei to witness the coming-of-age ceremony. Okay then, I will go back to Long Island later to witness your coming-of-age ceremony. Ziyan nodded. In these 2 matters, she chose Ji Yufei almost without hesitation. Haha, I didn't hurt you in vain. Hearing Ziyan's answer, Ji Yufei laughed. In fact, the reason why he has been delaying Ziyan's return to Dragon Island to rectify the Dragon Clan is because he is worried about Ziyan's safety. Even if she is a late 4-star Dou Saint, she will not be able to deal with the rebellion in the Dragon Clan completely. Moreover, the clan will still be in trouble because of great war and heavy losses. If one day, after Ziyan returns to Dragon Island, she can crush the 3 Dragon Kings with absolute strength, so that the dragon people of the 3 Dragon Islands will no longer fight against each other, that will be the best result. Next, Ji Yufei took Ziyan and Xun'er directly back to the ancient world. Before leaving, Xun'er glanced at the 9 netherworld. From the moment she entered the 9 netherworld, she had felt a vague call. After practicing for a while, she was finally able to determine that the call was emitted from the end of the yellow spring. That end was not the place where Yao Ming was sealed, but in a deeper place. But she was not in a hurry. After attending Ji Yufei's coming-of-age ceremony, she could continue to come here to investigate. And she hadn't been back for so long, and she missed the little guy Wuxia. Shungdan City, Donghua. After a few years, Feng Zunzun, Yao Chen's soul, Xiaoyan and others came here again. The ancient clan's coming-of-age ceremony would send invitations to some forces on the mainland to invite them to watch the ceremony. However, not all forces can be invited. At least, the Xingyan Pavilion is not qualified. Therefore, Yao Lao came to Donghua for help. At that time, he followed the people of Donghua into the ancient world. Old man, have you really thought it through? Zan Kongzi took out a jade note and asked Yao Chen very seriously. Well, this time, the ancient clan held a coming-of-age ceremony, and outsiders finally had the opportunity to enter the ancient world. Yao Lao nodded. Now only the people of the ancient clan can revive me. If I miss this opportunity, I may be a lonely ghost for the rest of my life. Well, this time, you will continue to stay in Xiaoyan's ring, and I will take Feng Xian and Xiao Yan into the ancient world together. Zan Kongzi also nodded heavily. Chapter 183. 52.1%. Ancient World. On the mountain peak where Ji Yufei is, Qing Lin took Xiao Xianle and Wu Shuang to practice outside the bamboo building. Just at this time, the little medical fairy also walked out of the bamboo building slowly. Seeing the little medical fairy, Qing Lin asked in a worried voice, "Sister Little Medical Fairy, brother Ji Yufei and the others have been out for a long time. Will they miss the coming of age ceremony? My husband should be back." The little medical fairy's tone was not very sure either. In the past 2 years, she has been missing Ji Yufei very much and has random thoughts, but fortunately, the soul life card left by Ji Yufei is no different. At least Ji Yufei has not encountered any danger. Sister Little Medical Fairy, for brother Ji Yufei's coming of age ceremony is such an important matter, of course we will come back. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice sounded in the sky above the little medical fairy and Qing Lin. Immediately, Ziyan, Ji Yufei, and Kair suddenly appeared on the mountain peak. Husband. The little medical fairy was very happy when she saw the familiar figure appearing in her sight. The next moment, Ji Yufei came directly to the little medical fairy and took her into his arms. Daddy is back. The two little guys Shanel and Wushuang also gathered around Ji Yufei's trouser legs, very happy. Daddy is not here, are you two acting bad? Ji Yufei raised Xian Li's nose and asked with a smile. Of course you are good, we will practice with mother and sister Qinglin every day. Dad, the Lion King often takes us to play around in the ancient world. Sister Qinglin will also give us a lot of delicious food. The two little guys' answers had different emphases, and they were overruling each other. But it's normal. For such a young child, they don't need to think too much. Ji Yufei just hopes that their childhood can be happy. Sister Ziyan, how are things going when you return to the Dragon Clan this time? Have you ever had any trouble? On the other side, Qing Lin came to Ziyan and asked her about her outing this time. I haven't been back to Dragon Island yet. Brother Ji Yufei went into seclusion once, and it's been 2 years. I've been guarding him there every day, but I'm bored to death. Hearing Qing Lin's question, Ziyan stuck out her tongue and couldn't help complaining. Ziyan, once the adult ceremony is over, your husband will also accompany you to Dragon Island. Kair patted Ziyan on the shoulder and said with a smile, besides, I seem to think that you are very happy to be alone with your brother Ji Yufei this time. Ah, looking at Kair's eyes, Ziyan felt guilty for a moment. Could it be that Sister Kair saw me hugging brother Ji Yufei and just didn't say anything on purpose? I'm a little hungry, let's go find something to eat first. After leaving these words, the space around Ziyan was filled with excitement, and she disappeared instantly. Well, Sister Ziyan is looking for food. A certain medicine garden of the ancient tribe is going to suffer again. A few days after Ji Yufei returned, the ancient world gradually became lively. Not only the ancient world, but now the entire eastern region has become very lively. On the mainland, many powerful forces were invited by the ancient clan and sent representatives to the ancient world to perform rituals. As the entrance to the ancient world, the ancient holy city now gathered countless people. On this day, the ancient tribe opened the passage to the ancient world and planned to bring all the foreign guests who came to attend the ancient tribe's coming-of-age ceremony into the ancient world. Xiao Yan and Master Feng are also qualified to enter because they are traveling with people from the Dan Pagoda. As expected of the ancient world, in the crowd, Xiao Yan looked at the black space door leading to the unknown depths in the middle of the lake, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. When he came into contact with such a big family, he once again felt his own insignificance. The previous time, I entered Zhongzhou and saw the talents of the young people in Xingyan Pavilion. Later, with his hard work and the help of Yao Lao's resources, he managed to break through to the second Star Dou sect and catch up with the first echelon of the younger generation in Xingyan Pavilion. But when he came to the territory of the ancient tribe, he saw many young people from the ancient tribe reaching high-level Duzong before the age of 30 or so, and many even reached Duzun. The confidence that had just arisen was gone. It seems that the powerful Dozun that outsiders pursue is very common in this wealthy family. Xun'er also comes from such a wealthy family. I don't know what level of cultivation he has reached now. Xiao Yan suddenly thought of a figure in his mind. Let's go. Master Feng pulled Xiao Yan, and Xiao Yan came back from his trance. This time, When Xiaoyan entered the ancient world, he was not made things difficult by some young people from the ancient tribe like in the original work. Because no one remembers him at all, and they don't know who he is at all. Next, Xiaoyan and everyone rode on the huge shuttle boat, and once again lamented the strength of the ancient clan. Ji Yufei, after we said goodbye, I have worked harder to cultivate and now I have reached the peak of Dou. But I didn't expect that you have already been promoted to semi-saint. I really don't know how there is such a monster like you in the world. At the same time, on another shuttle boat, a woman in red with a veil was staring into the depths of the ancient world. Around the woman, there were several young men. These people were all from the Yan tribe and had an obvious flame mark on their foreheads. And the woman in red with a veil and a graceful figure is none other than Huoji, who came to the ancient tribe to propose marriage in the early years. Now, not only has her cultivation progressed rapidly, but she has also refined the strange fire ranked number 1 on the list. 8 Red Lotus Karma Fire. Huoji, you are so serious, you are not thinking about Ji Yufei again. Beside Huoji, a young man looked at Huoji with deep meaning and teased. Heroes are hard to resist beauty, and so are beauties. Huoji is so arrogant, our Yan clan has no hope. Maybe this time, Huoji will ask Ji Yufei of the Ji Yu clan to marry her again. Someone next to him echoed. Huo-zan, you guys, are you itching for trouble? Hearing these words, Huoji was a little angry. After all, it is not a glorious thing for a woman to take the initiative to ask a man for marriage and be rejected. Don't be angry. Seeing Huoji angry, the Yan clan youth called Huo-zan waved his hands repeatedly. Chapter 184. They are indeed the geniuses of all ancient races. Even some young people can't see their strength clearly. On the deck, Lord Feng kept sighing as he glanced around. Xiaoyan, who was beside him, stood like a slave, his eyes full of timidity. After all, anyone on this ship, even a Black Annihilation Army soldier, was much stronger than him. Xiaoyan felt great pressure here. Xiaoyan, don't be so restrained. Zan Kongzi, who was traveling with him, noticed Xiaoyan's condition and patted him on the shoulder. Although Xiaoyan's strength is not good, as Yao Lao's only disciple now, Zan Kongzi has taken good care of him along the way. This trip will allow you to see the geniuses of various ancient races, and it will give you a long experience. Zan Kongzi continued, his words full of the teachings of his elders. Senior is right, this trip has indeed been very insightful for me. Xiaoyan nodded respectfully in response. The few people over there are members of the Stone Clan. Because of their race's bloodline, their bodies are extremely terrifying, comparable to some of the top warcraft in the world of Warcraft. Hearing this, Xiaoyan looked towards the other side of the deck in the direction pointed by Zan Kongzi. There is a group of people with gray-white skin. On their foreheads, there is a huge Stone Clan pattern, which is an obvious mark. People from the Yan clan have a flame mark on their foreheads. Over there, they should be from the Yao clan. When Zan Kongzi pointed at several young men and women on the adjacent shuttle boat, Xiaoyan paused. Before coming, he listened to Yao Lao talk about it. Back then, Yao Lao came from that ancient race, but later, because the power of his bloodline was too thin, he was kicked out by the Yao clan. Therefore, when Xiaoyan saw people from the Yao clan, he almost subconsciously showed disgust. When Xiaoyan stared over there, several young people wearing alchemist robes over there seemed to be aware of it and glanced over. Xiaoyan's eyes met one of the possessed young men, and he looked away instantly. Xiaoyan understood that with his current strength, he was still unable to avenge his teacher. Everything still needs to be tolerated. This trip is to seek help for the teacher's resurrection, and we must not cause any other trouble. An ant dares to spy on us. The people from the medicine clan turned around with disdain. Next, Xiaoyan lowered his head slightly throughout the whole process. It was not until the warship suddenly trembled violently that he slowly raised his head. The speed of the ship slowed down at this moment, and in the distance, a lush mountain range appeared within sight. Haha, all distinguished guests from the ancient clan, please come. Hearing the old voice from the warship, many people responded politely. Then they each flashed down and flew towards the group of buildings in the center of the mountain range. That was the reception place for the ancient tribe. On Xiaoyan's side, Zan Kongzi and Feng Zunzi were also flying downwards. That guy seems to be. At this moment, In the mountains, a young man from the ancient tribe wearing black Annihilation Army armor showed a trace of doubt and memory in his eyes. Xiaoyan, how dare he come here? After thinking carefully for a moment, the young man finally remembered Xiaoyan's identity. Because back then, he was the person sent by the ancient demon to kill Xiaoyan. Ji Yu Li, are you saying that that boy is Xiaoyan? Hearing this, another young man from the ancient tribe next to him said in surprise. Yes, Commander Ling Quan, it's a pity that a mysterious man rescued that kid back then. The subordinate replied seriously, how could he not remember when he personally attacked Xiaoyan? He's so courageous that he actually dares to come to my ancient world. He's really tired of living. Ling Quan licked his lips, and a murderous intention gradually filled his heart. Commander Ling Quan, are you going to take action against Xiaoyan? Back then, Miss Xun'er was furious because of this incident. Fortunately, Master Ji Yu Yao stood up for me and saved me from punishment. But later, Miss Xun'er also fell out with Master Ji Yu Yao because of this matter. Ji Yu Li said with some worry. Because in these years, Xun'er's cultivation has progressed rapidly, and she has shown her ultimate talent, second only to Master Ji Yu Fei, and her status is very high. Killing an ant like him makes my hands dirty. Hearing this, Ling Quan paused for a moment, then showed a disdainful expression and said coldly. Isn't he going to watch the ceremony? Then, let him be embarrassed in front of the strongest people in the continent at the coming of age ceremony. When Ling Quan and Ji Yu Li looked at Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan seemed to sense something. This kind of induction has nothing to do with cultivation, but is a kind of sensory intuition. Xiaoyanzi, stop looking for me, that person is the one who came to the Jama Empire to kill you. At this moment, Yao Lao, who had been silent in Xiaoyanaji, gave a reminder. Yao Lao also had a deep memory of Ji Yu Li. If he hadn't used all his strength that time, Xiaoyan would have turned into a pile of loess. Xiaoyan forcibly calmed down, not daring to look around anymore, and mechanically followed Zhang Kongzi and Feng Zunj. Why did Xiaoyan come here? Among the crowd, an old man in black also noticed Xiaoyan. This person is Ling Ying, the bodyguard who used to protect Xun'er in the northwest continent. After seeing Xiaoyan's current cultivation and his timid appearance, Ling Ying shook her head unconsciously. Mrs. Future achievements, compared to him, are like the difference between the bright moon and the stars. I hope he can understand. In the evening, the night filled the entire land, and the cool moonlight poured down from the horizon, covering the entire ancient Saint Mountain range with a layer of light silver gauze. In the center of the mountain range, groups of palaces stood one after another, like ancient beasts under the moonlight, permeating a trace of ancient breath. At this moment, most of these palaces are brightly lit. These few days are considered the festive days of the ancient clan, so many places are decorated with lights and filled with a festive atmosphere. On a mountain far away from these magnificent ancient palaces, it seems quite quiet, without the noisy feeling over there. Daddy, I heard that many people from other ancient races came to watch the coming of age ceremony. Can you take me to see it? Yeah, I'm curious about what people from other ancient races look like. Do people from the Stone Clan look like stones? Daddy, take me, please. On the mountain, the two little guys, Shanel and Wuxia, looked at the lights in the distance, hugged Ji Yu Fei's thighs and acted coquettishly. Just at this moment, the space in front of the few people was rippled, and Ziyan's figure appeared. After appearing, Ziyan held a bit of spiritual fruit in her hands. Chapter 185, Auntie, you take us to play. Seeing Ziyan appear, Xianxia immediately let go of Ji Yu Fei's thigh and ran to Ziyan's side. Those big black and shiny eyes looked at Ziyan eagerly. Where to have fun? Hearing Xianli's name, Ziyan was obviously very pleased, and immediately took out a picked fresh spiritual fruit and stuffed it into Xianli's hand. There are many guests from the clan today. It's very lively. People from other ancient races are here. Xianli took a bite of the spirit fruit and then explained to Ziyan while chewing it. Okay, Aunt will take you there. Sister, Aunt Ziyan, I'm going too, please wait for me. Wuxia also let go of Ji Yu Fei's thigh and walked towards Ziyan. Wuxia, who is less than 6 years old, seems harmless to humans and animals, but after completely controlling the power from the sky-swallowing python in his body, he can already exert the strength of the 3-star Duzong. Therefore, at this moment, he was directly following Ziyan through the air. These two little guys, Seeing the two children running away after Ziyan, Ji Yufei shook his head with a soft smile on his face. Husband, since the children are so happy, let's go and take a look. The next moment, two beautiful figures appeared on both sides of Ji Yufei. It was Xun'er and the little medical fairy. Ji Yufei smiled and nodded. Rather than practicing, he prefers to accompany his relatives around him, but at present, he is not strong enough to stay out of it completely. I'll go over and have a look too. Qing Lin appeared from the side, and not far behind her stood the transformed Lion King. Qing Lin was sensible and did not disturb the private time of Ji Yufei, Xun'er, and the little medical fairy. She chose to leave with the Lion King, and then quickly followed Ziyan and the others. After everyone left, only Lord Tianhua was left on this secluded mountain peak. At the same time, on top of another green peak, a beautiful figure slowly walked down the mountain. The moonlight in the sky poured down on that elegant cheek, making it look particularly moving. This beautiful person is Xun'er. From the words sent back by Ling Ying, she learned about Xiaoyan's arrival in the ancient world. Subconsciously, Xun'er thought that Xiaoyan came to the ancient world specifically to find him. Originally, she wanted Ling Ying to directly bring Xiaoyan to the mountain peak where she was. However, considering that having a man and a woman alone in the same place would cause unnecessary misunderstandings, she gave up the idea. It's better to go there in person. With a soft sigh, Xun'er slowly left the mountain peak. Sister, wait for me. In the palaces decorated with lights and colorful decorations, two little guys, Wuxia and Xianxia, happily shuttled and chased among the crowd. The people living in this neighborhood are all guests from foreign races. Naturally, no one knows the two little kids Wuxia and Xianxia. Here, I didn't make a mistake. That little baby is Duzong. How old is Duzong? This is too outrageous. As Wuxia walked through the crowd, people looked at him in surprise. His eyes were filled with wonder. Some of the older generation sect powerhouses from Dou Qi Continent even have the feeling that they have been trained like dogs for so many years. Teacher, this little baby has a higher cultivation level than me. Xiaoyan, who was hanging out with Master Feng, almost dropped his jaw when he saw Wuxia passing by. Could it be that among the ancient tribes, young children have such a level of cultivation? Master Feng was also extremely surprised. No, even if you have a strong bloodline, you won't be so terrifying when you are born. At most, you have high talent and quick cultivation. Yao Lao directly denied it, but even he himself didn't quite believe what he said. Because in a short period of time, he couldn't see the reason why Wuxia's cultivation was so strong. This ancient tribe has so many monsters. Senior Feng Zunjun, I'd better stop walking around and take a rest first. Xiaoyan felt extremely insignificant at this time and continued shopping, fearing that his mood would become unstable. Just when Xiaoyan was about to return to his residence, a beautiful figure appeared in his sight, Xun'er. Brother Xiaoyan, long time no see. Xun'er had a smile on her face and greeted Xiaoyan in a calm voice. Master Feng obviously did not expect that Xiaoyan actually had acquaintances in this ancient world. Moreover, this acquaintance of Xiaoyan should have a very high status in the ancient world. Because, at such a young age, Xun'er's cultivation level has actually reached the level of an 8-star Dou Zun, which is much stronger than the 4-star Dou Zun, such as Feng Zun. Lord Feng had to sigh once again. These ancient races were all filled with monsters. Xun'er, we haven't seen you for so long. How are you? Xiaoyan opened his mouth excitedly. Xiaoyan was filled with gratitude towards Xun'er. She was the one who gave him Zaihuo and some advanced fighting skills. Later, when Yao Lao was sleeping, it was Xun'er who worked hard to find the elixir to awaken Yao Lao's sleeping soul. I'm doing great. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xun'er didn't react much and just nodded calmly. This surprised Xiaoyan. He was still thinking that after he finished asking this question, Xun'er would also be eager to ask him about what happened in these years. The conversation between Xun'er and Xiaoyan immediately attracted some attention from the people around them. Not to mention Xun'er's cultivation, just by her appearance, she can attract a large number of people's attention. They are curious. How could a stunning beauty like Xun'er know a loser like Xiaoyan? Isn't this Miss Xun'er from the ancient tribe? Could it be that that boy is Xiaoyan who once caused the separation between Ji Yufei of the ancient clan and Miss Xun'er? It is said that after Miss Xun'er got married, she took special care of this person, which made Ji Yufei unbearable. It was said that it was a divorce, but in fact it was just Gu Fei's unilateral divorce. Looking at the situation between the two of them now, this matter is probably true. However, her vision is too bad. She is such a waste, but she is not even qualified to carry Gu Fei's shoes. Some people from the ancient race who had heard about Xun'er's past started talking now. Listening to the sounds around her, Xun'er looked sulky. She didn't expect that even if she didn't meet Xiaoyan alone, she would still attract criticism. Obviously, it was obvious that he just had a few words with brother Xiaoyan and didn't do much. Xun'er is separated from others. In other words, Xun'er has already been married. Xiaoyan was very surprised. It was only then that he learned about Xun'er's past events. Xun'er had never mentioned these to him before. Apart from being surprised, Xiaoyan was also very angry. The so-called geniuses of the ancient races around him were making naked mockery and did not take him seriously at all. Brother Xiaoyan, this is not the place you should come. Chapter 186. You are in the ancient world this time. Don't run around. Just stay well. When the time comes, just follow the large army and leave the ancient world. Xun'er spoke in a very calm voice, although she could hear some concern for Xiaoyan's safety in her words. But at this moment, it seemed to intensify the inferiority complex in Xiaoyan's heart, making him feel that even Xun'er looked down on him. Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly, feeling unwilling in his heart and hating his own incompetence. I haven't done anything out of line. Could it be that such a powerful force as the ancient clan would do something bad to guests in the ancient world? After a moment, Xiaoyan's heart sank. He spoke out very stubbornly. Haha, my ancient tribe would never invite a waste like you. I wonder how a low-level Do Zong like you got in. As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, he was ridiculed by a young man from the ancient tribe around him. Xiaoyan is following my Danta this time, not sneaking in. At this moment, Zhang Kongzi frowned and said something for Xiaoyan. Then you guys have really bad taste in Danta. Even for the older generation like Zhang Kongzi, who has a great reputation in Zhongzhou, the young people of the ancient tribe still did not give face to him and continued to sneer. Xun'er, don't worry, I won't mess around in the ancient world. I will leave here as soon as I finish some things. Seeing this situation, Xiaoyan sighed. He understood that it was useless to be stubborn before he had any strength. He could not implicate Senior Zhang Kongzi and the others because of this. Wuxia, I'm here. Haha, sister, just wait, I will catch you soon. In the ancient tribe's hospitality area, among the crowd, Wuxia and Xian'er were still chasing after each other happily. Oops, suddenly, Xian'er turned her head to talk to Wuxia behind her, so she didn't notice the person in front of her and bumped into him. The little head hit a soft body, and the body fell backwards. Little sister, are you okay? The beautiful figure in front immediately reached out and grabbed Xian'er, who was about to fall backwards. I'm fine, thank you pretty sister. Xian'er quickly expressed her gratitude after standing firm. The person who grabbed her just now was a girl who was a few years older than her. The girl looks to be only 12 or 13 years old. She is wearing a long white dress with some exquisite flower and bird patterns embroidered on the skirt, which is fresh and refined. There is also a unique smell on the girl's body, which makes people feel very comfortable. Pretty sister, you smell so good. So comfortable. Xian'er spoke subconsciously. After saying that, she moved closer to the girl and sniffed her nose several times. Hearing Xian'er's frank words, the girl's delicate face also showed a sweet smile. Then, she couldn't help but reach out and touch Xian'er's cute little face. In fact, what the girl exudes is not a fragrance. She was from the spirit tribe, one of the 8 ancient tribes. People of this tribe were born with this unique smell. Sister, are you okay? Wuxia also came here at this time. It's okay. Fortunately, this beautiful sister held me and I didn't fall. Beautiful sister, what's your name? Xian'er asked curiously. Ling Shi. The girl smiled, her voice as sweet and clear as a lark. At this time, behind the girl, there were 4 figures walking over. These people were both male and female, old and young. Judging from their temperament, they seemed to be from the spiritual clan like the girl Ling Shi. Xie, what happened? A beautiful middle-aged woman in a white dress came over. Her voice was also very soft, which made people feel comfortable. Moreover, the cultivation level of this middle-aged beautiful woman seems to have reached the semi-saint realm. Mom, just now, This little sister accidentally bumped into me, but fortunately, the little sister did not fall. Lingxi smiled and told what happened just now. So that's it, Duzong. At this moment, the beautiful woman noticed Wuxia beside Xianxia, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. The three people behind the beautiful woman were also surprised. Wuxia looked like he was only a few years old, but he could have Duzong cultivation. It's really incredible. Little guys, are you from the ancient tribe? The beautiful woman asked with a smile. We've always lived here. Xianxia and Wuxia nodded in unison. Although Xun'er and the little medical fairy usually taught them not to talk too much to strangers. However, these people from the spiritual race did not feel like bad people to them. I heard that the son of Ji Yufei, the prodigy of the ancient clan, is born to fight for the sect. It seems that this little guy is Ji Yufei's young master. The middle-aged man behind the beautiful woman said. It's really enviable. It would be great if my spirit clan also had such a high talent for cultivation. Everyone's eyes were filled with envy. Sister Lingxi, would you like to play with us? Xianxia extended the invitation. Perhaps it was because of the small age gap and what happened just now that Xianxia had a very good impression of Lingxi. Hearing this, the girl Lingxi subconsciously glanced at the beautiful middle-aged woman next to her. Go, the beautiful woman nodded, with a smile on her face. In her opinion, with Ji Yufei's current achievements, he will definitely succeed as the patriarch of the ancient clan in the future. It seems good for Lingxi to be on good terms with the daughter of the future patriarch of the ancient clan. Thank you, mother. Perhaps it was because he had too many restrictions at ordinary times, but after receiving permission, Lingxi seemed to let go of his nature and relax. After Lingxi, Xianxia and Wuxia walked away, a purple figure appeared here. She glanced at the spirit tribe people lightly, and then left slowly. Its pace was slow, but it was obvious that it was following the two little guys in front. That woman just now put me under great pressure. The beautiful woman from the spirit tribe looked at Ziyan's back with serious eyes as she walked by. The ancient race is known as the most powerful ancient race, not without reason. Dad and mother are over there. After a while, Wuxia, who was running, took the lead in discovering Ji Yufei and Xun'er, the little medical fairy, and ran over happily. Wuxia, isn't it lively tonight? Ji Yufei reached out and lifted Wuxia up with a look of doting on his face. The next moment, his eyes looked at Xianxia and the girl Lingxi who were coming from behind. Elf people. The moment he saw Lingxi, Ji Yufei judged that she was from the spiritual clan. He frowned subconsciously. In the original work, during the coming-of-age ceremony for the ancient tribe, no one from the spirit tribe came, and the space of their tribe was abruptly closed before that. Only later did everyone realize that the Soul clan had already attacked the spirit clan at that time. But now, the people of the spirit clan are in peace, and there are still people coming to the ancient world. Does this mean that the Soul clan's plan has not been carried out yet? Chapter 187. Could it be that a few years ago, I took Ziyan to unplug the human palace of the Soul Palace and seize the Soul Origin, which caused the Soul clan to postpone this plan to destroy the spirit clan? At this moment, Ji Yufei was lost in thought. It seems that only that reason can explain the current situation of the spirit tribe. Dad, what's wrong with you? My mother said that frowning doesn't look good. Wuxia saw the strangeness on Ji Yufei's face and asked suspiciously. At the same time, he stretched out his white and tender hands to smooth the lines on Ji Yufei's forehead. Beside Ji Yufei, Xun'er and the little medical fairy also noticed the change in Ji Yufei's expression. What are you thinking about, husband? Doubts arose in both of their minds. Could it be, my husband's frown is related to the girl Xianxia is staying with? The next moment, Xun'er and the little medical fairy both focused their attention on the girl Lingxi. Being watched by Ji Yufei and the others, Ling Zai's face unconsciously felt a little nervous. This is Mr. Ji Yufei. Actually, I didn't approach Xianxia on purpose. Sister Xianxia, I'm leaving first. Lingxi guessed Ji Yufei's identity through the names Wuxia and Xianxia called Ji Yufei. At this moment, she was having some random thoughts. She thought that Ji Yufei's current reaction was because he didn't want his daughter to mix with her. So, after explaining to Ji Yufei seriously, Lingxi planned to leave this place. Dad, I accidentally bumped into Sister Lingxi. Sister Lingxi is a very nice person. She is my friend. Sister Lingxi, don't leave yet. Xianxia held Ling Zai's hand and explained to Ji Yufei and the little medical fairy. Xianxia, be good, Dad was thinking about other things just now and it has nothing to do with her. You can continue to play. Hearing Xianli's words, Ji Yufei smiled and immediately put Wu Shuang down. With an emotional system, no one in this world can see people's hearts better than Ji Yufei. Through the emotional value prompt just now, Ji Yufei naturally knew the character of this girl Ling Shi. She didn't have any intention. On the contrary, his mind is very simple. Then let's keep playing. Hearing this, Xianxia was very happy, and Ling Shi no longer felt that cramped feeling just now. After the little guys gradually walked away, Ji Yufei's face, which was still full of smiles, frowned again. Because, he sensed a malicious voyeuristic gaze, and when he suddenly turned his head, Ji Yufei saw 3 figures in black robes in the crowd looking towards him. There is no doubt that the costumes and auras emanating from those 3 people clearly show their identities as members of the Soul Clan. The Soul Clan has always been a big mountain that weighs on Ji Yufei's heart. He wants his family to live a carefree life in the future. We must deal with the Soul Clan. When the 3 black-robed figures were caught by Ji Yufei's gaze, their hearts beat faster, and then they subconsciously lowered their heads and did not dare to look at each other. These 3 people are all the leaders of the younger generation of the Soul Clan. Their cultivation is above the 8-star Do Zun. They were sent by the Soul Clan to participate in the Sky Tomb trial. However, in Ji Yufei's eyes, these 3 people were as worthless as clowns. After Ji Yufei glanced at it, he withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention, leading Kair and the little medical fairy to follow the little guys. This person is so scary. Just one look made me feel like I was on the verge of death. Ji Yufei deserves to be called the first genius of the ancient clan. I am afraid that only the young clan leader can compare with such a figure. After Ji Yufei left, the 3 Soul Clan members breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, cold sweat broke out on their backs. Brother Xiaoyan, you said you would leave after finishing some things. What exactly is it that requires you to come to our ancient clan to handle it in person? On Xun'er's side, after hearing Xiaoyan's words, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. She guessed that Xiaoyan probably knew that he was a descendant of the ancient Xiao clan. I'm here for. Hearing Xun'er's words, Xiaoyan was a little hesitant and didn't know what to say for a while. Could it be that brother Xiaoyan is really trying to get a place in the heavenly tomb this time? Seeing the hesitant look on Xiaoyan's face, Xun'er thought in her mind. This time, many people from ancient races came here not just to watch the ceremony. It is also related to the opening of the celestial tomb. The heavenly tomb is a special space created by a former Dou Di warrior. This space is a place for the deceased to rest in peace, allowing people to survive in another form after death. Moreover, the passage of time in this space is different from that in the outside world, and is several times that of the outside world. Such a huge flow of time. Enter inside to practice and get twice the result with half the effort. The heavenly tomb opens every 20 years, and each of the 8 ancient tribes has 2 quotas to enter. However, since the ancient Xiao clan completely declined and disappeared thousands of years ago, the 2 places of the Xiao clan have been occupied by people from the ancient clan. Nowadays, the ancient clan has regarded this matter as a habit. If Xiaoyan really came here just for the quota, it would be extremely difficult for him to succeed. Brother Ji Yufei is here. At this moment, there was some small commotion among the crowd watching here, and a passage happened to be vacated. Brother Ji Yufei. Hearing the movement, Xun'er also raised his eyes and saw Ji Yufei walking slowly over there. The expression on her face was very happy. But soon, she saw the frown on Ji Yufei's face. Brother Ji Yufei is angry. I shouldn't have come out to find Brother Xiaoyan this time. Xun'er realized that she was talking to Xiaoyan just now. Thinking of what happened before, she couldn't help but regret in her heart. She regretted that she shouldn't have come here to talk to Xiaoyan tonight. In fact, she didn't know that Ji Yufei didn't notice her at all. The reason why Ji Yufei frowned now was because he was still thinking about the things that had delayed the Soul Clan's plan. It's him. Xiaoyan turned his head and saw Ji Yufei, who was attracting everyone's attention. Ji Yufei was surrounded by 2 stunning beauties, and people around him kept stopping to pay attention and express their goodwill. It could be said that they were shining brightly. The teacher said that this person is the only one who has fused several strange fires and can resurrect the teacher. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to see him. Xiao Yan has not forgotten the ultimate purpose of his trip to the ancient world. At this moment, other things are automatically filtered into the back of Xiao Yan's mind. He plucked up the courage and walked slowly towards Ji Yufei. Brother Xiao Yan, what are you going to do? Seeing that Xiao Yan seemed to have made up his mind and walked towards Ji Yufei, Xun'er mistakenly thought that Xiao Yan was going to do something stupid. Don't you know what your strength is? Do you have to overestimate your own abilities? The next moment, Xun'er also followed and persuaded behind Xiao Yan. Master Ji Yufei, please save my master. Chapter 188. 53.6%. When Xiao Yan approached Ji Yufei, his abrupt words made everyone around him a little confused. This kid still has the guts to ask brother Ji Yufei for help. He is so bold. In the beginning, brother Ji Yufei chose to separate from Miss Xun'er because Miss Xun'er took too much care of this boy. Who is brother Xiao Yan trying to save? Is he trying to save his mysterious master? Xun'er was also very confused at this time. Moreover, no matter what the situation is with his master, Ji Yufei must come to save him. Can't others save him? Save someone. Ji Yufei, who was still thinking about the Soul Clan, stopped and glanced at Xiao Yan. Ji Yufei was a little surprised that Xiao Yan came to the ancient world, but that was all. He no longer cared about this kind of thing. Husband, do you know him? I think I've met him before. During my trip to Yunlin sect, this person was peeping from the side, and there was a remnant soul following him. Ji Yufei turned his head and replied to the little medical fairy. Master Ji Yufei, I came to the ancient world this time specifically to see you and ask for your help. Please save my master. Xiao Yan felt that he was ignored by Ji Yufei, so he quickly reorganized his words and said it again. His voice was very sincere. Are you begging for help now? Hearing this, Ji Yufei glanced at Xiao Yan again and said calmly. Hearing Ji Yufei's words, Xiao Yan's eyes seemed to be struggling. He thought that Ji Yufei wanted to vent his anger because the incident between him and Xun'er had made things difficult for him. For Yao Lao, my mentor, Xiao Yan was willing to sacrifice something. Even the dignity of a man. The next moment, Xiao Yan's legs were slightly bent, and he actually showed signs of kneeling to Ji Yufei. Brother Xiao Yan, what are you doing? Xun'er saw this scene and immediately reached out to hold Xiao Yan. Even if you are asking for someone, you don't need to kneel down. Master Ji Yufei, we said goodbye back then, but I never thought we would have the chance to see you again here. At this moment, Zan Kongzi and Feng Zun came over. Zan Kongzi and Ji Yufei were old acquaintances, so their tone was quite relaxed. President Zan Kongzi, meeting an acquaintance, Ji Yufei nodded politely, and then said with a smile, speaking of which, I would also like to thank President Zan Kongzi for the gift of strange fire. This time you come to the ancient world as a guest, I will treat you well. Hearing this, Zan Kongzi thought to himself, you obviously stole that strange fire back then, but you still insist on saying it was a gift from me. However, with this thought in his mind, Zan Kongzi still had a complimenting smile on his face. Spiritual creatures of heaven and earth like Yiwo are for those who are capable. Young Master Ji Yufei's ability to conquer 3,000 Yanyan fires just shows that he has a destiny with the strange fires. As Zan Kongzi, an acquaintance, came forward, Xiao Yan was once again ignored by Ji Yufei. Master Ji Yufei, what exactly do you want me to do before I agree to save my master? Being ignored again, Xiao Yan became a little anxious at this time, and he couldn't help but ask with a bit of resentment in his tone. This is his state. It seemed that Ji Yufei was making things difficult for him. What do I want from you? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Ji Yufei frowned displeased ly. Then, seemingly amused by Xiao Yan's actions, Ji Yufei asked, do you think we have a good relationship? As soon as you open your mouth, I will definitely help you. After Ji Yufei finished speaking, Xiao Yan immediately stayed where he was, looking very embarrassed. On relationships, his relationship with Ji Yufei is definitely not good. Moreover, this is the first time the two have officially met. Due to emotions and reasons, Ji Yufei really has no obligation to help. I just said it, when you ask for help, you have to show the attitude of asking for help. What's more, the person you want to save is here now, but he is unwilling to come out to see me in person. Where is your sincerity? Ji Yufei continued to say a few words. Every word he said was reasonable and did not mean to look down on others at all. Xiao Yan is really bad at dealing with others. Don't you understand such an obvious truth? If we ask the alchemist to make medicine, we need to give him a good gift. Not only do we have to bring our own medicine, but we also have to bring double quantities of medicine. When asking for help, not only do you not explain anything clearly, but you don't even get a gift, and you just try to get the other person to agree. This is the first time I have seen such a ridiculous person. The onlookers were all on Ji Yufei's side, not only because of Ji Yufei's identity, but also because of Ji Yufei's divination. This is not a place where anyone is weak and justified. I almost misunderstood brother Ji Yufei again. Xun'er also understood that what Ji Yufei said was not to make things difficult for Xiao Yan, but just to ask for a normal reward for helping others. Master Ji Yufei, please forgive me, it was our master and apprentice who were rude. When Xiao Yan was embarrassed, Yao Lao's soul floated out from Xiao Yan's acceptance ring. As soon as his illusory and old figure appeared, many people around him were surprised. Isn't this the Master Yao from back then? It is rumored that Master Yao has been dead for many years. I didn't expect that his soul is still alive. After Yao Lao's soul appeared, he didn't pay attention to the comments around him. Instead, he cupped his hands towards Ji Yufei and said sincerely, Master Ji Yufei, it's not that I don't want to come forward. I am just a soul body now. It is indeed inconvenient to be here, appearing in public. I came here this time to ask Mr. Ji Yufei to help me reshape my body. Yao Lao's efficiency was much higher than Xiao Yan's. He stated his purpose without any nonsense. Yao Xun was known as the #1 alchemist in Zhongzhou. Now that he has come in person, I believe that Master Ji Yufei will give him face. Yes, Yao Xun can be resurrected. This favor can be exchanged for a large number of high-level elixirs in the future. The Ji Yu clan should not refuse it. What a joke, such a stray dog is worthy of being called the #1 alchemist. The level of alchemists above Zhongzhou is really laughable. When some Zhongzhou sect masters complimented Yao Lao, two sarcastic voices suddenly sounded, which immediately made Xiao Yan's eyes bloodshot. How dare you insult my master? Xiao Yan clenched his fists and stared at the two people who had just spoken. At this moment, Yao Lao's expression was also extremely angry, staring at the two people with cold eyes. The two people who spoke were two young men wearing alchemist robes. It was obvious that they were from the Yao clan and knew that Yao Chen was the one who was driven out by their Yao clan. Brother Xiao Yan, don't be impulsive. You are not their opponent yet. Xun'er hurriedly persuaded Xiao Yan. The two young men from the Yao clan were both above the 7-star Dou Xun level. If Xiao Yan took action, he would be the one who would suffer. A waste is indeed a waste. The apprentice he taught is still such a waste. Facing the angry eyes of Xiao Yan and his apprentice, the two people from the Yao clan were fearless and continued to make sarcastic sounds. Chapter 189. Such a loser, no wonder he was expelled by the law enforcement elder. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, facing the unbridled mockery of Yao Lao by two people from the Yao clan, Xiao Yan clenched his fists, and the ends of his nails were already embedded in his palms. Bright red blood slowly flowed from the seams in his palms. Brother Xiao Yan, you have to be sensible and don't care about what these people say. Seeing Xiao Yan in this state, Xun'er was very worried for him and advised him to endure it. The people from the Yao clan are really bullying others. Beside Xiao Yan, Zhang Kongzi and Feng Zunj both looked unhappy at this time. They felt very sad when they saw their old friend being so insulted by two juniors. However, now in the ancient world, in order to take the overall situation into consideration, we still cannot cause trouble. The two of them could only endure it. You two, this is in the ancient world, and everyone who comes as a guest. It's best that you two don't cause any trouble. Ji Yufei had a headache when he heard the two big loudspeakers of the medicine clan over there chirping. The next moment, a faint voice sounded, carrying a huge soul pressure and descending on the heads of the two Yao clan people. What a strong soul pressure! Even the elders of the clan have never possessed such terrifying soul pressure. This person's soul realm is probably in the late stage of the heavenly realm. Is the rumor true? Ji Yufei really refined a 9th grade treasure pill. Feeling the soul pressure emanating from Ji Yufei, the two Yao clan members immediately turned pale. I haven't seen you for a few years. Ji Yufei's soul power is so unfathomable. Ji Yufei's soul pressure only acted on the two people from the Yao clan. Others didn't notice anything, but Kongzi, the Danta giant, was extremely sharp. He took a deep look at Ji Yufei, his eyes full of amazement. Such a genius is truly rare in the world. Ji Yufei's name will definitely be engraved on the Dou Qi Continent in the future. Xun'er was very happy to see that Ji Yufei's words made the two Yao clan members restrain themselves. The people watching around also saw Ji Yufei's energy. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yufei. After Yao Lao calmed down, he thanked Ji Yufei again. Master Ji Yufei, if you can agree to my request just now and help me refine my body, I am willing to offer the Bone Spirit Cold Fire ranked 11th on the list of strange fires as a thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Lao's illusory soul body erupted with a burst of white flames. This forest white flame, sometimes hot, sometimes cold, looks very strange. I didn't expect Master Yao to be willing to give out Bone Spirit Cold Fire, which is ranked 11th on the strange fire list, as a reward. This is very sincere. Seeing this scene, the people around them were a little shocked and envious. Isn't it just a Bone Spirit Cold Fire? Is there anything worth showing? While everyone was envious, one of the young men from the Yao clan had a look of disdain on his face because he had a stronger strange fire, the 10th ranked 9 Nether Wind Flame. However, despite being disdainful, this person was also a little shocked. It was rumored that Ji Yufei had the ability to fuse multiple types of strange fires. It seems that the rumors are not false. Because refining the body and resurrecting it requires a variety of different fires to be successful, these people from the Secret Medicine clan also understand it. Master Ji Yufei, I have prepared all the other materials, you just need to refine the body. Yao Lao continued. This sincerity is quite good. Listening to Yao Lao's sincere words, Ji Yufei smiled and nodded. For him, this transaction is not a disadvantage at all. Refining the body can be done in one night, and it will not delay the coming of age ceremony tomorrow morning. Moreover, the technique that Ji Yufei practices requires the supplementation of different fires. The fusion of different fires is not as simple as 1 + 1. Thank you, Mr. Ji Yufei. Yao Lao's face was full of joy and he thanked him again. Mr. Ji Yufei, Xiao Yan was ignorant before. Please forgive Mr. Ji Yufei for Xiao Yan's reckless behavior before. Xiao Yan also sincerely apologized at this time. Okay, don't waste time, come with me. Next, Ji Yufei led Yao Lao and others to a nearby hall. As for the reward, we have to wait until Yao Chen is successfully resurrected. If we take the strange fire now, Yao Chen's soul may not be able to survive that test. Let's go over and take a look. The children will be fine with Ziyan watching over them. The little medical fairy and Kair looked at each other and chose to follow. In the main hall, Kongzi took out a body and placed it on a stone platform in the center. Master Ji Yufei, these are the bone melting and blood melting pills necessary for refining the body, as well as the blood essence of some powerful monsters. Bring it to me, there's no need to explain the process, I know it all. Ji Yufei took what Kongzi handed over and then gave the elixir to Yao Lao. Give me a ray of soul power. Seeing that Ji Yufei was extremely familiar with this process, Yao Lao felt happy and immediately separated out a ray of soul without hesitation. Next, Ji Yufei grabbed the strand of soul separated by Yao Lao next to him, and then slapped his palm on the bones on the stone platform, slamming the soul into the bones. I will refine the body first, and if I succeed, you will enter it and complete the final fusion. Ji Yufei had no ink marks. He had refining experience before, and he quickly poured the blood of the monster in the jade bottle onto the corpse. Bursts of white smoke suddenly erupted from the gray-white bones. The color of the bones changed, and at the same time, strong energy fluctuations were emitted. Immediately afterwards, Ji Yufei waved his sleeves and strange fire burst out, wrapping the corpse. This step is to let the blood energy completely penetrate into the depths of the bones. Prepare. After Ji Yufei burned the bones for an hour, he reminded Yao Lao that now was the best time. At that moment, he quickly swallowed the bone-melting blood pill, and his figure quickly disappeared, turning into a ray of light and shadow, and swept into the bones. Bang! The moment Yao Lao's soul entered the skeleton, light gradually condensed in the empty eye sockets of the skeleton. And it was at this moment that terrifying strange energy spread out from the bones. And under this kind of energy, flesh and blood began to magically appear on the bones, white bones gave birth to flesh, and this magical effect was naturally brought about by the bone-melting blood pill. Very good. Seeing this strange phenomenon, Xiaoyan felt indescribably happy and excited. Don't be too happy, it's just the beginning. Ji Yufei looked at the rapidly wriggling flesh and blood tissue on the bones and activated the strange fire again. Under the calcination of the strange fire, the newly formed flesh and blood tissue was quickly burned to ashes. Xiaoyan didn't expect that he would need to go through such a painful process if he wanted to be resurrected. I couldn't help but sweat for Yao Lao. Chapter 190. 54.1%. Fortunately, after the flesh and blood were burned, the terrifying strange energy in the elixir spread out again, allowing the flesh and blood to grow again. Moreover, the speed of the flesh and blood growth was getting faster and faster. Later, almost only the granulation of flesh could be seen wriggling rapidly. After a while, a bloody and blurred human figure was quickly formed. This burning and growth continued for several hours, and the skin tissue on the flesh and blood was finally completely formed. Along with the formation of those skins, at this moment, the skeleton on the stone platform was completely transformed into a living person. I didn't expect that there would be such a magical thing in the world that could bring the dead back to life. Some powerful men from Zhongzhou were extremely respectful to Ji Yufei at this moment. Okay, in the next period of time, he needs to merge with this body by himself. During this period, it is best not to disturb him. Seeing this situation, Ji Yufei took the strange fire back into his body and told Zhang Kongzi beside him. The people watching around finally began to disperse at this time. They had a feast for their eyes for a whole night, watching the master Ji Yufei personally saving people. My husband, you have been concentrating on activating the strange fire all night, you must be tired. The coming-of-age ceremony will be held soon. Xianxia and Xun'er walked on Ji Yufei's left and right. Xun'er wiped the sweat off Ji Yufei's forehead, and Xianxia took out a brand new robe for Ji Yufei to put on. When the few people walked out of the hall, it was no longer dark outside, and the sky was pale. This ancient sacred mountain range also became lively at this moment. Figures flashed across the sky, and all kinds of festive gongs and drums resounded over the mountains. Brother Ji Yufei, wait for me. Xun'er watched Ji Yufei save Yao Lao the whole time, and then hurried to catch up after Ji Yufei left. She can also be said to be one of the protagonists of today's coming-of-age ceremony. In the blood test many years ago, her blood grade was far superior to that of ordinary clan members. Today's coming-of-age ceremony, Xun'er is very confident that she has reached the level of the only two divine bloods in the ancient clan in the past 1,000 years. Xun'er. Xiaoyan looked back. When he saw Xun'er chasing Ji Yufei, a layer of bitterness filled his heart unconsciously. Before, when he heard that Xun'er had been married once, he felt very uncomfortable. But there were too many people at that time, and he had important things to do in the ancient world this time, so he forced himself to suppress that emotion. At this moment, Yao Lao's matter has been almost resolved, and the discomfort in his heart can no longer be suppressed. Thinking back to the time in Wudin City, Xun'er was particularly close to him. Even if his cultivation level regressed and was ridiculed by everyone, Xun'er never disliked him and encouraged him. Until later, when Xun'er left the Shao family, she kept in touch with him, giving him various things to help him practice. In fact, his feelings for Xun'er were no longer the kind of feelings between brothers and sisters. And now, before he had time to take any action, Xun'er had already married. Although Xun'er had been divorced by Ji Yufei, looking at her state, she seemed to still be obsessed with Ji Yufei and wanted to get back together. When thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart ached a little, and his palm was against his chest. Let's go out too, let the old guy stay in there quietly, and the next thing depends on the old guy himself. If he persists, he can really be reborn from the ashes. After Zhang Kongzi arranged some things, he led Feng Xun and Xiaoyan out. And he also arranged a seal in the hall to prevent others from accidentally breaking in and disturbing. If she really still likes Ji Yufei, I will bury this love in my heart. But if she turns back one day, no matter how many difficulties I encounter, I will pursue her. After coming out, Xiaoyan made up his mind and then planned to watch the coming-of-age ceremony. After leaving the hall, Ji Yufei took Xianxia and Xun'er to the center of the huge square that was completely surrounded by ancient atmosphere. He did not stop, and did not care about Xun'er who was jogging behind him. Around the ancient square, there were many black-armored Black Annihilation Army soldiers standing upright, with sharp eyes like eagles, constantly sweeping around. "Greetings, Lord Ji Yufei. Greetings, Lord Ji Yufei." When these Black Annihilation Army saw Ji Yufei coming, they all saluted respectfully. In recent years, although Ji Yufei did not go to the Black Annihilation Army to continue to compete for a higher position. But with the retirement of the previous generation of Black Annihilation Army leaders, Ji Yu Qingyang, Ji Yu Yao and others became the 4 major generals, because no one felt that they could beat Ji Yufei, so they automatically left one of the general positions for Ji Yufei. All the members of the Black Annihilation Army were convinced by this decision. After all, Ji Yufei easily defeated the Shira Dutong ancient demon back then, and now, Ji Yufei has already surpassed the ancient demon, Ji Yu Qingyang, and entered the semi-saint realm. Who would not be convinced by such an achievement? Yes, faced with the salute, Ji Yufei also nodded slightly, and then walked in calmly. Behind Ji Yufei and the other two, Xun'er also walked in with a firm step. However, when Xiaoyan came over here, there was a sound of heavy collision of long spears. It turned out that 2 Black Annihilation Army soldiers wearing golden armor used long spears to stop Xiaoyan and Feng Zunj. "Stop, this area is a special area. People who are not from our clan or invited by our clan cannot enter here," the 2 golden armored warriors said in unison. "We came here with Donta and were invited by your ancient clan. Is this how you treat guests?" Being stopped, Xiaoyan was immediately very annoyed and wanted to argue. "Hehe, Donta is Donta. You two have not reached that qualification yet." Xiaoyan's argument was met with ruthless ridicule from the 2 golden-armored warriors. Just when Xiaoyan was embarrassed and at a loss, a young man from the ancient clan came over and said something to the 2 golden-armored warriors. "It's better to let him go in and make a fool of himself." Then, the 2 men showed an inexplicable smile on their faces, put down their spears and began to let them go. Although Xiaoyan realized that something was wrong, he believed that the people of the ancient clan would not attack the guests participating in the ceremony in such an occasion. Soon after Xiaoyan entered the square, he found that there seemed to be several people from the ancient clan looking at him with gloating. Suddenly, Xiaoyan felt a chill on his body, and his eyes turned quickly. At the end of his sight, a figure with a fierce and murderous intention sat cross-legged. This person's hair was black and white. His whole body exuded a cold air. Xiaoyan didn't know that Ji Yuli, who went to Jia Ma to kill him, was just a small guy. The one who really wanted to kill him was the man in front of him who made people feel cold at first sight. Chapter 191. The time has come, let the ceremony begin. In the square, after the sound of a bell rang out, a mighty and plain voice suddenly came out from the void space. When the mighty voice slowly fell, 3 elders of the ancient clan stood up from their seats not far away with serious faces. They slowly walked to the center of the square, where there were already many props. The ceremony begins, Lingquan. Next, the 3 elders of the ancient clan read out the first name according to the list. After the voice fell, Lingquan hurriedly stood up, moved his body, and rushed out with a bit of high spirits, and saluted respectfully to the elders. There are naturally many young adults in the ancient clan, but only a few can hold an adult ceremony on such an occasion. And these people are undoubtedly the best among the younger generation of the ancient clan. Therefore, it is no wonder that Lingquan has a slight sense of pride on his face. In the field, the ancient clan elder with a serious face clenched his palm, and a star disk nearly 10 feet in size appeared in front of him. Lingquan also stepped forward quickly, touched the star disk with his palm, and closed his eyes. Soon, a strong light burst out on the star disk, and 6 stars slowly emerged. Lingquan, the 8th commander of the Black Annihilation Army, 1 star Dou Zun strength, 6th grade bloodline. After the decision and discussion of the elders, council, the Golden Clan pattern is given. Golden Clan pattern, worthy of being the 8th commander. Hearing the shout from the elder's mouth, the ancient clan people in the square spoke with some envy. Lingquan's eyes also flashed with joy, knelt on one knee, and raised his head. At this time, an ancient clan elder held a brush shining with golden light, and his arm danced out after images, and a mysterious rune appeared on Lingquan's forehead. Daddy, Mommy. After Ji Yufei and the other 2 sat down, Xiao Shanel and Wuxuang, 2 little guys, also came here under the leadership of Ziyan and Qing Lin. Not many people in the ancient clan don't know Ziyan's current strength. Even some of the ancient clan elders with great prestige have to be very polite when they see Ziyan. Wait another 20 years, this stage will belong to you too. Ji Yufei held the two little guys and sat them on his lap. At this time, he was a father who doted on his children, without showing any edge. Now he has long lost the desire to compete with these young people. On the one hand, it is the state of mind, but more of it comes from his current strength. There is no need to do those things. 6th grade bloodline level, Golden Clan pattern, what are these? In the field, Xiaoyan felt extremely unfamiliar with these things and asked with his head tilted. However, Feng Zunzun could not answer. The people of Xingyan Pavilion have not yet been exposed to the secrets circulated among the ancient races. Oh, you don't even know this. The conversation between the two was sneered by a strong man from a large sect in Zhongzhou. The blood level of the ancient race is divided into 10 grades, with the lowest grade 1 and the highest grade 10. This kind of family pattern is passed down by the ancient race from ancient times. In a critical moment, it can temporarily increase the blood power in the body of the ancient race and improve the strength, thus avoiding danger. The family pattern is divided into 4 levels: silver, gold, purple gold, and 7-color gold, which are distinguished by color, and the family pattern of Lingquan is the golden family pattern ranked in the 3rd sequence. This family pattern has such a miraculous effect. Although this person sneered at him, he at least solved his doubts. Xiaoyan did not resent the old man at this time, but was just surprised. He did not expect that the people of the ancient race not only had the innate advantages in cultivation, but also had such a means to burst out their strength. Elder, do I have the qualifications to challenge anyone at will during the coming-of-age ceremony? Lingquan, who received the clan emblem, did not go down, but glanced at Xiaoyan, then bowed and asked several elders. Hearing this, the 3 elders of the ancient clan frowned at the same time, not knowing what Lingquan was going to do, but the rules were indeed like this. According to the rules, you can now challenge anyone from your clan, but if the other party is not from your clan, you need the other party's consent before you can fight with him. After hearing the conversation between the people on the stage, Xiaoyan suddenly thought of the strange looks those people from the ancient clan had given him before. Xiaoyan, I heard that you are a descendant of the ancient Xiao clan. In the future, do you have the courage to challenge me, Lingquan, so that everyone can see the current style of your ancient Xiao clan? Sure enough, the next moment, Lingquan looked towards Xiaoyan, but some of the words he said confused Xiaoyan. Ancient Xiao clan. Since entering Zhongzhou, Xiaoyan had heard of the ancient Xiao clan, but he didn't know that he was the descendant of the impoverished Xiao clan. At this time, it was Lingquan who wanted to fight Xiaoyan, but because Xiaoyan was too weak, he forced Xiaoyan to say the challenge himself. Brother Xiaoyan, you are indeed from the Xiao clan, but the ancient Xiao clan is now dead in name only. You don't have to pay attention to Lingquan. Originally, Xun'er didn't sit next to Xiaoyan in order to avoid Ji Yufei's misunderstanding. But seeing Lingquan's behavior, she came to Xiaoyan worriedly to remind him. At this time, most people had a gloating expression. Especially the 2 people from the Yao clan who came this time. It seems that the disciple brought out by the abandoned son is quite hateful. He seems to be a descendant of the ancient Xiao clan. He is in for a good show. Yao Xingji became interested instantly. He didn't expect that the first person to appear at the ancient tribe's coming-of-age ceremony would be able to entertain everyone. Haha, Xiaoyan, if you are too scared, you don't have to challenge me. Ancient Xiao clan, haha. On the stage, Lingquan saw Xun'er appearing next to Xiaoyan, his eyes turned cold and he sneered. How dare such a loser dare to challenge Lingquan, a 1-star Dou Xun? Everyone around knew that Lingquan's move was to deliberately make Xiaoyan, a member of the ancient Xiao clan, embarrassed in front of everyone. My ancient Xiao clan was as famous as the ancient clan back then, but in my generation, it has declined to this extent. After learning his identity, Xiaoyan was very unwilling and felt a sense of humiliation in his heart. He was thinking whether he should protect his family's honor and fight Na Lingquan with all his life. Okay, Lingquan, come down, don't waste any time. Just when Xiaoyan was angry and struggling in his heart, the ancient demon who was sitting cross-legged on the ground and exuding a cold aura suddenly spoke. He said this not to save Xiaoyan, but simply to look down on Xiaoyan. In the eyes of the ancient demon, because Xiaoyan is such a waste, it affects the progress of the coming-of-age ceremony. It's totally unnecessary. Chapter 192. Boy, you're lucky this time. On the stage, Ling Quan had to obey the words of the ancient demon after hearing them. Before leaving, Ling Quan gave Xiao Yan a look of contempt. Creak. At this time, the humiliation in Xiao Yan's heart could no longer be described in words. He clenched his fists tightly, and the sound of cracking bones could be heard constantly between his fingers. But it's a pity that he can only vent like this. No matter how angry he feels, he can't do anything to Ling Quan, a fighting master. Fortunately, no one cares about the mood of a minion at this moment. Even Xun'er is almost like this. In her opinion, Xiao Yan was lucky to be able to avoid a battle with Ling Quan this time. Without empathy, not many people would be able to understand the pain in Xiao Yan's heart. Why am I so incompetent? Xiao Yan kept shouting in his heart. He seemed to feel that Xun'er was defending himself as if he were protecting a weak person, and it was not about caring. Xiao Yan, relax, no one will bother you anymore. Lord Feng patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. His words finally brought Xiao Yan back to reality from his inner world. Yes, I'm a useless person. Being able to avoid the battle with Ling Quan is already a blessing among misfortunes. What more could you ask for? Xiao Yan smiled very self-deprecatingly. As Ling Quan stepped off the stage, one after another the younger generation of the ancient tribe came up to test the bloodline level and be awarded the clan mark. Soon, it was the ancient demon's turn to test his bloodline. The ancient demon came on stage, stretched out his palm, and gently touched the astrolabe. The astrolabe was silent for a while. After a while, the astrolabe trembled violently, and a bright light burst out from it. Stars appeared one after another on the astrolabe. 1, 2, 3, 8. Looking at the 8 stars slowly appearing on the astrolabe, the audience suddenly became uproar. In fact, even some elders nodded with a little wonder on their faces. Obviously, this test made them extremely satisfied. It turns out to be an 8th grade bloodline level, worthy of being one of the 4 major metropolises. People from the ancient clan were constantly whispering in the square, and their voices were full of envy. Ancient Demon, one of the 4 major commanders of the Black Annihilation Army, 9-star Dou Qi, with the power of the 8th grade bloodline, given the purple gold clan pattern. After the shouts fell, an elder took out a purple gold dragon pen, and the tip of the pen suddenly erupted with an extremely bright light. Soon, a mysterious rune quickly appeared on the forehead of the ancient demon. Call. Painting this so-called purple gold pattern seems to consume extremely much fighting energy. Therefore, when the last stroke was written, the elder's forehead was slightly sweaty. He took a long breath, stopped writing, and the bright light of the pen tip gradually weakened. 9-star Dou Qi, the teacher seems to have been in this state when he was at his peak, and this person from the ancient tribe has already achieved such an achievement at such a young age. Watching people from the ancient tribes come on stage, Xiao Yan felt more and more powerful about this race, and at the same time, he also felt depressed. I heard people say that 1,000 years ago, the strength of his Xiao clan was no worse than that of the ancient clan. It is a pity that 1,000 years later, he ended up like this. What happened back then that caused the decline of this ancient clan, the Xiao clan? Let me preside over the rest of the ceremony. After continuing to test the bloodlines of several young people from the ancient tribe, an old voice with huge pressure sounded in the sky above the square. Immediately afterwards, an old man suddenly appeared on the square. Several elders around him bowed their hands politely and saluted. At the same time, they all had a look of shock in their eyes. They all understood what it meant that even this person came to preside over the coming-of-age ceremony in person. This time, there will definitely be demon clansmen who surpass the 8-star bloodline. Xun'er, it's your turn. After the old man appeared, he looked at Xun'er in the corner of the square. Hearing this, Xun'er raised her head and chest, and slowly walked onto the high platform under the attention of thousands of people. Brother Ji Yufei, you will definitely be surprised by me later. After Xun'er came on stage, she took a deep look in the direction of Ji Yufei, then closed her eyes and placed her jade hand on the astrolabe. One by one, the stars also appeared quietly. All the eyes of the audience were focused on the astrolabe at this moment. 1, 2, 5, 8. Looking at more and more stars on the astrolabe, the breathing sounds of many people in the square became heavier because of this. Even people with keen senses can find that the space in this sky is slightly fluctuating, and there are faint and powerful auras coming out. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Shortly after the 8th star appeared on the astrolabe, there was another burst of strong light. 9 stars, 9th grade bloodline. Looking at the 9 bright and dazzling stars on the astrolabe, almost all the members of the ancient clan took a deep breath. 9th grade bloodline, which means that the ancient tribe will have a tribesman with the potential to advance to the rank of fighting saint. Although this is just potential, with this potential and enough time, these potentials will truly create a new fighting saint. Fighting saints, these now symbolize the pinnacle existence in this world. Even a superpower like the ancient clan takes it very seriously, because when it comes to a power like theirs, what they compete for is actually the number of Dou Shengs that each clan has. Whoever has more Dou Shengs is the real peak power. It is indeed the 9th grade bloodline. Xun'er's bloodline power is really strong. The ancient demon who was promoted to the Shira commander looked at this scene and couldn't help smacking his lips. Although the ancient demon no longer likes Xun'er, this does not affect his praise for a member of the high-grade bloodline clan. It is already the peak of the 9th grade. In the square, the ancient clan strongman who tested Xun'er stared at the extremely dazzling stars. Under the convergence of countless eyes, Xun'er's jade hand suddenly trembled, and her jade arm seemed to become transparent at this moment. Inside, in the blood vessels, blood flowed rapidly, and a little bit of golden light spots, along with the blood vessels, quickly converged on the jade hand that touched the star disk. Swish! As the golden light became more and more intense, Xun'er's entire arm became like gold. When the light reached its peak, the star disk suddenly trembled violently, and tiny cracks appeared quietly, and finally spread rapidly. Such a terrifying blood power, even the star disk can't bear it. Seeing this scene, even the elders were horrified. Buzz! As the cracks spread, a golden fluorescence suddenly appeared faintly behind the 9th star on the star disk. After a while, a star that was completely golden and slightly dim appeared under the gaze of countless eyes. Bang! When the 10th golden star appeared, the test star disk exploded with a bang. 10 stars. Divine bloodline. Almost all the people of the ancient clan stared at the golden light column in the sky in amazement. Brother Ji Yufei, I wonder if Xun'er has surprised you this time. Xun'er slowly opened her eyes, and seemed not surprised by this situation. She looked straight at Ji Yufei, feeling a little proud in her heart. Chapter 193. 10-star bloodline level. I never thought that Xun'er would be so good. Even in this powerful ancient clan, she is still bathed in this glorious glory. And I am just a useless person who is inconspicuous in everyone's eyes. In the corner of the square, Xiaoyan looked at Xun'er in all her glory on the high platform and smiled at first. This smile showed that she was really happy for Xun'er to achieve such an achievement. But soon, the smile on his face froze again. It turned into a deep bitterness hidden in my heart. Because Xiaoyan realizes that if he continues to be as mediocre as he is now in this life, the gap between the two will become wider and wider, and I am afraid that he will never have the slightest chance with Xun'er again. But Ji Yufei, from beginning to end, never glanced at the high platform over there. He held the 2 children in his arms, chatting and laughing with Kair, the little medical fairy, and Ziyan beside him. The 10-star bloodline looks so powerful. Dad, what level of bloodline do you have? Xiao Shan'el asked curiously after hearing the excited words of the people around him. I want to know what kind of bloodline my father has. You'll find out later. Ji Yufei scratched Xian Li's nose. Your father is the number 1 genius of the ancient clan today, and his bloodline level is naturally the highest. The little medical fairy replied. To be honest, when they saw that Xun'er's bloodline reached the divine level, both little medical fairy and Kair were surprised. After all, Xun'er's previous cultivation speed was too slow, which seemed inconsistent with her bloodline level. It's really a divine bloodline. On the high platform, the ancient clan elder who was testing Xun'er's bloodline had a serious look on his face. The next moment, he stretched out his hands respectfully, and then gently grasped the void in front of him. As he grasped it, a dragon pen with colorful luster appeared in his hand. As soon as this colorful dragon pen appeared, almost all the ancient people present had a look of respect on their faces. The 7-colored Heavenly Emperor's pen, this thing that has not been used by the ancient clan for thousands of years, is now finally coming out. With the power of this bloodline, as long as we give her time, this woman has a high chance of becoming a 9-star fighting saint in the future. Many strong men from other ancient races felt emotional, envious, and jealous. Brother Ji Yufei, now that I have been recognized by the colorful dragon pen, you can't you come and see me? Xun'er took a deep look at Ji Yufei again and found that he had been teasing the child and talking to the two women around him, but had never looked here. She felt extremely disappointed in her heart. At this time, she really wanted to be recognized by Ji Yufei. Only, the beautiful scene she expected to see Ji Yufei looking at each other never appeared. Xun'er. At this moment, the elder holding the colorful emperor's pen looked at Xun'er and reminded him. Hearing this, Xun'er looked away and immediately closed her beautiful eyes. The next moment, the ancient clan elder's expression became solemn again, and a monstrous aura surged out from his body overwhelmingly. Then the palm holding the colorful emperor's pen suddenly tightened, and his arms suddenly danced. A series of colorful clan lines appeared on Xun'er's smooth forehead one by one. And as the colorful clan patterns emerged one by one, the palm of the ancient clan elder holding the heavenly emperor's pen couldn't help but tremble slightly, and the fighting energy in his body also flowed away quickly like a tide at this moment. What a terrifying emperor's pen! No wonder no one from the ancient tribe has been qualified to touch it for thousands of years. Just with this level of consumption of fighting energy, if you don't have the strength of a fighting saint, I'm afraid you will be sucked into a human being in an instant. Feeling the fighting spirit disappearing rapidly in his body, the ancient clan elder's complexion also darkened slightly, and he quickly concentrated on controlling the perfect trajectory of writing. Chi-Chi. The colorful Tiandi pen danced in the air about half an inch away from Xun'er's forehead. Call. 10 minutes later, this drawing was finally completed in front of everyone's eyes. All right. After hearing the elder's words, Xun'er's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. And the moment his eyes opened, the colorful clan patterns on his forehead suddenly burst out with intense colorful light. Haha, the 7-color clan pattern, my ancient clan finally appears again after thousands of years. I wonder what kind of surprise Ji Yufei will bring us next. When the colorful light burst out, a few old laughter could be heard faintly in the distant sky. This laughter was fleeting. Haha, let me personally host it next. Soon, another old man came here and took over the work of testing the bloodline. Moreover, this person's strength is much stronger than the elder who just took the bloodline test. Seeing the ancient tribe operating like this, many powerful people from Zhongzhou and those from ancient races who came to watch the ceremony were all shocked. But soon, someone understood. It seems that the next person to appear is Mr. Ji Yufei, who is known as the first genius of the ancient tribe. Master Ji Yufei can be rated as the #1 genius, and his bloodline level is naturally not weak. Is it possible that 2 divine bloodline clansmen will be born in the same era of the ancient clan? It shouldn't be possible. Divine blood is rare in 1,000 years. Young Master Ji Yufei's cultivation is indeed outstanding, but perhaps due to chance, the blood level may not be very high. For a moment, many eyes were looking at Ji Yufei, who was chatting and laughing with his family. Next, Ji Yufei. As expected, the elder of the Ji Yu clan who had just appeared read out Ji Yufei's name. Daddy, it's your turn. Hearing someone reading her father's name, Xiao Shan'el waved excitedly. I don't know what realm Daddy will reach, he should be better than that person. Wuxia was also looking forward to it. Looking at the reactions of the 2 children, Ji Yufei smiled, then handed the children to Xiao Yixian and Xun'er, and walked slowly onto the stage. Brother Ji Yufei, I hope you can surprise everyone. At the edge of the high platform, Xun'er smiled brightly and blessed Ji Yufei. At this time, she looked generous. She actually stayed on the stage for a while on purpose, and then walked down just now, just to get a chance to get close to Ji Yufei. However, Ji Yufei pretended not to hear her blessing, and then walked towards the testing elder without stopping. It seems that Miss Xun'er of the Ji Yu clan is in trouble. It is said that they were husband and wife at the beginning, and when they got married, they attracted the envy of thousands of people. It's a pity that the man is talented and the woman is beautiful, and both have natural talents, but in the end, they ended up going their separate ways. This scene was noticed by some people who were close to them, triggering a series of whispers. Chapter 194. 55.3%. In my opinion, there is nothing to regret about this matter. Back then, it was because Master Ji Yufei couldn't stand some things that he chose to divorce his wife. That thing was done by Miss Xun'er herself, and she was too much. If not for this, with Miss Xun'er's appearance and talent, who would be willing to divorce his wife? That's right, I heard that when Xiao Yan came to the ancient world this time, Miss Xun'er didn't have a clear sense of boundaries. In this way, what can she save? Quote. They are right, I should really keep some distance from Xiao Yan, so as not to cause brother Ji Yu Fei to misunderstand. Hearing the conversations of the people around her, Xun'er, who was a little embarrassed, didn't say a word. Although many of these words were mocking her, they were not made up at random. At least, some of them, Xun'er agreed with them in her heart after listening to them. She didn't stop and walk to her previous position silently. How can these people do this? Looking at this scene, Xiao Yan was very angry in his heart. Xun'er and Ji Yu Fei were obviously together and separated. How come in these people's mouths, it became that Ji Yu Fei unilaterally divorced his wife? Xun'er, these people are too much. How can they say that about you? The next moment, Xiao Yan stood up and walked to Xun'er's side to comfort her. Okay, I know what's going on. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xun'er subconsciously waved her hand, signaling Xiao Yan to stop. This was the first time Xiao Yan saw the expression of impatience with him on Xun'er's face. This expression deeply hurt Xiao Yan, which was more uncomfortable than being ridiculed. He could only walk away silently at this moment. On the high platform, Ji Yu Fei stretched out his hand and touched the star disk. In just a moment, 9 stars appeared on the star disk in succession. Then, a golden fluorescence appeared and quickly gathered into a golden star. This star was much more dazzling than the one Xun'er tested before. After the 10th star appeared, another fluorescence seemed to appear next to it. However, at this moment, the star disk suddenly shattered, and that scene was not noticed by anyone. Oh my god, another 10-star bloodline. Moreover, the 10th star that appeared in the test of Master Ji Yu Fei is obviously much more dazzling than the one when Miss Xun'er tested it just now. This also means that Master Ji Yu Fei's bloodline grade is higher than Miss Xun'er's. After the golden star appeared, almost everyone in the square began to get excited. In the same era, 2 divine bloodlines appeared, and each one was stronger than the other. What would happen if they grew up? Haha, God bless my ancient clan. The elder who tested Ji Yu Fei had already reached the level of Dou Sheng, but at this moment, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. Oh, Daddy is so awesome. Wuxia and Xiaoshan'el saw that everyone around them was praising Ji Yu Fei, and they shouted happily. My husband is really excellent. Xianxia and Xun'er both had bright smiles on their faces. Who doesn't want their other half to be the kind of person that everyone pays attention to? On the high platform, Ji Yu Fei looked at the 2 little guys who were jumping and cheering for him, and smiled and waved in response. But the next moment, his sight shifted to a corner. There, 3 people in black robes stood. Although he couldn't see the faces of these 3 people, Ji Yu Fei still felt a fleeting killing intent, and the system prompt also confirmed that Ji Yu Fei's perception was not wrong. Damn, how can this guy's perception be so sharp? The Soul Clan member lowered his head. The 3 of them were indeed discussing how to eliminate Xun'er and Ji Yu Fei. Because, if the 2 divine bloodlines grow up, it will be a great threat to the Soul Clan. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you can leave the ancient world alive. Ji Yu Fei glanced coldly. And then, the 7-color Emperor Pen was once again invited out by the elders of the ancient clan. Ji Yu Fei, are you ready? Elder, start. Ji Yu Fei nodded, then closed his eyes and asked the elders to draw the clan pattern for him. Perhaps because Ji Yu Fei's cultivation had also reached Dou Sheng, this kind of drawing process seemed a bit laborious even for the 3-star Dou Sheng elder in front of him, and the drawing was very slow. Every stroke consumed a huge amount of Dou Qi in the elder's body. Alright, a few minutes later, hearing the elder's voice, Ji Yu Fei slowly opened his eyes, and a gorgeous 7-color family pattern appeared on his forehead, shining with 7-color light. Plop! Under this burst of 7-color light, most of the ancient clan members present could not suppress the huge pressure from the depths of their souls. With a plop, they knelt down with fanatic faces. It's worthy of being brother Ji Yu Fei. The bloodline grade is obviously higher than mine. Xun'er sat in the audience, looking at Ji Yu Fei who had obtained the 7-color family pattern very seriously. Next, she subconsciously stretched out her jade hand and touched her forehead. There was a 7-color family pattern exactly the same as Ji Yu Fei's forehead. In the same era, only the 2 of them obtained this 7-color family pattern, which made Xun'er cherish it very much. Haha, this kid Ji Yu Fei really didn't disappoint us. After a few years, maybe he will surpass us old guys. In the void, those strong men of the ancient clan who secretly observed this coming-of-age ceremony left with laughter after Ji Yufei obtained the 7-color clan emblem. Let's go, Xun'er and Ji Yufei have finished their bloodline tests, there's nothing to see. Some people in the square also left. I shouldn't have come to such an occasion. Xiao Yan stood up in a state of despair and walked out of the square. He had already made plans to leave the ancient world as soon as Yao Lao woke up. Time passed quickly and it was night. During this period, Zhang Kongzi had been waiting outside a hall. Suddenly, he noticed that the seal in the hall had some movement. The seal is loose, it seems that the old guy has woken up. Zhang Kongzi looked overjoyed. The next moment, an old and familiar figure slowly walked out of the hall door. Teacher, old guy, you are finally alive. Seeing this old figure walking out, Xiao Yan and Feng Zun were also very excited. Yao Lao woke up. As the first alchemist once famous in Zhongzhou, the status of Xingyan Pavilion will rise to a new height. This time, it's really thanks to that master Ji Yufei. After resurrecting, Yao Lao moved his new body a little, and then planned to find Ji Yufei to give him the promised reward. Chapter 195. On the mountain peak, Ji Yufei, the little medical fairy, and Kair sat quietly in the pavilion and admired the night. On the other side, two little guys, Xianxia and Wu Shuang, were playing with their new friend Ling Shi. Although Ling Shi was 12 years old, he could still get along with the two little guys. Husband, in 2 days' time, the sky tomb will be opened. By then, you will have to retreat for a long time. In the pavilion, the little medical fairy suddenly mentioned the opening of the tomb space in 2 days. Over the years, Ji Yufei has gone into retreat more and more often and for longer and longer periods. And every time Ji Yufei went into seclusion, the little medical fairy would feel empty in his heart. This retreat won't last long. Every time the sky tomb is opened, although 3 years have passed for the people inside, only half a year has passed for the outside world. Ji Yufei also knew that the little medical fairy was reluctant to let go of him, but in order to be able to deal with the Soul Clan in the future, Ji Yufei must seize the time to improve. The extra 2.5 years after entering the heavenly tomb were relatively important for a genius like Ji Yufei. Well, I hope that this time, husband, you can be promoted again. The little medical fairy nodded. Although she hopes that Ji Yufei can stay with her and her children for a long time. But I can also understand Ji Yufei. Husband, what exactly did you think of when you saw Ling Shi last night? At this time, Kair suddenly asked a question hidden in her heart. I can't explain these things clearly to you right now. I can only say that my reaction at that time was just because Ling Shi is from the spiritual clan. Ji Yufei shook his head and said, now that the spirit clan has not been destroyed by the soul clan, some words are naturally inappropriate to say. My husband, is this because people from the spiritual tribe are surprised when they come to the ancient world? Is it because the spirit clan and the ancient clan have a bad relationship and rarely interact with each other? This explanation seems unreasonable. Or maybe, husband, you think that the spiritual tribe could not come to the ancient world this time due to some things, but they came in the end. Queen Medusa was very smart. Based on Ji Yufei's words and previous reaction, she immediately guessed something. Haha, Kair, you are really smart, you almost came up with the answer. Ji Yufei smiled slightly. Kair also knew that Ji Yufei usually wouldn't hide anything from her. He must have some difficulties, so he didn't continue to ask questions. Master, someone down the mountain asked to see you. He said he came to thank the master. At this moment, the Lion King rushed to the top of the mountain from halfway up the mountain and reported to Ji Yufei. Let them come. Now that Ji Yufei's soul power has entered the great perfection of heaven, he has long sensed the arrival of Yaochen, Feng Zun and others. I've met Mr. Ji Yufei. Not long after, Yao Chen, Feng Zun and Xiao Yan arrived outside the pavilion. It seems that you have adapted to this new body. Looking at Yaochen, Ji Yufei replied. This sentence also points to the dust of medicine. This time, I have made a special trip to thank Mr. Ji Yufei for his kindness. Hearing this, Yaochen stopped talking nonsense. He tapped the dark ring lightly with his finger, and a group of dark white flames curled up from it, then floated in front of Yao Chen. It was the bone spirit Lengo. Next, Yao Chen's fingers gently touched the bone spirit cold fire. The latter suddenly trembled violently. After a while, the trembling stopped, and Yao Chen's face turned pale. Master Ji Yufei, the soul imprint in the bone spirit cold fire has been cleared by me. However, this bone spirit cold fire has been refined by me for many years. Even if the soul mark has been eliminated, it will still have a lot of resistance. Yao Chen handed bone spirit cold fire to Ji Yufei and reminded Ji Yufei kindly. Beside him, Xiao Yan looked at the white flame in Yao Lao's hand, feeling filled with emotion. This bone spirit cold fire should be regarded as the thing that has been with his teacher for the longest time, but now, its soul imprint has been wiped away by the teacher himself. The teacher must be very reluctant to part with the bone spirit cold fire. However, compared to the teacher being able to regain a new life this time, these foreign fire objects are nothing. Xiao Yan sighed in his heart. Ji Yufei, on his side, nodded slightly, took the white flame, and then placed the soul imprint on it into his eyebrows to warm it up. Bone spirit cold fire is different from other strange fires. This kind of flame gives people an extremely cold feeling, but within that coldness, there is hidden the extremely violent fiery power. The perfect fusion of two abnormally opposing forces makes people marvel at the magic of this world. If there's nothing else, just ask the three of you. After accepting Bone Spirit Lengo, Ji Yufei issued an order to expel Yao Chen and others. He did not want to have too many interactions with these people. This incident was just a transaction. I say goodbye. Yao Lao once again thanked him with his hands, then turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, Ji Yufei noticed that several seniors from the clan had arrived. Wait, in the distortion of space, several elders of the ancient clan headed by Ji Yunane appeared outside the pavilion and stopped Yao Chen and his party. However, their eyes were not on Yao Chen, but on Xiao Yan beside him. Elder Nane, why do you have time to come to Ji Yufei's place? Ji Yufei stood up and greeted everyone. Haha, Ji Yufei, I'm not here to find you this time, but for the descendants of the Xiao clan. Ji Yunane smiled and replied to Ji Yufei, then looked at Xiao Yan. You are Xiao Yan, right? The boy is Xiao Yan. Although Ji Yunane and others have extremely powerful auras, Xiao Yan behaved neither humble nor arrogant, and his back was very straight. However, he was also very confused. He didn't understand why such a strong man from the Ji clan came to find him specifically. If he wanted to deal with him for some reason, he would never send such a strong man. Xiao Yan, I guess you know now that you are a descendant of the ancient Xiao clan. Yeah, hearing this topic, Xiao Yan nodded with a very serious expression. Then I wonder if there is a piece of strange ancient jade in your Xiao family. Ji Yunane continued to ask. Ancient jade. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was surprised, and then remembered the jade token of the head of the family that the elder gave him when he left home. Could it be that the people of the ancient clan want to get the jade token of the head of my Xiao family? My Xiao family does not have any rare ancient jade. Out of caution, Xiao Yan did not tell the truth, even though the ancient jade was on him. Do you really not have any ancient jade? At this moment, Ji Yufei suddenly spoke. With the emotional system, few people in this world can deceive Ji Yufei. Open black lens bracket. Xiao Yan hesitates, becomes panicked and nervous, and his emotional value increases by 200 close black lens bracket. Notifying the emotional value prompt, Ji Yufei concluded that Xiao Yan was carrying the ancient jade. Chapter 196. 55.8%. Ji Yufei's sudden question seemed to bring a special sense of oppression to Xiao Yan, who had just lied at this time. For a moment, Xiao Yan expressed the tension in his heart on his face. Seeing Xiao Yan's hesitation, the old gangsters in Ji Yunane could naturally tell that Xiao Yan was lying just now. Xiao Yan, have you thought clearly? You really don't have any special ancient jade? There was some displeasure in Ji Yunane's voice. Invisibly, there is a pressure of Dou Zun, and the pressure is so strong that even Yao Chen, who has returned to Dou Zun's strength, feels terrified. Xiao Yanzi, I remember that when you left the Xiao family, the elder seemed to have given you a jade plaque inherited from the family head. Perhaps, the ancient jade mentioned by the seniors of the ancient clan is that thing. When Xiao Yan was still hesitating, Yao Chen, a teacher, was worried that something would happen to Xiao Yan, so he answered on Xiao Yan's behalf. Because he knew how powerful the ancient clan was, if he deceived the ancient clan fighting saint, there was no guarantee what the ancient clan would do next. It is obviously safer to take the initiative to admit it than to be found out by the ancient tribesmen. Seniors, this piece of jade is just an inheritance from the head of our Shao family. It is very common. It should not be what the seniors are looking for. Xiao Yan understood that Yao was always worried about him. At this point, he could no longer hide it. A green jade piece appeared in his hand. In the center of the jade piece, a light spot was slowly moving. Wandering. Xiao Yan carefully stroked the jade piece. Whenever he saw that the light spot in the jade piece was still there, Xiao Yan would breathe a sigh of relief, because that light spot was the sole imprint left by his father. If Xiao Zhan dies, then this wandering light spot will dissipate. However, the sole light spot left by Xiao Zhan is still strong, which means that there is no worry about life. Ancient jade, it's really ancient jade. Haha, I didn't expect that this ancient jade is really in the hands of this branch of the Shao clan. Seeing the jade piece Xiao Yan took out, excitement appeared on the faces of Ji Yunane and others. Xiao Yan, give this jade piece to my ancient clan. You can set whatever terms you want. Ji Yunane did not directly snatch it, but asked Xiao Yan for a deal. No, only with this thing can I know whether my father is still alive. It must not be given to others. Hearing Ji Yunane's words, Xiao Yan shook his head and refused without hesitation, and held the ancient jade tightly in his hand. Junior, don't be ignorant of praise. Upon seeing this, several old men around Ji Yunane showed displeasure on their faces, and their words were full of threats. The ancient tribe had already been thinking about the ancient jade of the Shao tribe many years ago. This time, the people of the Shao clan took the initiative to deliver the ancient jade to their doorstep. How could they let it go so easily? Why are the ancient tribes that have always had a good reputation on the mainland trying to rob them by force? At this moment, Xiao Yan was threatened by the elder of the ancient clan, and he actually contradicted him. Little Yanzi. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, Yao Chen scolded loudly, "Don't be rude." A Duzong dares to directly contradict Dou Sheng. This is such an act of seeking death. Fortunately, it was the ancient clan. If it had been another powerful force, I am afraid that Xiao Yan would have been smashed into a ball of flesh at this moment. Teacher. Being scolded by Yao Chen, Xiao Yan's eyes turned red at this moment, and strong unwillingness emerged. Well, Yao Chen sighed. He felt a little sorry for Xiao Yan. The most endearing thing about this apprentice is his spirit of neither being humble nor arrogant, never bowing his head when encountering a strong person, and being unwilling to admit defeat. Unfortunately, what they faced today was an ancient clan that their master and disciples would find difficult to fight against no matter what. If they really angered the ancient clan, it would be difficult for their master and disciple to leave the mountain today. With the strength of the ancient clan, who in the world would dare to say a word about killing 3 of them? Xiao Yanzi, since your father is safe and sound now, he should be fine in the short term. Today, why not lend this ancient jade to a few seniors for study? Yao Chen calmly persuaded Xiao Yan. He did not want Xiao Yan to die because of this at such a young age. But this proves that my father is still alive. Xiao Yan also understood his teacher's painstaking efforts, but his character was such that if he lost the ancient jade today, he would rather die. If you are only considering your father's soul mark, this matter is very simple. I'll just peel your father's soul mark out of the ancient jade. In the pavilion, Ji Yufei watched all this silently, and now he spoke again. After the faint words fell, Ji Yufei's majestic soul power surged out from the center of his eyebrows. Then it poured directly into the jade piece that Xiao Yan was holding tightly in his hand. The light spot wandering in the jade piece was quickly brought out by the power of Ji Yufei's soul. Then Ji Yufei punched it into an ordinary piece of white jade again. What a terrifying soul power! I guess it has reached the perfection of the heavenly realm, right? This boy is probably less than 30 years old. He is simply a monster. At this moment, Yao Chen, who had regained his strength, truly felt the pressure of Ji Yufei's soul, and was extremely surprised. Even the Yao clan, which was famous for refining medicine, had never seen such a monster before. Yes, Ji Yufei has a solution. Looking at this scene, the eyes of Ji Yunane and others were filled with admiration. But now, Xiao Yan's reason for refusing to hand over the ancient jade has been blocked. Shao family Jr., I still say the same thing, as long as you hand over the jade piece, you can ask for any conditions you want. Ji Yunane's eyes were fixed on Xiao Yan, waiting for him to make the final decision. If Xiao Yan still refuses this time, then they will not have the patience. Xun'er is willing to hand over the jade piece. Xiao Yan glanced at Ji Yufei, who had just transferred his father's soul mark. There seemed to be some gratitude in his eyes, because this was a step for him to save face. However, seniors, can you tell me the origin of this jade piece? Xiao Yan suddenly asked when he handed over the jade piece. This, Ji Yunane took the jade piece, hesitated slightly, and then shook his head and said, "This matter is of great importance, and it will not be good for you to know it. Do you have any other requests?" Xun'er has not thought about it yet. Xiao Yan's thoughts were very confused at the moment. Seeing how much these ancient clan elders care about this jade piece, Xiao Yan has a little doubt in his heart. Maybe his father's disappearance is related to this ancient jade. Could it be that my father's disappearance was done by the ancient clan? A guess emerged in Xiao Yan's mind. Chapter 197. Xun'er, as the genius of the ancient tribe, must know something about these things. She must find an opportunity to ask Xun'er about this. Xiao Yan secretly made up his mind. It's up to you. When the heavenly tomb is opened, most of the guests will be sent out of the ancient world. You have to think about it in the past 2 days. If this time passes, I will not care about you. After hearing Xiao Yan's answer, Ji Yunane's face relaxed and he didn't care at all. With his status, couldn't Xiao Yan still satisfy the demands put forward by Duzong? "Xun'er, please take your leave now." After Xiao Yan bowed his hands and saluted, he left Ji Yufei's mountain peak with Yao Lao in Fengzun. "Boy Ji Yufei, now that I have obtained the ancient jade from the Xiao clan, I won't stay any longer. I'll come here for tea next time." Ji Yunane didn't stay much longer. The space around them fluctuated, and then they disappeared from the spot. As Ji Yunane and others left, Ji Yufei fell into deep thought again. The Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade is involved in the Ancient Emperor's Cave and is the key to the Ancient Emperor's Cave. However, this Tuosh Ancient Emperor Jade has already been divided into 8 pieces. Without any one piece, it will not be of any use. The senior officials of the ancient clan have been coveting this Xiao clan ancient jade many years ago. Now that they have obtained the Xiao clan ancient jade, they may have other ideas. Just now, what Ji Yufei was thinking was that the ancient clan had taken the Xiao clan's ancient jade this time, and they had to let the Soul clan know about it. If this happens, the people of the Soul clan will become suspicious, and maybe some plans will be delayed again. When the time comes, I will add fuel to the fire and make the Soul clan completely fearful. Ji Yufei made a decision in his heart. He wants to stop the Soul clan from carrying out their plan now. Otherwise, when the Soul clan destroys the Spirit clan and the Stone clan and uses the ability of the Void-swallowing flame to absorb the blood power of those 2 clans, their clan will become even more powerful. As for Ji Yufei, he needs to improve his strength as soon as possible in order to play a key role in the future war between the 2 races. Early next morning, Xun'er's residence. The environment here is quiet and has an atmosphere that is incompatible with the ancient palaces. The day after tomorrow is the day when the heavenly tomb opens. This time, I can enter the heavenly tomb with brother Ji Yufei, so I must seize the opportunity. In the room, Xun'er sat cross-legged on the bed. While practicing, her mind had already drifted to the time when she would be alone with Ji Yufei 2 days later. "Miss, Xiao Yan is here." Suddenly, outside Xun'er's room, Ling Ying came to deliver a message. "Xiao Yan, what is he doing here?" In the room, Xun'er heard this, with a bit of surprise on her beautiful face. "If the lady doesn't want to see you, I'll let him leave right now." "Forget it, let him come over." Xun'er hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and ordered. She knew that Xiao Yan would not choose to come to her like this under normal circumstances. "I'm afraid there was something important this time." After a while, she put on another piece of clothing and slowly walked out of the room. "Xun'er, thank you for meeting me." Seeing Xun'er coming out of the room, Xiao Yan had a smile on his face. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Xun'er frowned slightly. Ever since the coming-of-age ceremony yesterday, she had always remembered one thing, that is, if she wanted to develop a relationship with Ji Yufei again, she could no longer have too many entanglements with other men. If word spread that Xiao Yan came to see him this time, he would be misunderstood again. "Xun'er, I just want to ask, do you know where my father has gone?" Xiao Yan said with a hint. "What's wrong, Uncle Xiao?" In these years, Xun'er basically didn't pay much attention to Xiao Yan, so she seemed surprised that she didn't know about Xiaozan's disappearance. You really don't know, Xiaoyan, what do you mean, could I lie to you? Hearing the questioning tone in Xiaoyan's tone, Xun'er felt a little unhappy. I believe you, Xiaoyan's face was solemn. Although he said this, Xiaoyan was still full of doubts in his heart. He remembered one thing. Xun'er came from an extremely powerful ancient clan. Why did she come to his Xiao family when she was young? The ancient clan must have been interested in the Xiao family since then. However, Xiaoyan also understood that since Xun'er refused to tell him, there would be no results if he continued to ask. Xun'er, I have one more thing to ask. Do you know ancient jade? Xiaoyan continued to ask. Gu, why did he suddenly ask about this? Xun'er looked a little dodgy. She was originally arranged to go to the Xiao family just to wait for an opportunity to check whether the Xiao family had any ancient jade. You are talking about the Tuosh ancient emperor jade, right? That thing is not considered a top secret in the mainland. It is rumored that the ancient emperor jade can open the legendary ancient emperor's cave. However, the ancient jade has been divided into 8 parts and is now among the 8 ancient tribes. Xun'er slowly explained. If it wasn't the ancient tribe, then who would have captured my father? Seeing that Xun'er's words were very frank, Xiaoyan had some doubts about whether he had guessed wrong. Xun'er, you also know that I don't know much about the Xiao clan's past affairs. Can you tell me about the Xiao clan's affairs? Suddenly, Xiaoyan's voice softened and he looked deeply at Xun'er with a pleading look. The ancient Xiao clan, thousands of years ago, was able to compete with our ancient clan. However, your Xiao clan ancestor Xiaozan, the top powerhouse on the continent at that time, sacrificed the blood of his entire clan in order to challenge the Dou emperor, but failed in the end. After the failure, Xiaozan was seriously injured because of the reduction of blood power. At that time, the Xiao clan was suddenly attacked by the Soul clan and the entire clan was killed. Your clan ancestor Xiaozan is now buried in the heavenly tomb. Looking at Xiaoyan's pleading look, Xun'er finally softened her heart and told Xiaoyan all the secrets she knew about the past. The unparalleled ancestor of our clan thousands of years ago was buried in the heavenly tomb. When Xiaoyan heard that his ancestor had the strength to challenge the Dou emperor, he admired this ancestor very much. In his heart, he had the idea of going to the heavenly tomb to pay homage to the ancestor of the Xiao clan. Then is there a way for me to enter the heavenly tomb? Xiaoyan spoke with some expectation, and quickly explained, I just want to worship the ancestors of my clan. The heavenly tomb opens every 20 years, and your Xiao clan originally had 2 quotas. However, over the years, the 2 quotas of the Xiao clan have been borrowed by my clan. You have little chance of getting the quota again. After saying this, Xun'er turned around and walked into the room without waiting for Xiaoyan to answer. Before closing the door, Xun'er's last words made Xiaoyan stand still. Xiaoyan, if it is not necessary in the future, you should not come to me. Chapter 198. Xun'er. At this moment, Xiaoyan seemed to feel that he had lost something very important. The air around him seemed to be still. Xiaoyan could clearly hear his own beating heartbeat. Well, Xiaoyan, let's go. After a long time, Ling Ying came over, patted Xiaoyan on the shoulder, and motioned for him to leave. Xiaoyan walked down Xun'er's mountain in despair, and then returned to his residence. On the 3rd day, when the first ray of morning light poured down from the sky, a strange atmosphere spread from the ancient sacred mountain range. Today is the time to open the sky tomb. Unfortunately, only people from your ancient race are eligible to enter. Standing in front of the bamboo house, the little medical fairy carefully arranged Ji Yufei's clothes. Kair, along with Wushuang and Shan'el, looked at Ji Yufei tenderly. After the little medical fairy arranged Ji Yufei's clothes, the group stood on the Lion King's back. Brother Ji Yufei, when you come out of the sky tomb, you must accompany me to Dragon Island. Arriving on the Lion King's back, Ziyan suddenly came close to Ji Yufei. Their faces were less than a foot apart, and they could feel each other's breath. Okay, I promise you. When you come out of the sky tomb, I will accompany you to Gulong Island so that you can become the queen as soon as possible. Ji Yufei smiled and said that he had indeed delayed this matter for many years, and now Ziyan was already showing signs of impacting the 5-star fighting saint. It will be much safer to return to Dragon Island. Stop lying to people. After Ziyan got the result, she moved her face away from Ji Yufei. Next, The Lion King flapped his wings and flew towards the east of the ancient sacred mountains. The location where the heavenly tomb is opened is deep in the ancient sacred mountains, which is generally regarded as a forbidden area for the ancient tribes, and no one is allowed to enter during normal times. But today, a lot of people came to this forbidden land, including people from various ancient races, as well as some powerful forces in Zhongzhou. On the top of one of the mountains, a veiled woman in red was looking there intently after Ji Yufei arrived. Brother Ji Yufei, if you enter this tomb separately, you will be randomly teleported away. Otherwise, let's enter together later. Xun'er saw Ji Yufei coming over and immediately came to Ji Yufei's side, with a smile on his face. However, facing Xun'er's invitation, Ji Yufei ignored her at all. Brother Ji Yufei, this tomb in the sky is so dangerous. If I enter alone, I'm afraid something unexpected will happen. If we go in together, you should treat it as protecting a member of the same clan. Seeing that Ji Yufei ignored her, Xun'er changed her tone to a coquettish tone, with a charming and beautiful appearance. Most people would probably be tempted to agree after seeing it. This scene made Kair and the little medical fairy beside Ji Yufei feel speechless. I secretly sighed that Xun'er's psychological quality was really strong. Haha, you woman is so shameless. Ziyan did not shy away and laughed from the side. Xun'er's performance of being like a little girl made Ji Yufei frown. He didn't care about Xun'er's face and said calmly, since you are so afraid of danger, you might as well give this opportunity to others to experience. I think Ji Yugen really needs this kind of opportunity. Brother Ji Yufei. Xun'er looked helpless. She didn't expect Ji Yufei to persuade her not to participate in the Sky Tomb trial. At this moment, Ji Yufei noticed that the world was shaking violently, and a vast, ancient aura slowly filled the void space. Under this ancient atmosphere, everyone present felt a sense of awe deep in their souls. The Sky Tomb is about to open. Looking at the suddenly darkened sky, Ji Yufei murmured softly. As soon as his words fell, the void space suddenly erupted with a loud noise, and immediately, a huge space crack of thousands of feet spread directly from the sky. And in the center of the space crack, a group of silver light gradually emerged, and finally turned into a huge space door of 100 feet, and that vast, ancient aura emanated from it. Everyone, you should also know the rules for entering the Sky Tomb. Each clan has 2 quotas, and there must not be too many entries. The figure of Ji Yunane appears in the sky. He looked around at the figures from various ethnic groups and said calmly. Everyone nodded slightly. The rules for entering the heavenly tomb have always been this way, and the 2 quotas for each clan have continued to this day. If that's the case, then I, the Shao clan, should also have a place to enter the heavenly tomb. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, surprising everyone present. The person who spoke was none other than Xiao Yan. This boy is so brave. How can the Shao clan today be qualified to enter the heavenly tomb? Alas, this is wrong. Since the Shao clan no longer deserves the quota, then why do the ancient clans still occupy the Shao clan's quota, with 2 more people than any of our tribes? For a time, everyone was talking about it, and a young man from the Soul clan did not forget to Donghua. He never tires of doing things like this that can damage the reputation of the ancient clan. Senior, you promised that day that you could meet any request I made. Now, I just want to get back a place for my Shao clan to enter the heavenly tomb. Under the gaze of everyone, Xiao Yan came directly to the midair to talk to Ji Yunane. Are you sure you want to make this request? In the sky, Ji Yunane's face was dark, and his voice was full of pressure from a strong man. Xiao Yan, how dare he? He doesn't even look at what kind of occasion this is. Does he want to die? At this time, Xun'er was also nearby. She looked at Xiao Yan's actions and was very angry. The Shao clan has fallen to this point, how can they still be qualified to get involved in such an opportunity? I'm sure, could it be that the elder of the Ji clan is the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Facing the pressure from Ji Yunane, Xiao Yan straightened his back and said firmly. He firmly believed that the elder of the Ji clan would never attack him in front of so many people because of his face. Xiao Yan, you dare to slander my elder of the Ji clan, I think you are looking for death. The next moment, a cold murderous intent enveloped Xiao Yan's body, making his face pale. Under the gaze of everyone, a man with black and white hair soared into the sky. The person who came was Ji Yuyao. The reason why he was so angry was that the 4 places of the Jiyu clan this time were Jiyu Fei, Xun'er, Jiyu Qingyang, and himself. Jiyu Yao couldn't even beat the first 3. If Xiaoyan took back a place that belonged to the Xiao clan, then he, Jiyu Yao, would automatically be deprived of the opportunity to enter the heavenly tomb. How could he not be angry when a mere ant dared to compete with him, the top genius of the Jiyu clan, for an opportunity? Chapter 199. 56.7%. This friend from the ancient tribe. I'm not slandering you, the elder of the ancient clan, I'm just trying to reason with you. The ancient clan has appropriated my Xiao clan's quota for so many years. This time, they only give me 1 Xiao clan's quota. Isn't it unfair? Even though he felt the strong murderous intention in the ancient demon, Xiaoyan still explained seriously. Be reasonable, be fair, ha 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 ha. Hearing Xiaoyan's argumentative words, the ancient demon laughed in anger. This kid from the Xiao clan has hit the wall this time. If he gets the quota, the ancient demon will naturally be eliminated. In this case, the ancient demon will never let Xiaoyan live. The ancient demon is already on the verge of breaking out. What's going to happen to this kid next? Some of the people from the ancient races who were watching the excitement began to discuss, and their expressions were very indifferent. It seemed that this matter was just a joke and a farce to them. A low-level Duzong is no different from an ant in their eyes. For such a person to try to enter the heavenly tomb is simply seeking death. Xiaoyan, then I will tell you a rule today. In this world, whoever has a bigger fist will be justified. A few years ago, Jiyu Li failed to kill you. You are lucky. This time, let me see who else will come to save you. Let me die. After the words fell, the seal in the ancient demon's hand changed, and a fierce palm print flew towards Xiaoyan. With the strength of the ancient demon, if Xiaoyan, a low-level fighting sect, is hit by this palm, he can be directly reincarnated. Am I going to die here like this? After all, I have overestimated the character of the people of the ancient clan. After feeling the strength of the ancient demon's attack, Xiaoyan despaired in his heart. Ancient demon, stop. When the fierce palm print came out, a colorful ray of light suddenly burst out, cancelling out the palm print that was enough to beat Xiaoyan into a pulp. The person who took action was Xun'er. Although Xun'er had already decided not to have anything to do with Xiaoyan in the future. However, she couldn't bear to see Xiaoyan die in front of her. It's Xun'er. Xun'er saved me. Xiaoyan opened his eyes and looked at the beautiful back in front of him. Xiaoyan's eyes were moist, and a warm current surged in his heart. This waste, I didn't expect anyone to help him. Haha, I heard that Miss Xun'er from the ancient clan has a good relationship with that good-for-nothing. Today I saw that the rumors turned out to be true. Master Jiyu Fei made the right choice when he chose to divorce his wife. There were some more discussions around him. Xun'er, get out of the way. Seeing Xun'er take action to save Xiaoyan, the ancient demon's eyes almost burst into flames in the sky. Jiyu Yao, let's stop what happened today. Xiaoyan will not go to the heavenly tomb. Xun'er loudly replied to the ancient demon without moving away. Then he turned around and looked at Xiaoyan with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Xiaoyan, why can't you clearly see your strength? With your strength, you can enter the sky tomb. It's hard to move forward. Forget about worshipping your ancestors, you don't even know if anyone will worship your ancestors next year. Xun'er sighed. Today, our clan will send someone to escort the guests away. Just follow the team and don't come back again. Listening to Xun'er's words, Xiaoyan was silent. When the matter reached this point, he also knew that it was impossible to enter the heavenly tomb again. I know, I'll leave later. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyan lowered his head. At this time, he once again hated his own weakness. If he could be stronger, then this ancient demon would not be able to threaten him. Nor would he be looked down upon by Xun'er and embarrassed in front of so many people. Hey, little Yanzi, let's go with the teacher. At this moment, Yao Chen, who was watching here, came to the sky and pulled Xiaoyan away. Yao Lao also thought about taking action just now. However, after struggling for a while, he finally held back and did not take action. Because, before Xiaoyan planned to do this, he knelt in front of him and repeatedly begged Yao Chen not to interfere with this matter. No matter what the attitude of the ancient tribe is, even if they want to kill themselves, they should not do it. Xiaoyan said that he did not want to implicate Yao Lao, and did not want to cause Xingyan Pavilion to be destroyed. This made Yao Chen feel very tormented inside. Ji Yu Yao, are you satisfied now? He will never come to the ancient world again. I hope you won't trouble him again in the future. Xun'er did not look at Xiaoyan, but looked at the furious ancient demon. HMPH, you're just an ant, but I don't care about it. The ancient demon snorted coldly and did not continue to argue with Xun'er. He didn't want to start a joke-like internal strife in front of foreigners. Okay, I believe that each tribe has decided on the candidates to enter the Sky Tomb. Ji Yu Nane selectively ignored some things that happened just now and said calmly. Boom! As his voice fell, the ancient gate in the sky, which was in the crack of space, suddenly erupted with a loud rumbling sound. Immediately, the gate slowly opened a gap, and dazzling light burst out from it. Come out and shine on this world. Remember, you can only stay in the Sky Tomb for 3 years. After 3 years, the Sky Tomb will automatically squeeze you out. Looking at the ancient gate that slowly cracked, Ji Yu Nane sank again. Vocal channel. As the gate to the celestial tomb opened, everyone also selectively forgot about the episode just now. All of them stared at the sky. Boom! Above the sky, the crack of the ancient gate became wider and wider, and later, it was as huge as 10 feet, and the rich ancient atmosphere rolled out from it like fog. Swish! As the ancient gate opened, several sounds of breaking wind suddenly sounded. Then, under the gaze of many eyes, he rushed straight into the opened gate. I'll go in first. Shun'er, Wuxia, you two must be good and don't make your mother angry. Daddy, don't worry, I'm very good. Brother Ji Yu Fei, don't forget to accompany me to Dragon Island after you come out. Ji Yu Fei smiled and said to Xiao Yixian, Kyer, Ziyan and others beside him, then flashed and rushed towards the gate. Ji Yu Fei, this trip to the heavenly tomb is unknown. You are the strongest among the younger generation of the clan. If there is anything, take care of them more. The moment before Ji Yu Fei entered the ancient gate, a voice transmission entered his ears. Brother Ji Yu Fei, wait for me. Xun'er, seeing the right moment, quickly followed Ji Yu Fei after he entered the heavenly tomb gate, thinking that this would allow the distance between the two to be reduced after random teleportation. After Xun'er, the other geniuses from various tribes also quickly poured into the heavenly tomb gate. And when the last person entered, the ancient gate gradually became illusory until it completely disappeared. Chapter 200. In this strange and foggy place, there are occasionally strange flames flickering in the distance, which then disappear in a flash. Deathly silence shrouds this strange place. Swish! In the silent land, the space suddenly twisted, and then a tall figure walked out. Is this the heavenly tomb? When he appeared here, Ji Yu Fei looked around curiously. He grabbed a handful of the foggy gas in front of him and found that these gases contained very rich energy of heaven and earth. If you practice here, you will get twice the result with half the effort. However, this is only the first level. The more you go to the next few levels, the higher the energy concentration. Ji Yu Fei did not stop, but walked directly towards the depths of the first level of the heavenly tomb. In the heavenly tomb, because of the energy pressure, you can't fly for too long. Even Ji Yu Fei's current cultivation of the late star Dou Sheng can't resist the pressure brought by the energy of heaven and earth for too long. Looking for death, before he took a few steps, Ji Yu Fei raised his palm slightly, and then suddenly clenched it. The energy in that area was rapidly condensed. In the blink of an eye, the mist dissipated completely, and an illusory figure appeared in Ji Yu Fei's vision. This illusory figure is the unique energy body in the heavenly tomb. In the first layer of the heavenly tomb space, most energy bodies are only low-level Dou Zun strength. For Ji Yu Fei, there is no threat. He flicked his finger, and the illusory figure suddenly twisted, and then burst with a puff. After the energy body burst, a thumb-sized crystal was suspended in the original place, and a little bit of fluorescence and rich energy mist diffused from it. Holding the energy core, Ji Yu Fei operated the skills, and a stream of pure and warm energy burst out from the energy core, and then all poured into Ji Yu Fei's body. These energies do not need to be refined too much, as long as they circulate along the meridians, they can be absorbed. The third-level energy core is equivalent to the effect of an 8th-grade low-level elixir. This heavenly tomb is really a treasure land for cultivation. After absorbing this energy core, Ji Yu Fei quickly shuttled through the first floor of the heavenly tomb. His goal was to go to the third floor of the heavenly tomb. Only the energy core there could play a big role for a Dou Sheng like him. After a while, a dozen figures with illusory bodies and empty eyes appeared in front of him. They all floated in the air, blocking Ji Yufei's route. Ji Yufei did not slow down and raised his hand to grab them directly. The dozen energy bodies instantly turned into a dozen energy cores and were caught in Ji Yufei's hands. After killing these energy bodies, Ji Yufei did not stop and continued to move forward. The vast heavenly tomb is filled with dense energy mist all year round. And under this kind of energy pressure, anything flying will feel as heavy as a mountain. After a short flight in the sky, it will feel exhausted. And it is precisely because of this that this celestial tomb seems to be endless. Somewhere on the edge of the first layer of the celestial tomb, a pretty figure quickly flashed to another place, and golden light burst out from her jade hands, bombarding the energy bodies that blocked the road as fast as lightning. In a few minutes, all the energy bodies were destroyed by this pretty figure and turned into energy cores. It's been 3 days, and I still haven't seen brother Ji Yufei. Xun'er put away the energy core, and gently opened a strand of black hair on her forehead with her jade hand. She looked a little tired. Because she hadn't rested for 3 days, she had been rushing on the road, imagining creating a scene of encountering Ji Yufei. Since you're here, why hide anymore? Have the people of the Soul Clan become so unbearable now? Suddenly, Xun'er frowned slightly, looked in a certain direction beside her, and showed contempt in her eyes. As Xun'er's cold voice fell, the space in the distance also rippled. Immediately, 2 figures in black robes slowly stepped into the air, and a gloomy atmosphere quietly filled the air. Hehe, you are indeed the blood of the ancient clan, and your perception is really sharp. I wonder how the ancient clan will feel when the blood of the ancient clan falls in this tomb. 2 figures covered in black robes stepped into the air, and then slowly landed not far from Xun'er. At this time, the 2 people had cold murderous intent. Hun Li, you are really brave. Xun'er stared at the 2 people with cold eyes, and slowly said, it seems that you people of the Hun clan don't want to leave the ancient world. Hehe, what's so brave about this? Your identity has no deterrent power to us. Besides, you died in the tomb of the sky, what reason does the ancient clan have to suspect us? Just you. In Xun'er's eyes, the golden flames slowly jumped, and her voice was flat. Bang! At the moment when Xun'er's eyes were surrounded by golden flames, the man named Hun Li stomped his feet on the ground. The fist filled with cold air blasted towards Xun'er without any fancy moves. HMPH. Xun'er snorted coldly, and did not retreat at all, directly raised her palm to meet the blow. Bang! The fists and palms collided, and the terrible strong wind directly caused the huge rocks under the feet of the 2 to explode with a bang, and Hun Li's figure also stepped back 2 steps. But at this moment, Hun Ya's attack also reached Xun'er, just dissolving Xun'er's advantage in this fight. The next moment, countless black chains enveloped Xun'er and blocked the space around her. Do you think you can trap me like this? Xun'er sneered, and the golden flames swept out, breaking all the chains with a clanging sound. Gold Emperor Burning Sky Flame. This woman has such a strong strength. Hun Ya was surprised. He felt Xun'er's strength in the first fight. I'm afraid that even if they join forces, they will not be Xun'er's opponent. Retreat first, there may be other people in the ancient clan nearby. Let's make plans after we reach the 3rd floor. Hun Ya's expression changed, and he quickly sent a message to Hun Li beside him. Okay, the 2 were very decisive. After a feint, they quickly moved away from Xun'er. Want to run? Xun'er's long-term repression broke out at this moment under the provocation of these 2 people, and she chased after them. In order to get rid of Xun'er, Hun Ya and Hun Li reached their maximum speed, flying fast despite the suppression of the energy of heaven and earth. Damn, this woman is crazy, chasing us for an hour. After flying for an hour, Hun Ya and Hun Li had reached their limit and could not withstand the pressure, but at this time, Xun'er was still chasing. You 2, are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice came from the space in front of Hun Ya and Hun Li. The moment they heard this voice, Hun Ya and Hun Li's faces turned pale.